Hustler's Housekeeper. Written by Jaquel J. Performed by Jamal Roque and Catherine Dollison.
Prologue. Eve St. Michael's. Every time we get around my family, you do that flirting shit. I mushed my husband Khalif while holding our daughter's hand. I'm leaving. I slurred and stumbled back, but still held my grip on my daughter's hand. Khalif sighed and then tried to grab a hold of me, but I snatched my arm back from him. Why you gotta do the same shit every time you have a few drinks, Eves? I was helping her grab the kids' coats. Eves, stop all of this. Everybody is having a good time and here you go trying to ruin it. Tara, my older cousin, told me. I'm ruining it? Didn't your husband just bust you upside your head not too long ago? I shrieked. And I'm the one ruining the mood? I couldn't believe the nerve of her to say some shit like that to me. Tara had always thought Khalif was fine as hell. She liked him 10 times more since she found out that he was in medical school. A black doctor with the swag of a street nigga was exactly what she wanted. Too bad Khalif St. Michael's was my husband, and she couldn't have him. The way she eye-fucked him every time we came around told me that she wouldn't hesitate to ever cross that line if she was given the chance. Khalif was so damn nice that he didn't see what this bitch was plotting. Even her own husband went upside her head because of the way she carried on about Khalif. Every time I turned around, she was either sitting near him or trying to give him a plate of food or drink. So yeah, naturally, I had me a couple of drinks to calm myself down. Why are you putting our business out here in the street? Come back and let's discuss this quietly, she said through gritted teeth. Everybody else gonna sit and lie in your face, but I'm going to be the one to tell you that you have a drinking problem. All you do is drink, and you see nothing wrong with it. If there's a drink, I'ma have it. I rolled my eyes with a smirk on my face. Worry about why your son looked more like Uncle Curtis than his own father. I pointed my finger in her face and then turned to the car. Quickly, I put Talia into her car and strapped her into the booster seat as best as I could. I had a few drinks and enjoyed myself. However, I wasn't drunk, and I knew what I was doing. I think. Eves, let me take us home. You've been drinking and don't need to be behind the wheel. Without as much of a thought, I slapped the shit out of Khalif and walked around the car. He and Tara were sitting there confused as to why I had slapped the taste out of his mouth. Now that me and Talia are going home, you can go ahead and fuck Tara, I told him, and hopped in the front seat. Khalif and Tara were beating on the windows, trying to get me to come out of the car. Talia started crying because she wanted her daddy. She had been a daddy's girl the moment she came out of me. Even at 5 years old, she was still a big-time daddy's girl. It never bothered me because I never had my father around when I was growing up. I encouraged their relationship more than me and Khalif's own relationship. Granted, Khalif had never had time because of medical school. All he did was study and was never home because he was out doing some stupid study group. All for being supportive of my man, right? I sat there and gave up my dreams of becoming a nurse to be there and support his. We had been planning our future since freshman year. We were just friends then, but the plan was for us to both go away to college. I was going to become a nurse and he was going to become a doctor. That plan was going well until I ended up getting pregnant. We were in our last year of college, and I was pregnant. Khalif's parents convinced us that we needed to keep the baby. My mother had never been big on forcing me to do things, so she left the ball in my court. Khalif was so convinced that everything was going to work itself out, so we kept Talia. We came up with a plan that Khalif would finish college and go into medical school. Then, when he was in his residency, I would go into nursing school. When Talia was born, it would be too much to put her in daycare while both of us tried to follow our dreams. So that left me to sacrifice my body and my career for my man. To make matters worse, he had accepted a residency position in fucking South Carolina without even talking to me about the move. He accepted and expected me to just trail behind like I had been doing since high school. I was severely depressed, tired, and mentally drained. I was always with our daughter, with little to no breaks. My life consisted of doing laundry, cooking, and being a mother. So yeah, I found solace in a bottle of gin, wine, or tequila right after Talia went to bed. Me and Khalif's relationship wasn't much of anything because his mind was always on school and his career. The way he spoke about the next step of his career made me sick. I couldn't talk about mine like that.
Mommy, I want to go back and get Daddy.
Talia sobbed in the back seat. Khalif's picture popped up on the screen while he was calling. I ignored her and answered Khalif's call. Leave us alone, Khalif. I'm going home and you can go to Tara's house. Why the fuck would you think I want to fuck with Tara? I was helping her get the fucking coast, Eves. Your drinking has gotten out of control. Pull the fuck over and tell me where you are so I could come and drive us home. Nigga, please. You think somebody's stupid and I'm not. I rolled my window down and the ridge weather whipped me in the face and enhanced the liquor that was in my system. Tara can't fuck you like I can. I bragged. Eves, pull the fuck over with my daughter in the car. You fucking hear me? Do the shit now. Between Khalif screaming in my ear and then Talia hollering in the backseat because she wanted her father, my head was hurting. Talia, please! I screamed so loud and took my hand off the wheel briefly, forgetting that I was driving. Do you want your iPad? Eves! Khalif screamed while I held one hand on the wheel and dug down in her backpack that we carried when we were out. I peeked between the floor and the road, making sure to keep my eyes on the road. Stop fucking screaming at me, I screamed back at him, irritated that he was screaming on me. How did he even have the nerve to take it there? He was the one who was flirting with my cousin, and I fucking heard the entire time. I wasn't a fool and saw how he looked at Tara. Had she been single, she probably would have crossed the line with him. Instead, she did just enough to remain innocent in her husband's eyes. Too bad that never worked because he always went upside her head for the smallest inconvenience in his life. Baby, I don't want to be arguing with you. I want you to come back here so I can drive us home. Talia is in the back seat and you've been putting the drinks away all night. Come on, please. Khalif begged me to come back and pick him up. Tara is as boring as they come, and she doesn't hold a light to you, beautiful, he added, which made me feel all mushy on the inside. Do you mean it? Do I ever say shit that I don't mean, baby? No, I cooed, ready to go home and ride the hell out of his face. I'm sorry, baby. You know when I drink, as I made an illegal U-turn, a speeding car hit the side of my car so hard that the phone flew out of my hand. My head hit the steering wheel and everything else faded to black. The last thing I heard was Khalif yelling on the phone. My eyes were too heavy to stay open or to check the back seat. The pounding in my head won, and I blacked out. My nose itched, and when I tried to scratch it, a bad pain shot through my left arm. I tried to move the right arm, and another pain shot through that one. What the fuck was happening to me? My body felt sore, and every time I tried to open my eyes, it felt like I was lifting 100-pound boulder. What the hell was going on? I thought to myself and cleared my throat. In the distance, I could hear the television was on. I never slept with the television on, not even when Khalif was studying late at night. I would leave the light on before the TV. I had read somewhere that the television burned more energy than the lights. Please, God, is this heaven? I asked myself. Why couldn't I speak out loud? Every time I tried it, I felt like I was swallowing pavement with each attempt to form the words together. What was happening to me in my body? Can someone please help me? I asked while clearing my throat. If someone is here, help me. I continued to talk. It seemed the more I used my voice, the less it felt like pavement and more like sand. I take sand over pavement any day. Eves, are you awake? I heard my mother's voice and started to worry. Why was she here? And where was here? Mommy, where am I? What happened? My arms, my legs, and my body hurt so bad. I was rambling and couldn't even open my eyes. Every time I tried to open my eyes, I felt like I was about to pass out. The pressure and the energy it took to try to pop open one eyelid was tiring. I hadn't even been awake for 10 minutes and hadn't moved an inch, and I was already worn out like I had finished a 5K marathon. Eves, you're in the hospital. Her voice changed. She didn't seem as eager as she did 5 seconds ago. You got into an accident with Talia 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? I hollered inside of my head because it hurt too much to put that kind of energy into screaming out loud. Is Talia all right? Please tell me that she's fine. Where's Khalif? Is he with her? My mother didn't say anything, and for the first time since I had woken up, I forced my eyes open. Although it burned like the depths of hell, I had to see why she wasn't answering me. Tears fell down my mother's cheeks, and she tried to wipe them away when she noticed that I had opened my eyes. She's dead, Eves. You fucking killed your daughter because you wanted to put her in the car after you'd been drinking. Dead? She couldn't be dead. Talia was strong, like her mama. The thoughts swarmed my head when I heard the word dead. Why would my mother even say such a thing like that? She always taught me that words are a powerful thing, and here she was speaking death over my child. She's not dead. Stop saying shit like that about my child. My voice was laced with venom when I spoke to her. How dare she mention death and Talia's name in the same sentence? My mother turned and stared at me in the face with disgust. I could tell that she had some hate for me with the facial expression she made when she stared down at me. My granddaughter, your daughter, is fucking dead. We pulled her off life support last week. She was brain dead, Eves. Her neck nearly snapped when the other car hit your car. She wasn't properly strapped in her seat either. Half of her body was in the seat, and the other half was in the back window of the car. My mother's voice shook while she explained what happened. My heart dropped when she told me how Talia passed away. It felt like someone was playing a cruel trick on me, as if I was in one of those scary movies that ended up being a dream. My baby girl couldn't have been dead, and I couldn't have missed her last moments with her. I couldn't breathe, and the machines that I was hooked up to alerted the nurses and doctors that I was damn near about to die. Ma, please tell me you're lying. Please. I begged for her to be wrong for once in her life. I silently prayed to God for all of this to be a terrible nightmare. My daughter was alive and well. My mother sighed and sat in the chair beside the bed. She's gone, Eves. She held my hand, and I could feel her coldness through the small gesture. I don't believe you. She's not dead. I don't believe you. I sobbed with tears coming down my face. She's not dead. She can't be dead. She's at home in bed. I gotta go make her breakfast before bed. I grabbed a hold of the bed's railing and tried to get out of the bed. My mother tried to hold me down. Eves, she's gone. I'm sorry, baby, but she's dead, and you have to live with what you did for the rest of your life. No. I continued to say while shaking my head. My tears were coming down so hard that I couldn't physically see through them. It was like a windshield on a rainy day. Oh, God. Khalif! I need to tell Khalif to pack her lunch because he always forgets. I continued. This felt better than believing that my only child was now deceased. Listen up, Eves. You need to snap out of this shit before they bring you to the 6th floor and commit your ass, my mother said through tears. She wiped them away and stared at me. It's hard for all of us, but Talia is gone. Khalif has been making the arrangements for the funeral. Hearing funeral and Talia's name in the same sentence didn't seem real. It wasn't real, and I refused to believe it. Mommy, stop with all this. Call her right now. She's probably on that damn iPad. I truly believed that my daughter was alive and well. She wasn't dead, and her father damn sure wasn't planning for her funeral. Talia was supposed to be burying us when we were old and gray. This wasn't supposed to happen, and I refused to believe that it was happening. I managed to press the nurse's button so they could come and bring me to my daughter. I didn't want to hear or believe what my mother was saying to me. My mind was on seeing my daughter and Khalif. More than anything, I wished I could teleport and be home with Talia and Khalif, doing our usual Sunday cleaning while singing off-key to our favorite songs. Mrs. Michaels, you're awake. Let me take your vitals, and then we'll try to sit you up so you're comfortable. The nurse smiled and stood by my bed. Bring me my daughter, I told her. The nurse looked from me to my mother. She was uncomfortable and started stammering over her words. Ma'am, let me get the doctor for you, she told me, and then rushed out of the room. Eves, you need to snap back into reality. Talia is fucking gone, and you don't need to cause a fucking problem in this hospital. My mother shook my arm. My body went from hurting to feeling numb. I couldn't feel anything except for the pain that I felt inside of my chest. The doctor walked into the room with a somber expression on his face. I could tell that he was going to say something that I didn't want to hear. From the way he kept wringing his hands and avoided eye contact with me, I could tell that he was a new doctor. Any other doctor would have spit out the news and got on with their shift. Not this doctor. He was carefully putting together the words in his head before he said the wrong thing out loud. Miss St. Michael's, We're sorry to inform you that your daughter has passed away. She suffered tremendous brain damage from the accident. There was no brain activity, which means she was brain dead. We did the best that we could to save her. In the end, your husband made the decision to pull her from life support. Every staff member in this hospital is truly sorry for your loss. He took a deep breath after saying everything he needed to say. As far as you're concerned, you broke. I don't give a fuck about me. I want my fucking daughter. I tried to scream as best as my throat would allow me to. Is there anything that you can do? My mother asked them as I started to pull out the IV and different tubes that were attached to me. The doctor rushed over and tried to calm me down. Then he looked over to the nurse, who knew exactly what he needed. Within seconds, she came back with a syringe, and the doctor held my arm down while I tossed around violently. This should calm you down and allow for you to rest. How could I rest when he just told me my daughter was dead? There was no way that I could possibly rest, except my body had other plans. My eyes grew heavy, and everything seemed to be moving in a slower pace before I closed my eyes. 3 weeks. 3 weeks had passed since I had been in the hospital. 3 weeks had passed since I had spoken to or even seen Khalif. Today, I was being discharged from the hospital, and tomorrow was Talia's funeral. Despite not coming to visit me, he had the decency not to hold the funeral without me. I understood he was hurting and mourning too. Still, he couldn't come and visit me? Had he not cared about how I felt about the entire thing? Did my feelings not matter, or was it only about him? As much as my heart hurt and how painful it was to think about tomorrow, I couldn't wait to get out of this hospital and go home, where I could lay in Talia's bed and smell her scent. I just needed something of hers to get me through, and her favorite nightgown was the only thing that I thought about. I wanted to smell and feel something of hers. I needed that. You ready to go? My mother came in the room with my discharge papers. Not for you to take me home, but I can't be picky. She placed my small bag in my lap and grabbed a hold of my wheelchair so she could wheel me out. I had a broken leg and a sprained wrist from the accident. The doctor continued to make me feel like shit because that's all that happened to me. Meanwhile, my daughter suffered a different fate. I just want to get out of here and go home. I sighed and held on to the bag as she wheeled me through the hall. If I never saw a hospital room again, it would be too soon. Home? My mother choked it out as if it was the vilest word I had ever said to her. You're not going home. What do you mean? I tried to make a full 360 in the wheelchair while she pushed me. I'm going home. I don't want to do that rehab program that they were talking about. Take me home. I want to be in my baby's room. I told her forcefully, Honey Plum, your husband does not want you anywhere near your home, and I think I should be the first to tell you. He's filing for divorce after the funeral. Divorce? Doesn't want to see me? What the hell are you talking about? I snapped with fear etched into my chest. What did she mean he didn't want to see me and was planning on filing for divorce? I should be the one who was filing for divorce, not him. I was the one who sat in the hospital bed without one visit from anyone, except my judgmental-ass mother. Even then, I would have much rather been alone the entire time. Khalif didn't call, text, or visit me once. He didn't even come to see if I needed him to donate blood. Watch your mouth. I'm still your mother, even though you aren't anymore. The words stung like 1,000 bee stings. Take me home, please. Sweetheart, you don't have a home. You can take shelter in my guest bedroom until you and Khalif figure out what the hell you're going to do. For now, he doesn't want you at the house, and I'm not driving you there. She made sure to add. I felt even more sick to my stomach than I did before. My heart hurt more than the heartburn that Talia's pregnancy caused. Everything was so confusing for me. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why everyone was being so cold to me. I'd had a few drinks before I got in the car with Talia. However, I was not drunk. I was making a U-turn on a clear street when the other car came speeding down. It was an honest mistake that any sober person would have made. I couldn't even use my hands to count how many times Khalif had busted a random U-turn in the middle of the street. My mother hadn't been the most welcoming. I had to hobble up the stairs in front of her building, and she didn't do anything to help me out. All she did was go on about how she wasn't prepared for the funeral and couldn't believe that she was burying her only granddaughter. Every time I caught a glimpse at her, she was giving me this ungodly look. Her boyfriend, Raymond, was the only one who seemed to care that I had just lost my daughter and some of my mobility. Hey, be easy on her. She's a mother mourning. He came to my defense, which my mother didn't like. She eyed him down and pointed the knife she used to cut her onions at him. Don't you tell me to be easy on her. She's the reason my granddaughter is laying cold in a fucking funeral parlor. My mother wasn't the grandmother of the year. If anything, she was always the person screaming that she had her own life. When I told her I was pregnant with Talia, she told me to get an abortion. She claimed that a man like Khalif just wanted to trap me so he could be the breadwinner in the relationship. I never believed her until Khalif asked me to put my education on hold so that he could focus on school without worrying about Talia in daycare. You can try to be more on her side about things. Raymond raised his voice as he should have. As far as I knew, he was the one paying the bills in that apartment. My mother never paid a bill a day in her life. Ever since my father, it was always about what a man could do for her. I'm not trying to have you both arguing over me. Ray, can you take me home? I told your hard-headed ass that Khalif doesn't want to see you. He didn't show up to the hospital once to see you. If that's not a sign, then I don't know what is. Raymond ignored her and helped me up. I didn't have a wheelchair, so I had to learn how to move around on this case. It wasn't like I had a bunch of people with hands out trying to help me out. Let me deal with my husband alone. I replied and left out the door with Ray's help. When we pulled up to our building, I took a deep breath. I was so worried and scared about how Khalif was going to act toward me. This was something that would change the rest of our lives. Nothing would ever be the same now that Talia was gone, especially since I was the reason for her being dead. I took all the responsibility for that night. When Khalif offered to drive us home, I should have allowed him. Instead, pettiness and anger consumed me, and I stopped thinking about what was best for our daughter, and more of what was going to hurt Khalif in the moment. Do you need any help, baby girl? Ray asked me. He was a sweet man that didn't deserve a woman like my mother. I didn't even know how she crossed paths with this man. My mother always messed with men who were involved in the streets, or at least pretended to be in the streets. Ray was a bus driver who liked to work all day and come home to a chilled beer. They were complete opposites, and everyone knew it. I thought my mother had finally grown out of her ways. No, she didn't. She and Ray moved in together, and he took care of the bills while she ran her mouth on the phone. Every couple of months, he would splurge and take her away. My mother loved the perks that came with being with a man with a pension. However, I could tell she wasn't in love with him like the friendly neighborhood drug dealers she usually dated. I'm all right. We have an elevator, I told him, and winced while getting out of the car. Thank you again, Ray. Don't mention it, hon. If you need me to come and pick up anything for you, just give me a call. Thank you. I closed the door and hobbled into the building. We lived in an 8-story building in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Khalif wanted to be close to his mother's house. After living with her until he was 24, I would have assumed he wanted to put as much space between them as possible. I was out of breath and in pain unlocking the front door. By the time I made it through the door, I was more focused on taking a seat to catch my breath. Eves, what are you doing here? I heard Eva, Khalif's mom's voice. I live here. I hobbled past her and headed into the living room where Khalif was sitting. He used to look at me like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. The look on his face now was equivalent to how Trump's housekeepers probably looked at him and his family, in disgust. What are you doing here? I know I told your mother 3 times that I didn't want her to bring you here. You didn't come and visit me, not even to tell me the news of our daughter? He jumped off the couch. Why the fuck would I tell you anything? You're the reason that I have to put my daughter in the fucking ground tomorrow. Khalif, please! I wasn't used to him being so cold and callous toward me. The way he stared at me and the way he moved further away from me, it was as if the 5 feet between us was too close for him. His mother, her usual judgmental self, stood there ready to open the front door and push me out. Khalif my ass, Eves. You think you're able to control or hide shit like I haven't noticed? The empty bottle of wine or the fact that you had to replace my gin 3 weeks in a row? I'm not a fool. Then why the fuck didn't you help me? It's all me, but nobody pulled me up when I was drowning. I didn't even get handed an inflated life raft to help myself. I hollered with tears down my face. I wasn't making excuses for what I've done. I deserved to live a life knowing what I had did. Happiness wasn't something that would ever be associated with me or my life. But still, everybody wanted to point out the fact that I had a drinking problem, but nobody helped me or said anything. He noticed his gin being replaced frequently and the empty bottles of wine in the trash, yet he never pulled me to the side to talk to me. You're a grown-ass woman, Eves. I should trust that you can handle our daughter while I'm trying to secure our future. You're acting like medical school is easy, and I'm doing it because it's fun. It's fucking hard work and a lot of time away from my family. You don't think I realize that? He yelled so loud and hard that spit flew from his lips. I needed fucking help. Day in and out, I had to be Talia's mother and father. You leave before she wakes up, and you're home after she goes to bed. It's me holding down everything, and I knew that when we both agreed, you would get your degree first. But, damn, I needed you too. I needed some help too. I sobbed and broke down onto the couch. It would be one thing if I knew what I had signed up for prior to signing up for it. When Khalif said he wanted to finish his degree, I thought that he would be present in our lives. I understood that he had to make sacrifices so we could live the life that we always spoke about. But damn, I was the one doing everything when it came to Talia. I was the person who took her to school, did homework with her, fed her, and attended her doctor appointments, alone. It was like he was locked up, and I had to be the one to play both mama and papa for our child. Medical school was all he slept, ate, and breathed. I was the one who had to deal with real-life situations while he got to pursue his degree. Even our relationship started to take a toll, and he never noticed. Not once did he ever consider checking in with me and making sure I was stable mentally. I wasn't. I was severely depressed taking care of our daughter. I love Talia with all my heart and would never regret bringing her into this world. However, I struggled with postpartum depression, and Khalif or none of his family stepped in to help me when she was younger. It was Khalif's world, and I was expected to deal with it and get on with life. Drinking helped heal the voices in my head during the day. The voices telling me that I was much better off dead than alive. Anytime it was time to deal with something, it was me who handled it. All Khalif's family was banking on him to make it. He was going to be their ticket out of the hood and their bragging rights. He never admitted, but that was the reason he worked so hard in medical school. It was the reason he wanted to finish and walk across that stage. Khalif didn't want to be a doctor and discovered that before he applied to medical school. But letting his poor mama down would be too much for him to bear, so he pushed himself to be the best and to be better than his brothers. One was locked up, and the other was dead. His mother put an unrealistic amount of pressure on him to be better than his brothers. If you needed help, then you should have told me. You know, use your fucking words. Not kill our daughter and think that I'm going to sympathize with you. He spat at my feet and walked down to the hall to our bedroom. And tomorrow's funeral is the one I'm throwing for our daughter. Don't you dare show up there, or I promise there's going to be problems. If I wasn't already at my lowest, I damn sure was now. She's our daughter, Khalif, and I'm your wife. I need to be there to see my baby be buried. Khalif, allow her to be there. At the end of the day, she's your wife, and that's your daughter. You can be upset, as we all are, but you can't deny a mother a chance to say goodbye to her child. Eva stepped in and told him, then you or her mother better keep the fuck away from me. We're married, Khalif, I whined. Not after I filed for divorce. I fucked up royally when I got behind that wheel after having a few drinks. Still, I wasn't drunk to the point that I didn't know what I was doing. I knew everything that was going on at that moment. The U-turn was a bad call, and it was something I would be paying for the rest of my life. Eva looked at me. I think it's best that you leave for tonight. Meet at the church tomorrow. Your mama has all the information for the service, Eva told me. I collected myself and walked down the hallway to my daughter's room. Khalif was in her room, crying into one of her favorite stuffed animals. My eyes hadn't stopped watering since I stepped off the elevator. Everything about being in this building and apartment reminded me of my daughter. I could hear her feet squeak as she skipped down the hallway to our door, or the way she would groan when I would make her come down the hall and wash her hands a second time. Everything about being back in our apartment hurt. Our family pictures hung up on the walls, and on the coffee table, knowing that it would never be like that again, hurt me to my core. Eves, please leave. You've done enough, and I really don't want to hurt you. You would put your hands on me? I sniffled and held my chest because it felt like I was having a heart attack. I didn't want to argue with Khalif. Instead, I wanted him to wrap his strong arms around me and tell me that we would get through this, or at least try to. I'm sorry, Khalif. If I could switch places with Talia, then I would in a heartbeat. Yeah, that makes two of us. You're my husband. I want us to be there for each other. Ka, I need you right now. I whimpered and watched his face. I would rather take a gun and blow my brains out than stay married to you. You ruined lives because you thought I wanted your stupid-ass cousin. You always talk shit about her being jealous of your life. Now look at it. I'm sure nobody envies you right now. Eves, leave your keys on the counter and get the fuck out. He turned his back toward me and stared out the window. Eva gently touched my shoulder. I'll give you a ride back to your mother's house. For someone who thought I wasn't good enough for her son, she sure was being overly nice to me. Instead of arguing and causing further pain, I grabbed some clothes out of our closet and allowed Eva to drop me back at my mother's house. As much as I didn't want to hear "I told you so," I needed a place to rest my head for tomorrow. Ray had taken off for work to make sure that I would have a ride to the funeral. Plus, my mother wanted to show off her good man in front of Eva and Khalif's family. I was banking on her pulling out her best tears to go with her best black dress she could pull from her closet. I know I haven't been the best to you, and I apologize for that. Eva broke our silence the moment we pulled in front of my mother's building. I'm so angry at you for what you did. It was so reckless and careless to put Talia in a situation like that. A situation she shouldn't have been in as a child. I know. I hung my head and felt tears hitting the back of my hand. It came as a surprise that I had any tears left to cry. Since finding out about Talia, all I ever did was cry. My doctors were all worried about my recovery because I didn't care about it. I begged for them to patch me up and send me on my way, as if they could legally do that. If you were struggling, you should have come to me. I'm not good at reading minds, and every time I came around, you seemed to have everything together. That's because you never thought I was good enough to be with your son. You've criticized everything about me and the way I raised Talia. So of course when you came around, I made sure things were nearly perfect. I wore perfection so well that you wouldn't have thought I was battling depression. Anytime Eva came around, I pretended to be the perfect mother and wife. To the knowing eye, I was struggling and didn't want to ask for help. I felt like a failure if I asked for help. Khalif was already making his family proud by excelling in medical school. So what did I look like, crying about struggling with motherhood? They would have turned their noses up at me because as his wife, I couldn't hold down their child while he worked hard to secure his family's future. Eva sighed. I've only judged you because you put on this act like you're the perfect mother and wife. I've been both, so I know there's no such thing as being perfect when it comes to either. All I wanted was for you to be real and show me the true you. But you felt like you had to be this version of perfection that I couldn't relate to. It was crazy that I had spent all this time trying to be perfect around Eva, and all she wanted was for me to be my authentic self. It was hard being that when I felt like she would judge me for being who I really was. Huh. Good to know. I went to open the door and felt Eva's hand gently touch my shoulder. I have a friend who holds AA meetings every week. You should go in and sit in on one of her meetings, Eves. As someone who struggled with substance abuse, get help now, or you'll regret not seeking it sooner. She handed me the white business card, and I pushed it into my pocket. Seriously, go and see what her meetings are all about. If not you, then do it for Talia. I sighed because it was hard hearing her name. I would always live in a world where I would hear her name and would never see her body again. She would only exist in the past or in the spiritual world. Thank you. Eva offered me a slight smile and watched me get into the building the best that I could. With Talia's funeral tomorrow, I didn't know what or how to feel about seeing my daughter in a casket. I knew one thing for sure. My marriage to Khalif was over. I could see the way he stared at me when I walked into what used to be our home. Khalif was disgusted by me, and if he could make me disappear in that moment, he would. I told you he didn't want your ass back. My mother snickered from the kitchen. You might as well go ahead and move your stuff in that room. Khalif is done with you. She continued. I told you that you wouldn't be able to keep a good man like him. I closed the door behind me and sat on my twin-size bed from my youth. How did I end up here? And how did it happen in what seems like overnight? 1. Eve St. Michael's, 4 years later. I hated today, and it hadn't even started. I hated everything about the day, and I hadn't even opened my eyes yet. My mother was in the kitchen, on the phone, talking shit about me. The walls were paper thin, and I could always hear when she did everything, including having sex with her much younger boyfriend. From the way she kept speaking loudly and then muttering, I could tell she was talking to her sister, Edwina. My aunt hated everything about me and never made an excuse for her hate. There was always a reason for her hate, too. When I was younger, it was because of the way I chewed my food. She couldn't stand that I took my time to eat, and her kids scarfed down their food from the moment it touched their plate. These days, it was because of the death of Talia. My daughter had been dead for 4 years, and she still couldn't find it in her heart to greet me. Whenever I was around her, I could count on her to pretend that I didn't exist, as if I was the scum of the earth because I made a terrible decision I lived with every day of my life. I mean, I already felt like scum. Did she already have to make me feel that much worse? Yeah, you know, she's not doing a damn thing. Not going to visit her grave, bake a cake, or even admit that she fucked up and killed that baby. My mother muttered on the phone. I turned over and looked out the window. There wasn't much of a view. The next building and god-awful curtains that the occupants of that apartment decided to use. Today was Talia's birthday, and I couldn't bring myself to get out of bed. Every day I tried to put one foot ahead of the other and try to make her proud. Before I did anything, I would always ask, what would Talia do? I didn't know what she would do because her life had been taken early. She would never be able to date boys that I thought weren't good enough for her, make adult decisions, or experience going away to college. It was hard to live your life when you felt like you wanted to die every moment of the day. Everyone knew that I was a screw-up, and I never denied it or tried to defend myself. I had allowed my drinking addiction to kill my daughter. Every minute on the hour, I wanted to drink. I wanted to pour a huge glass of vodka and suck it down with a straw. Existing was too painful to bear, especially when you were sober and had to sit in AA meetings every Tuesday. The odds of Talia's birthday falling on the day I had a meeting was God's cruel idea of reminding me that I could never move on from what I had did. You gonna get out of this bed and visit Talia's grave with us? I know you don't have a damn ride out to Jersey to see her. Khalif's mama called, and she already put flowers on her grave for Khalif. Dr. Khalif St. Michael's was now 4 years into his general surgical residency. The minute Khalif finished medical school, and not a moment sooner, he took residency in California. It was something that he had mentioned when we were together before everything happened. We were trying to decide what worked for our family, and moving to the West Coast didn't seem like it. After Khalif told me that he would rather blow his brains out than stay married to me, he accepted the residency. No, I didn't stutter. Even with my back turned, I could still picture how she was standing. Her lip popped out, her hand on her hip, and her leg impatiently shaking. You haven't gone and visited that baby's grave since she died. We all tried to drag you to the burial after the funeral, and you refused. It's her 9th birthday, and you're not even going to visit her. You owe her a damn apology for taking her life. It was hard to move past what happened when it was thrown in my face all the time. I didn't want to forget about what I did. I just wanted to be able to breathe without it hurting. Can you leave me alone? I'll celebrate her in my own way. I damn sure hope it's not with the drink. She smacked her tongue and slammed the bedroom door behind her. You hear her, girl. I should have swallowed when I fucked her stupid-ass daddy. I love you. I'm thinking of you. It gets better. You'll get better. Life is grand, even when it doesn't feel like it. My father's text message popped on the screen of my phone. My father used to deal drugs, and then he found the Lord when he went to prison. I guess sitting in prison for 12 years, you needed something and someone to worship. Even in prison, my father made sure that my mother always had. I never missed any meals or had to go without because my father made it happen from behind a prison wall. During the beginning of his sentence, my mother promised him that she was going to ride for him. That quickly changed when she found out how much time he had to do. His name wasn't even on his prison jumper before she was with the next man. My mother had always been about her business and other men's money. She never settled down longer than a year. By then, she was off to the next man. If I didn't feel numb, I would have thanked him for reaching out to me. Lord knows he was going to be the only person to reach out. Everyone else was going to use today as the day to bash me as a person and a mother. Instead of celebrating Talia's birthday like she would have wanted, they wanted to make sure that I knew I was a piece of shit and that I didn't deserve to live. As if I had the choice. I really wished I did. I got out of bed and put one foot before the other like I did every morning. Before my hand could touch the doorknob, my cell phone sounded off. Court, my Insta-famous hairstylist cousin, called. Hey. Hey, Eves, do you think you can come by the shop today? I overbooked and needed someone to wash heads again. When do you need me to come in? How soon can you come in? I looked at my phone and sighed. You're lucky I could use the money, I muttered. Give me an hour. An hour? She shrieked. All right, sorry. I'll see you in an hour. Court was always in her own world. She didn't know or care that it was Talia's birthday. It was all about her business. She'd always been to herself since her mother kicked her out when she got pregnant at 16. See you then, I replied, and ended the call with her. My mother sat on the couch with her ear pinned to the phone, per usual. I always felt her eyes burning a hole in my back whenever I made my morning coffee. Instead of opening up a conversation and trying to find out where my head was these days, she thought it was better to talk shit about me behind my back. Who was it you were whispering on the phone with? Better not be making no plans to celebrate Talia's birthday. She finally broke her silence. Edwina, let me call you back. Okay. Okay, girl. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. I'm not going easy on nothing, she said. Then she finally ended the call. Edwina was the president of the I Hate Eves Club. If my mother had a mind of her own, we probably would have a better relationship than we had now. My mother went to Edwina for everything. It didn't matter what it was. She was going to call her big sister and find the solution for it. If I decided to celebrate my daughter's birthday, what is it to you? I guess she was shocked that I decided to speak up for myself. Before Talia's death, I was very outspoken. After she passed, I didn't feel the need to have much of a voice. My daughter was dead, marriage was over, and I was back living home with my mother. There wasn't much reason for me to have much of a voice when my spirit was broken. Today was the day I was going to let her know that I wasn't the one to fuck with. Where she would have been silent and allowed me to maneuver through my morning routine, she decided to open her mouth and try to toss around her authority. You better remember who roof you under. I didn't have to take you in when everyone else turned their back on you. She reminded me like she always did. My mother never missed her moment to toss something she did for you right in your face. She lived for the moments when she could come and remind me what she did for me when Talia died. As a mother, you were supposed to be there to pick your child up when they were down. No matter how grown your child was, you never stopped being a parent. Apparently, my mother must have missed the memo. I know what you did for me, and I don't need to be reminded every time I speak my mind. With Ray gone, who gonna help you pay this high-ass rent? Court paid me well whenever she asked me to help her out. As soon as the money touched my hands, I was depositing it into my account so I could send some to her to help with the bills. 1 month, Court needed me for 2 weeks, and I made so much money in tips that I paid the rent for 2 months. You think I need your little bit of chump change? I sure don't see you calling it chump change when you're buying food, paying the rent, or the lights with it. Today is about Talia, so let me mourn my daughter the way that I want. With that, I took my coffee and went back to my room to get ready for the day. Court leased a salon suite up in Harlem. It was usually empty because she spent the majority of her time traveling to her clients while they were on the road. On the rare occurrence that she was back in town, her books were always jam-packed. I walked in with another coffee, bagel, and purse, ready to wash hair until my finger pruned. Hey, Eves, Court greeted while she gently placed her client's lace front wig onto her head. You got here pretty quick. You can wash their heads once you set your stuff down. I'm going to eat my bagel first. One thing about family, they all had nerve. Whenever they wanted something to be done, they wanted it done right away. Fuck that. I hadn't eaten anything for breakfast. It was all about her clients and making sure that they had their hair washed. Yeah, just be quick. I don't want to get behind. I have a lot of clients today, so I hope you don't have anywhere to go. Other than my AA meeting tonight, no. One of the clients stared at me like I mentioned that I do crack out of a beer can. Oh, right. Tara mentioned today was Talia's birthday. Instead of commenting on Tara, I went to the back and quickly devoured my butter bagel. If I was going to get through today, I was going to need a bunch of coffee and headphones. Luckily, I had both this morning and didn't have to listen to Court go on about her perfect life that she had. I told one of her clients to follow me to the shampoo bowl and started to wash their hair. As I softly hummed Monica's For You I Will, I thought about my daughter and what she would have been like. Talia was sassy like me, so I knew she would have been giving me a run for my money. Khalif never called on her birthday or any other times for that matter. It was like our marriage and relationship died at the same time as Talia. With the years passing, I would have thought he would have wanted to try and fix things. We didn't have to get back together, but we could have tried to have a friendship again. Maybe call one another on Talia's birthday to see how the other person was doing. I didn't expect for him to introduce me into his new life, but I wanted him to at least acknowledge that we had once shared a life together. I had been washing and blowing hair since I finished my bagel. When Court asked if I wanted lunch, her treat, I didn't hesitate to order oxtails and all the fixings from the Caribbean spot down the block. Are you going with the family to visit Talia's grave today? She crossed her legs and dug into her curry chicken roti. No. Tara said that you've never been to her gravesite. Eves, that's a little crazy, even for you. She added and took a swig of her juice. Would you want to see the stone that's laying on top of your daughter's body? I like to remember her how she is. I took a bite of the oxtails and tried to avoid eye contact with her. I know you and Tara don't get along. You damn right we don't get along. She divorced her husband and cozied up with my husband just to become his girlfriend. So yeah, I don't really fuck with your sister. I made sure to mention. I hadn't spoken to Tara since the funeral. Everyone knew that if I did, I was going to beat her ass like I should have the night of the accident. Khalif and Tara made me feel like I was crazy and imagining shit that I saw that night. Tara had never made it a secret that she wanted Khalif. She loved everything about him, and the fact that he was in medical school was the icing on the cake. She would always make smart-ass remarks on how did I manage to land a man like Khalif. At the funeral, she hung on to Khalif like a lion held onto its prey. She didn't let this man step out of her sight for a second. Apparently, she was the one who helped him make arrangements and was at the house every morning with breakfast and tissues. Meanwhile, she hadn't come to the hospital once to see me, and I was her actual family. Khalif divorced me so quick, my head spun for a quick second. When our divorce was finalized, he made it his mission to move across the country to get away from me. Imagine my surprise when Court told me that Khalif and Tara had made it official. She moved to California to be with him, and they were officially a couple. That was 2 years ago, and it still made my stomach turn. Tara's husband had gotten locked up, and I guess she took that as her chance to flee and finally file for divorce. Some people have all the luck. You can't really be mad with her. This is your fault, and the reason you're not house hunting out in California with your doctor husband and daughter. Court made sure to toss that in my face. As if my life wasn't already hell, she had to make sure to mention that her sister was living my life. I can and will be mad at whoever the fuck I want. Do you see Tara helping you out when you need it? So please, save me the "it's all your fault" speech about the accident. I closed my plate and stormed toward the back of her suite. The nerve of her to tell me that I didn't have the right to be upset. Tara plotted on my life and worked hard until she wore Khalif down. The reason he probably fucked with her was because he wasn't the best when it came to dating. Rather than put himself back out there, he was going to accept what came to him, which was Tara's thirsty ass. What pissed me off the most about Court was that she was always on her sister's side. If I had a sister, I would probably take her side too. However, Tara talked so much shit about her sister that it should have been illegal. I took my food to the back of the suite until her next client came in.
You're wetting me.
Cynthia, one of Court's regular clients, pulled me from my thoughts. I fixed the spray nozzle and grabbed an extra towel. Sorry, I quickly apologized. Cynthia was a regular, so she wasn't a complainer like the other chicks that came through Court's doors. Court knocked on the window near the shampoo bowls. When you're done, can you dry her hair and braid her up too? I don't have anybody for the next hour, so I'm going to run a quick errand. Got you, I replied and continued to wash Cynthia's hair. Cynthia waited until she heard the salon suite's door close before she started with her usual shit. You either braiding, washing, or blowing out hair. Why don't you just do your own thing? Hair isn't my passion, I replied and worked the conditioner through her hair. Plus, I'm just doing this to get some money. I'll let my cousin keep the title as the best hairstylist around. Cynthia mumbled. She's not on that anymore. Don't get me wrong. She's the only one who I allowed to do my hair. But her work has slipped since she got all popular all over Instagram. What you mean? Her books still stay booked, so I don't think other people noticed. Cynthia damn near lifted her head up. My weave only lasted because you braided it last time. The last time Court braided my hair, it started to unravel and shit. Why didn't you come and have it retightened? Have you tried booking an appointment with her? That's the reason I'm considering locking my hair. You need to do your own thing. She basically taught you everything. Not my passion, Cynthia. I laughed and then continued to listen to my music. If I had $1 for every time one of Court's clients complained about how she did things, I would be rich. I remember when Court was doing hair out of her studio apartment in Harlem. Before she was able to get clients of her own, she would wash hair and braid for the Africans that had a shop a few blocks from her apartment. I remember because on the days that she had to go into the shop, I would come and watch her daughter. She went from doing hair for the Africans to getting her own clients and building up her clientele. Court had always been good at doing hair, and she only grew with the more experience that she got. Every hood nigga was dropping off their girl to Court's apartment to get their hair done. Her name rang bells around the hood, and every chick from Brooklyn to Harlem and everyone in between was trying to get their hair done by her. It was before all the girls wanted lace fronts and wigs. Her sewing weaves looked like they came straight from your scalp. Court got her big start when an up-and-coming rapper needed his girl's hair done. He asked on Instagram and everyone tagged her. He flew her out to Miami and she delivered. His girlfriend's hair looked amazing on the red carpet for the event that they were attending. Since then, she had been in demand. A few rappers' babies' mamas had put her on their payroll to keep their hair done. It hadn't gone to Court's head, but according to some of her regular clients, it had. Cynthia had been one of Court's clients for a while. She came in every few months to get her hair done. Half the time, Court just passed her through without any of the special treatment that she gave some of the other girls. I spent the entire day washing and braiding hair. The bottom of my feet burned and all I wanted was to go home and sleep. Instead, I had a meeting tonight and I couldn't miss it. Allie, my sponsor, wouldn't hesitate to show up to my mother's house. She knew what today was and wanted to make sure I didn't relapse. As much as I wanted to, I knew that I couldn't. Thanks again for today. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. It's fine. Tara is your sister, and you're going to rock with her. Court sighed and sat in her salon chair. It's not even about that. Tara has a way with words and can get the devil to believe her. Your sister is a bitch who wanted my life. Doesn't matter because my stupid ass handed it right to her on a silver platter. Court stared at me before going over to where she had bags. I got you this. It was a small flower with a silver tea chain. You always come through and help me out, and I can never thank you enough for it. I wanted to get you something for Talia. It can't be easy being here today when today's her birthday. If my tear ducts weren't so tired, I probably would have cried. Thank you, Court. This means a lot to me. That's why I had went to run errands. I reached out to my jeweler boo, and he made it happen for me. Court always had a new boo. The jeweler seemed to have been around the longest. I wasn't sure of their relationship status, but all I knew was he had a baby mama or a wife. Court said that she dealt with him on her time. That was so nice of you, Court. We had a weird relationship with one another. One minute she could be a rude-ass bitch, and then the next she was sweet like this. It's the least I can do. She counted off money and handed it to me. I added a little extra money in there for you. I know living with Auntie can't be easy. Yeah, that's an understatement. Court was playing around with her hair, which meant she had something else to say and was trying to get around to spitting it out. I have a few clients in Atlanta this weekend. Do you think you could fly down with me and help? I rented out a salon suite down there and need the extra help. I'll pay for your hotel and flight and pay too. I knew something was coming next. It wasn't like I had anything else going on for myself. I don't have anything else planned. Just make sure to send me the flight information. My boo wants me to fly out with him the day before, so you're going to be flying by yourself. I'll have transportation pick you up from the airport. Okay. It's just for the weekend, right? I have my meetings the following week. And you can't miss them? I'll try not to miss them. Court looked at me. Can you find one in Atlanta? I haven't been to Atlanta in months, and the girls are ready. I already got about 12 appointments to sort out throughout that weekend. I'll talk with Allie and let her know. Just make sure to send me the flight information because you're forgetful. I grabbed my bag and headed toward the door. I'm about to lock up now. Do you want to ride to your meeting? I'm good. The stop I get off is right across the street from where we meet at. See you tomorrow. I replied and left out the door. I looked at the chain she had gotten me and smiled. When I got home, I planned on putting it on and never taking it off. Maybe I needed to get out of New York for a bit. It wasn't like there was anything here for me anyway. I swiped my Metro card and jogged down the steps to the train that was pulling into the station. Hey, Eves, can I talk to you really quick? My sponsor, Allie, called me while I was making a beeline for the door. I came to my meetings and left as quickly as I arrived. Reluctantly, I walked over to her office, wondering why she wanted me to stay behind. I worked the program the way it was supposed to be worked. Unlike some of the women, I hadn't had a slip-up since 3 months into my meetings. My mother had washed one of Talia's dirty shirts. I purposefully kept it dirty because I felt closer to her that way. Knowing that she had spilled juice, sweat, and gotten dirty in that shit helped me sleep at night. My mother tried to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal. And it was, to me. I sobbed, hollered, and called her everything that a child shouldn't call their mother. None of that helped or made me feel better about the situation. Once she went to her poker game with her friends, I raided the liquor cabinet and finished the entire bottle of bourbon. I knew I was way past feeling anything when I gulped the bourbon down without even a wince. Hey, Allie, what's up? I know you want me to share more, but I'm just not... Allie smiled and handed me a chip. That's not what I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to give you this. She smiled and poked her hand out, holding the bronze chip in her hand. When I first started going to meetings, I hated those chips, mainly because everyone behaved like children over them. That was all one mentioned when it came to the meeting. It was all about the chips, asking what color chip and when you were advancing to the next. Surely, this couldn't be what AA was all about, at least not in any of the movies that I watched. Allie saw my face and knew that I wouldn't come back after the first meeting. She made it a point to introduce herself and tell me about her story. Her story wasn't so different from mine. I don't need this, you know, I mentioned while sitting on the side nursing the lukewarm coffee they offered, as if it was a special perk to attending Alcoholics Anonymous. I stirred the plastic straw around in the cup as I watched Allie nod her head. Everyone that walks through those doors don't think they need these meetings. I guess. We'll see. Allie gently touched my arm. The program only works if you work it. You can't come here and give half-ass participation. You have to come here with an open heart and actually work the program, she stressed. It's easy for you to tell me what I need to do. You're getting paid to be here. I'm missing work and money to sit and listen to a bunch of party girls talking about their lives because they're court-mandated to do so. Allie laughed. You think I get paid to host these meetings? She continued to laugh while holding onto her pale chest. Honey, the state barely wants to pay for that penny-tasting water. I host these meetings because I was once in your shoes. How do you know you were once in my shoes? I stared at her. What made this white woman think she was ever in my shoes? She touched my shoulder and pulled me further away from everyone. I was in your shoes 6 years ago when I drank an entire bottle of rum and left my 7-year-old daughter unattended. I woke up in the hospital with a CPS worker and a police officer beside me. My daughter was taken away and given full custody to her father, and to this day, I have to have supervised visits with her. With one look at Allie, I had written her entire story. She was married to a handsome investment banker. They had met in high school and then got married. Once they traveled around the world, they settled down, bought their first home, and then had some children. She volunteered here because it made her soul feel good. Allie had all the signs of a white woman who was afforded a better life than all the women in this meeting were handed. Damn, I didn't know that. Looks can be deceiving. I wasn't always offered the best chances at life, and I allowed that to turn me to alcohol. She sighed. I wish I could say that I got it right after nearly killing me and my daughter. It took me a full year before I decided to give up the bottle and get on the right path. A full year? Crazy, right? My daughter's needs meant a lot to me, but the bottle's needs were louder. Alcoholism isn't something a lot of people understand. They call us selfish, careless, and drunks. They don't understand the hold that it has over you. I woke up every morning ready to feel that burning sensation that vodka provided. It was my meal. All I needed was a drink, and that was all I had. Today makes 4 years since you've been clean. I wanted to give it to you personally. Allie smiled and took a sip of her coffee. You have any plans tonight? Not really. Today's Talia's birthday, so I was going to go home and drown my sorrows in a bottle of liquor. I responded, sarcastically. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Let me take you out for dinner. I don't want you to be alone tonight, she insisted. I promise I'm not going to drink. Probably gonna go home with Chinese takeout and watch movies until I pass out. Allie grabbed her coat. No, I'm taking you out to celebrate Talia's birthday and your 4 years of being clean. You don't ever take no for an answer, do you? Not at all, especially since I know you don't need to be alone tonight. She winked and put her coat on. Over the years, me and Allie had become good friends. I think once we got an understanding of one another, we were naturally able to build a bond. Allie was the person that I could talk to whenever it came to my life. She didn't judge me because she had been through the same thing. I could show up to her house at 3 a.m, and she would gladly allow me to come in, make a pot of tea, and talk me down. Allie had proved to be more loyal than my own family. I kept looking around this fancy-ass restaurant while we sipped on water with lemon. Why would she pick this place? The drinks looked amazing, and my mouth watered just to try one. Quit looking around. The more you daydream about tasting it, the more you'll want one. Allie read my mind. This is a long way from the 24-hour diners we used to celebrate in. I snickered and cut into my steak. Well, you know, the book is doing well, and I have some extra money to play around with. She smiled. I wanted to know if you would take over the meeting next week for me. I knew this wasn't a simple celebration dinner for me and Talia. I chuckled and popped the piece of steak into my mouth. It had been a while since I'd eaten a good steak. My life consisted of takeout dinner or making quick meals, so I didn't have to deal with hearing my mother's mouth. It was. I wanted to treat you to dinner tonight because you deserve it. You've been trying to move forward with your life, and you need more people to give you a pat on the back. And you just wanted to make sure that I could host next week's meeting. I sipped my water. I don't want to host a meeting because I'm not good at shit like that. How do you know you're not good if you don't ever try? What do you have to do that you're going to miss next week? Allie smiled. I have a press tour scheduled for California. And you know, Mia's in California with her father now, so he agreed to let me have her that week that I'm there. Allie was so excited she could hardly contain herself. I was happy for her and all the progress she had made with her ex-husband throughout the years. When I first met Allie, her situation wasn't as bad as it used to be, but her husband made it hard for her to be a parent to Mia. Even when the court didn't deem it necessary for her to be supervised, he continued to push for them to keep the supervised visits. I remember being the shoulder that Allie needed whenever things got tough for her. Half of the things that man put her through would have made me drink straight out of the bottle. Not Allie, though. She continued to play with the ball always being in his court. Even when she wanted to give up, she continued to push forward because she knew in the end it would pay off for her and Mia. Even when he decided he was going to move to the West Coast, he never considered Allie's feelings. It was as though he told her as an afterthought. Her ex reminded me of the way Khalif acted, as if humans couldn't make any mistakes. One mistake, and he tossed Allie and her addiction to the side like a bad habit. I'm so happy for you, and I know you're excited. Now, is he going to drop her off at your hotel every day? Because we know how he is. Allie laughed and popped the Brussels sprouts into her mouth. He's actually dating a woman out there. They had made plans to vacation, but he agreed to cancel Mia's ticket and allow me to take care of her while they're away. I'm going to be staying in him and Mia's condo while they're gone. Whew! Staying in the dictator's home? Shit, you better than me. I chuckled. I know. This is the perfect time to prove that I can have Mia alone, and maybe he'll allow her to come and stay with me on the East Coast in the summer. This shouldn't prove anything to him. You've been proving that you're more than your addiction and that you take it seriously. Harold is just an asshole who wants to hold control. That might be true, but I still must prove things to him because I made that mistake while having Mia in my care. Mia is still in therapy for it, and it does bother her at times. So I'll spend the rest of my life trying to fix and prove my worth to both of them. All that aside, I'm happy and proud of you. As much as I don't want to host next week's meeting, I will, just because I want for you to have this time for both Mia and the press tour for the book. Allie smirked. I already asked Maggie to do it. I just wanted to see if you would actually do it. Under different circumstances, no. Under this one, yes. You know I love Mia, and I want you to have all the time with her. Lord knows I wish I could have one more time with Talia. I sighed and pushed my plate away. The thought of my daughter forced me to lose my appetite. Allie reached across the table and touched my hand. How are you doing? And don't tell me fine. Tell me how you're really doing. I feel like killing myself some days. Why am I here, Allie? What's the reason for me to continue living while my daughter celebrates her 9th birthday in a grave? I wiped the tears that fell down my face. I replayed that night in my head too many times to count. I wish I could reverse the time, and maybe I wouldn't have lost my daughter and husband at the same time. By now, I had tears coming down my face like rain, and I didn't bother to wipe them. Crying had become something that was a daily occurrence to me now. I would randomly excuse myself and cry in the bathroom. You've made one of the biggest mistakes in your life. Eves, you're going to spend the rest of your life trying to find a way to fix things or make them better. The truth is that you can't make it better. You can't make it better for your ex-husband, family, or Talia. You can make it better for you and show the people that you love that you've learned, or at least are learning, from your past mistakes. Taking your life isn't going to help any of that, babe. It's hard. My mother makes me feel like the worst piece of shit in the world. I'm working whenever my cousin calls me to help her out, but even then, I can tell that she believes our family. I sighed. Court used me because she needed me. She knew I was the only one who could wash, blow, and braid hair and help her keep up with her books. So although she probably believed whatever Kool-Aid her sister was feeding her about me, she wasn't going to let that get in the way of her money. It doesn't matter what they believe, Eves. Your sobriety is for you and for Talia. Let them talk shit. You're working towards something bigger and better. Next year, you won't even be in the same place. How much longer do I keep holding on before my arms become tired? I'm tired, Allie. Tired of always having to muster up the energy to get out of bed every morning. Some nights, I pray for God to take the breath out of my chest. A tear slid down Allie's face as she held on to my hands. Please, believe me, it gets better. There were times when I felt like Mia was better off without me, and I wanted to do the same. I wiped my tears and sighed. My cousin wants me to go to Atlanta to help her out. And I told her that I would go. It would be good for you to get away. Since the accident happened, you haven't been anywhere. That's a long time not to travel. Allie, I never had a reason to travel. Who takes a vacation when they're responsible for killing their daughter? I watched as Allie's face became angered. No, we're not about to do this. Your family's truth isn't the facts of what happened. I saw the papers, and you had alcohol in your system, but it was nowhere near the man who hit both of you. He was twice over the legal limit. Allie reminded me, like she always did, whenever I mentioned the accident. That's not how my family sees it, or Khalif. Of course not. He's going to feel like you killed his daughter. I guess that's his right to believe whatever he wants. Eves, you had no business having drinks and getting behind the wheel with Talia in it. But you're not the reason she's dead. I am. If I never got behind that wheel, she wouldn't be dead. I'd still be married and not living in hell. Life hands us some shitty cards that we have to deal with. You need to take responsibility for your part in things, heal, and try to move forward. Nothing is going to bring Talia back, but moving on and living a life she would be proud of means everything. I hear you. I may miss the meeting next week anyway. Court said she doesn't know if she'll be there longer than the weekend. Well, look at both of us finally getting out of the city. She giggled. You know what to do if you feel overwhelmed. Find a meeting in Atlanta and attend. I'm just a phone call away. Seriously, call me anytime you need me. I will. With Court, I probably won't have any downtime to myself to worry about having a drink. I want you to call me the moment you feel like you want a drink. Eves, it's so easy to avoid it because you don't have much of a life. It's different when you're out to eat and people are ordering drinks. I never felt like one of those alcoholics. I mostly wanted to drink when things got too hard for me. Like an emotional eater would pick out on food when they were going through the motions of life. I liked to drink whenever I was stressed out or going through something. Allie always corrected me when I said I wasn't that type of alcoholic. Life had been shitty for a while, so I didn't see any reason to start drinking because I was in another state. If anything, I wanted to use the time to appreciate being away from my mother, not having to hear how negative she was and how much she despised me. My mother had to hate me with the way she spoke about me. She had never been the affectionate type of mother, but she had gotten worse over the last couple of years. Okay, Mom. I rolled my eyes and smiled at her. Allie was really all I had. She was supportive, caring, and didn't judge me for my past mistakes. Having an entire family and ex-husband against me was hard. It was especially hard when you felt like you had no one. Court dealt with me because I helped her out. The change she got me with Talia's initial was nice, but she had her own life, and that didn't include me. I just appreciated that she paid me, so I was able to pay the little bills that I did have. Allie drove me home after dinner. I had leftovers, so I wouldn't have to worry about cooking anything tomorrow. My key hadn't even become acquainted with the door when I heard my mother arguing with her boyfriend of the year. She switched them like draws, and it was because they saw the real her after a couple of months. All she was an old gold digger who was digging for gold in the wrong niggas. Man, I'm out of here. I paid the damn rent last month, and you telling me that you're behind? Her little plaything, Troy, hollered when I finally entered the apartment. It was news to me, because I had in fact paid the rent too, last month. She came complaining about her money being tight. Court had been using me more and more, so I had the extra money, and I paid it without a second guess. Maybe I should have second guessed shit, because she had me looking stupid. My grown-ass daughter doesn't help with shit. I'm struggling. There she goes. I smirked when I heard her infamous excuse. From the moment I moved in, and not a moment sooner, she had been using me as an excuse, complaining to her niggas about how I don't pull my weight in here and I'm lazy. Ease, you need to start helping your mama because I'm tired of coming out of pocket. The pussy not even all that good for me to be putting up with all this. Troy mentioned when I entered the kitchen. If it was possible, my mother's face would have been white. She looked like she had seen a ghost when I walked into the kitchen. Her eyes were pleading with me to lie for her. Troy, you don't know me, so don't say shit to me. After the long day I had, the last thing I wanted was to go back and forth with a man that wouldn't even be here next week. I could tell from the way he dealt with my mother that he wasn't as serious and just wanted some cougar pussy. Pam, you better pay that rent another way. I don't got it until next week, and even then, I'm not paying that shit. He told her and left out the door. I scooted by her and placed my food into the fridge. Is the rent really behind? Yeah, I had some other things to handle. Where did my money go? To the shit I had to handle, Eves. I've been holding down everything since you moved in here. I laughed. Ma, I'm not going to argue with you. You better not to. The reason I needed money from Troy was to put a deposit on my new place. I almost lost my head with how quick I turned to face her. What do you mean? I owe 7 months of rent. You got that kind of money to pay it? I couldn't believe her. As I stared into her smug, stupid face, I wanted to throw hands on her. With all the money I had given her, what the fuck was she doing with it? And how the fuck did we end up with 7 months of back rent? How did I miss the signs of someone not paying their rent? Even if I had that type of money, you can't even be trusted to pay it. When were you going to tell me that you started looking for other places? When I secured the lease and made the down payment. It's a 1-bedroom too, so you need to find other accommodations. My chest hurt as I tried to grasp what she told me. Where am I supposed to go? To hell for all I care. Eves, you killed Talia 4 years ago. You need to pick up your pathetic life and move on. I'm the only one that has been stuck looking you in the face every damn day. Edwina Ben told me I needed to move because I can't afford this place. My mother, the woman who birthed me, her words sliced through me like the sharpest knife in a butcher block. How could you be so cold and callous to someone you birthed? As a mother, I could never see myself being that cold to my child because they made mistakes. I can't afford a place on my own, Ma. Khalif didn't give me anything in the divorce, and I spend whatever I make paying bills here. Can you consider letting me stay on your couch in your new place until I get myself together? She laughed in my face. Girl, you've been trying to get your life together. How much longer do you even need? Homegirl that works in the renting office told me they're going to move forward with the eviction. Ma, please, I pleaded with her. You need to go and stay with your little drunk friend at your meetings. Staying with Allie was an option that I didn't want to use. Me and Allie's relationship worked because I didn't depend on her financially, just emotionally. She was the only person in my life that I didn't depend on to help me out with money or put a roof over my head. Court would let me stay with her, but I really didn't want to become her nanny. That was the only way she would allow me to stay. Can you at least sleep on it? No. I was going to use Troy's ass to pay the deposit, but it seems I'm going to have to call my other nigga to see what he can do. She hoisted her breasts up and smiled. Figure it out, Eves. I'm done being responsible for you. Figure it out. What the fuck does that even mean? I couldn't figure things out before I became homeless. So how does she expect me to figure things out now? My life had become a shit show that I couldn't figure out how to control. The bottle of Patron on the counter next to the thawed chicken had me second guessing. I needed something right. Anything. Light liquor wasn't my thing. Still, at this moment, I would take anything. Before I reached for the bottle, I dialed Allie's number. She couldn't have gotten that far from the building. Hey, I need you. Say no more. I'm turning around. Be downstairs. She replied, and I exited the kitchen quickly. 2. Gia, love. This is why I need help around this damn house. I aggressively scrubbed orange juice out of the rug. How am I supposed to focus on me if I'm running around here doing everything for everyone else? Roddy stood there holding our 3-month daughter, Kingsley. He held the bottle into her mouth and gently swayed back and forth while feeding her. Any new mother would have fawned over the view of the two of them. Not me. I was tired, annoyed, and smelled of orange juice. Gia, chill the fuck out. Shit ain't supposed to be about you right now. You forgot. You pushed a baby out not even 3 months ago? I couldn't believe the words that had left his mouth. What do you mean shit ain't supposed to be about me? I'm the one who just had this baby for you, and shit can't be about me? My hand found its way to my hip, which was wrapped around with a waist trainer. Why everything gotta be an argument with you? He placed KK into her expensive rocker that I just had to have when I was pregnant with her. Rod, we need a housekeeper and a nanny. I can't keep doing it all around here, and you have to stop expecting me to do it. We have a housekeeper who comes in twice a week. What the fuck more do you need? Someone to come in here and live with us? Yes, I exclaimed. It was like Roddy wasn't understanding what I was saying. I had told him before I gave birth to KK that I wanted a nanny. He convinced me that I didn't need a nanny, and I believed him. Roddy was a father, so he knew more about this than I did. So why wouldn't I believe him? The first 3 months of KK's life had been complete hell. Waking up to breastfeed her around the clock had felt like a punishment more than the blissful motherhood everyone told me about. Even now, I was still breastfeeding her around the clock. The only reason that Roddy had a bottle to feed her with was because I was pumping when she was asleep. Mama Vicky can come over to help you out. I sucked my teeth and rolled my eyes. She can't stand me, and she makes it her business to tell me to my face. Mama Vicky was Roddy's aunt. After his mother passed, she was the one who took him in and raised him. Mama Vicky was queen in his eyes, and he made sure to treat her as such. Vicky was blunt and wasn't afraid to tell you how she felt in the moment. Roddy never felt the need to put her inside of her place either. He allowed her to say whatever to me in our home. Vicky is like that, and you can't change her. She just has to warm up to you. We've been together for nearly 3 years. How much warming up does she need? I checked my email and then put my attention back on Roddy. Mama Vicky does a lot when it comes to Jelena and RJ. I know she gets tired of having to do it all, too. She doesn't complain to me. And she would never complain to you. She lives in a beautiful townhome in Roswell, Georgia, and she doesn't have to work. Why the hell would she complain about anything? Roddy's eye was starting to twitch, which meant he was getting annoyed with the conversation. I don't want a bunch of strangers in my crib, Gia. Why the fuck can't you hold the house down? Bree used to hold shit down without needing a nanny or a housekeeper. He knew he fucked up when he let those words out of his mouth. You can forget about it. I will find one and pay for them with my own money. I grabbed my cell phone and stalked up the steps. Bree was Roddy's wife that had passed away. He didn't speak about her often, but he never missed an opportunity to compare me to her. According to Roddy, Bree was perfect in every way. She cooked, cleaned, and took care of her kids without any help. When it came to me, he complained because I didn't do none of that. At 25, he should have known I wasn't going for none of that. I had my own life, which didn't include taking care of kids and cooking like my Nana did with Pop Pop. Gia, that's not what I meant. It's never what you meant. Anytime we discuss this, you throw it in my face how Bree didn't need this or Bree didn't need that. Why is my mother even a topic of discussion? RJ came downstairs with his football in his arm and his backpack. Hey, watch how you're speaking to Gia. Roddy got into RJ's ass. Neither Juliana or RJ cared for me, and just like their great aunt, they never cared to hide it from me. Roddy put them in their place when they became fresh out the mouth, but he didn't realize that their blunt attitude came from him. Sorry, Pops. Is Mama Vicky coming to pick us up today? No, she's got an appointment. I have to head to a meeting with a friend in town. Roddy looked over at me, and I discreetly sucked my teeth. I'm going to take you. Let me go put KK into her snowsuit, and I'll be back. I picked up my daughter and took her to her nursery. That was the main reason that we needed help around here. I couldn't be the only one doing everything. It was bad enough that I was doing this mom thing without any help. Anytime Vicky came over, she criticized everything I did when it came to my daughter. She didn't like how I burped KK or how I changed her diaper. It was always something she had a problem with. And I always was trying to be respectful because she meant a lot to Roddy.
Daddy, why does she have to take us?
I heard Juliana ask while I headed upstairs. Juliana was a true daddy's girl. Since her mother died, it had been Roddy, RJ, and Juliana. She was spoiled beyond measures, and Roddy didn't think anything was wrong with it. Before Kingsley was born, it was all about Jelena, and she dared anyone to say something about it. At times, I wondered if we moved too quick in our relationship. I was so used to being independent and doing my own thing that this suburban mom shit he wanted wasn't me. I wasn't the type to make lunches and check homework. Juliana and RJ knew it too, which is why they disliked me. They knew I could never fill their mother's shoes, and at this point, I did not want to fill them. When I found out I was pregnant, I cried. I wasn't the type of girl who planned her wedding out and had their kids' names planned out. My mother always forced baby dolls on me, but all I wanted was a toy cell phone. It all made sense, being that I was a social media influencer. I spent all my time on my phone and on social media, so I decided to make it into a living. Growing up in Atlanta, I had always been that girl to everyone that I knew. I was into fashion, and my parents spoiled me rotten. The word no wasn't a word I was familiar with. At 16, I was given the keys to a brand new Lexus truck. My parents divorced when I was younger, so I think they always felt guilty for not giving me the perfect family life. So they compensated by giving me whatever I wanted whenever I wanted. At 17, I started getting serious with social media and doing different looks. My pictures were mainly thirsty, but that was what attracted people to my page. I started messing with an up-and-coming rapper from Atlanta, and that is when I really put in. Prince treated me like his princess. Everyone knew I was his girl and that he would always put me first. At 18, I was shopping in Chanel like it was Forever 21 and pushing Prince's different foreign cars. He had a condo in Buckhead, and I stayed with him most of the time. Any show he had, I was there and showing out for my man. All his friends wanted me, but my heart belonged to Prince. Even as young as I was at the time, I was in love with Prince. He was my soulmate and spoiled the hell out of me. As his name grew, so did mine. Prince always made sure to let the world know that I was his girl. Everything came crashing down when Prince was gunned down while in California. I was supposed to fly out the next morning to be with him for his show. I got the call that he died on the way to the hospital, and it felt like the rug was pulled from under me. Prince meant the world to me, and I couldn't imagine life without him, especially when I had this baby growing inside of me. When I flew in the next day, I had planned to tell him about me being pregnant. Prince never hid the fact that he wanted to marry me and have kids with me. At his funeral, I was faced with being the girlfriend of the dead rapper. Everyone took pity on me and kept asking how I was doing. Till this day, I still thought about Prince and missed him. I believed he was my soulmate, and I would have still been with him to this day if he didn't get killed. Every day I regretted not telling him to stay with me and fly out the next day. Would that have kept him alive? It took me a while to open myself back up to the thought of loving another man. I busied myself with my brand and didn't deal with men. Although every man that swore they were loyal to Prince was trying to get with me. Atlanta niggas weren't the same, and my attraction for them died when Prince was lowered into the ground. Baby, I'm about to head out. You want me to bring something for dinner tonight? I rolled my eyes because Roddy was going to be gone all day and he knew I wasn't going to cook. Have I ever cooked? You're basically telling me that I'm going to be with the baby all day. What's wrong with that? She's your daughter too, Gia. I have things to do and can't do them with a screaming baby. Go breastfeed her when she cries. He sighed and leaned against the wall. I'll tell Vicky to come when she's done with her appointments today. I don't want Vicky's judgmental ass coming over here to tell me everything I'm doing wrong. I snapped and wished I could take the words back. Roddy was overprotective over his aunt, and I knew he would be in his feelings with the tone that I used when speaking on her. You always complaining about wanting fucking help, but then when I find you some help, you got more complaints.
We need fucking help, Roddy. I'm tired of fucking trying to keep this house together alone. We need someone to make dinner, watch the kids, and run the damn house. Roddy chuckled and kissed me on the forehead.
If you want someone, then hire them.
The smirk dropped and he stared me in the eyes.
Watch how the fuck you speak on my aunt.
I shook my head and finished putting KK's snowsuit on before taking the kids to school. Carpool, smart-mouth teenagers, and a screaming baby weren't what I signed up for. It was the main reason that I had an abortion when I got pregnant with Prince's baby. With him dead and his mother feeling like she was entitled to all his money, and the fact that I would literally be a single mother, I want no parts of it. Here I was sitting in the car rider's line, waiting on the line to move so I could let these kids out of my car. I leaned forward and looked through the mirror to see Kingsley's face, and she was sleeping while sucking on her fingers. I'm not sure if Mama Vicky is going to pick you both up from school. If I'm a couple of minutes late, I'll let you know. Julina nodded her head, and RJ was too consumed with his phone.
Why you gotta be late, though? It's not like you work or something.
He finally found his voice and decided to be rude with it. RJ, do you want me to tell your father you're being a dickhead to me? I know he wouldn't want to hear about you calling his son a dickhead. Julina came to her brother's defense. The two of them were 15 months apart and thick as thieves. Julina had her brother's back through anything and was always ready to argue in his defense. RJ was like his father and more reserved. He would do the same for his sister, and at times, I think he would do worse for his baby sister. Julina, mind your business, I snapped. Your smart mouth is what keeps you on punishment, I threw in her face. Should I tell your father that you were mouthing off to me again? She mumbled something under her breath as I pulled to the entrance of their private school. Every time Julina tried to act like she was about it, I always laughed. She had never experienced public school, and all her father's hard work made sure of it. Julina thought because she had a couple of friends who rolled their necks when they spoke, she was a it girl. Have a good day at school, and I'll text the group chat if I'm going to be late.
Whatever.
RJ replied and got out of the car. Julina's smartass slammed the door, which caused Kingsley to start that crying that pierced my ears. I sucked my teeth and put the car in park. There was no way that she would soothe herself before we made it back home. Kingsley's crying irritated my entire soul, and I felt like my ears would start bleeding if I didn't get her quiet. Baby, you gotta shush. Mama will feed you when we get back home. I unbuckled her from the seat and gently bounced her in my arms. Imagine seeing someone in their pajamas gently bouncing a baby in the middle of the car rider's lane.
Ma'am, we need to keep the traffic flowing.
One of the teachers came over to where I was rocking Kingsley. Well, my baby is crying and I need to soothe her, have them go around me. I snapped and tried to get Kingsley to stop hollering like someone was trying to kill her.
Ma'am, we can't have this at the entrance of the school. Your truck is taking up nearly both lanes and cars can't get through.
With how much money my man spends on this damn school, you better make the shit work. I'm a new mother trying her best and you giving me shit. I barked on her and she backed away. Kingsley must have liked me screaming because she finally quieted down enough for me to slip her back into her seat, hop in the driver's seat, and quickly pull off. Never in my life had I been through something like this. I wasn't the girl who couldn't control her baby in a car rider's lane. This was what my life had become, and I was sick of this shit. What? I nearly screamed into the phone when I saw my best friend's name pop across the screen.
Damn, bitch! Who the fuck pissed you off this morning?
Keisha laughed into the phone. I had a fucking morning. Roddy had a meeting and couldn't take the kids to school, so guess who had to take them?
Ooh, with Julina's mouth, I know you had a rough morning.
Keisha thought that was where it ended. Then she decides to get fresh out the mouth and slam the door and start KK's crying. I gripped the steering wheel so hard that I was sure I would rip it from the car.
Girl, I don't know how you deal with that shit. That little girl is always getting fly out the mouth.
She sucked her teeth.
Roddy needs to do more than punish her because her mouth is fire.
Julina is daddy's princess, and I've had arguments with him, and he doesn't do a damn thing except send her to her bedroom. Keisha huffed into the phone.
Gia, I told you that Roddy wasn't like the niggas we're used to dealing with. He's a real man with real life responsibilities. I told you this when he started courting you and coming around.
Bitch, I know what you told me. My heart told me something different and I fell in love with him.
Shit, I can't even be mad at you. I would fall in love with a man like him. Roddy screams big black dick energy, and I bet he giving it to you too.
Keisha laughed.
Shit, I know he is, because that's how KK got here.
First of all, don't worry about my man's dick, bitch. I laughed and pulled into our gated community. Second, I love him.
More than Prince?
Why you gotta do that? Keisha pissed me off whenever she decided to bring Prince up and everything. Me and Prince happened years ago when I was 18, and here I was, 26 years old, and she was still bringing the shit up.
Do what?
Continue to bring up Prince whenever we talk about Roddy.
I can't help but to think that you wish it was Prince instead of Roddy that you're engaged to.
Who the fuck even says that, Keisha? I whispered because I could see KK sleeping through her baby mirror.
Oh, why the hell are you even whispering?
Kingsley is asleep and I'm not trying to wake her up. I replied and pulled into one of the 8 garages that we had. I killed the engine and leaned my head back onto the headrest. Keisha, you need to let that shit with Prince go. I'm engaged to Roddy and we're going to get married.
Then why the fuck are you always complaining about life with him?
I stared into thin air, confused by what she said. Because you're my best friend. Who the fuck else can I complain to if not you?
All I'm saying is that you've been doing your mama thing and people are starting to forget about you. Have you been wearing the waist trainer that I sent you?
Yes, and I have the detox tea too.
And you've been drinking it every night?
I'm fucking breastfeeding, ho. I can't be drinking that shit and then putting it into KK's breast milk.
Breastfeeding does help with weight loss, so you should be good.
I shook my head because Keisha had always been like this. Since we were younger and she saw how men basically flocked to me like a bee does to honey, Keisha made sure I watched my weight and was always one step ahead of all these bitches that were dying to be me. After Prince died, I started to do club appearances and was good at it. I packed the clubs out whenever I went and had fun too. Keisha always made sure to do the bookings and kept me booked. In so many words, Keisha was telling me that I needed to get out of housewife mode and get back to hosting club appearances. Child, I'm just trying to enjoy being a new mother and fiance. I looked at the 11-carat oval-cut diamond ring that Roddy had placed on my finger.
You and I both know that you don't believe that shit. I got all these PR packages at my house, and you haven't posted anything.
I just had a baby 3 months ago. Do you really think that I want to squeeze into some clothes or bathing suits for Instagram?
I can't make you do anything, but you need to act like you give a hell about your career. You got girls like Ari Fletcher taking over, and you over here playing mama.
I was active my entire pregnancy. Let me breathe, Keisha. I could tell that she was becoming irritated, and neither of us would come to a solution.
Court is going to be in Atlanta, and I made sure to snag you an appointment.
She told me.
Let's go out this weekend and have a good time. You can even bring Roddy if you want.
I could just imagine her rolling her eyes. Keisha liked Roddy, but she disliked that he didn't like me being all in the club. Roddy let it be known that he didn't want me doing club appearances anymore. There was no need for me to do club appearances when my man moved me into this big-ass mansion, gave me access to all his accounts, and spoiled me to no end. Why did I need to be in the club? Even though I had all those reasons not to be in the club, I still missed it. I craved having my own independence and life. My life consisted of structure, and I hated it. I missed stumbling home at 3 a.m, sleeping all day, and then ordering the greasiest burger to help with my hangover. Fine. I haven't had Court do my hair since my baby shower, so I'm excited about that.
Bet you running around here with your natural hair.
I am, and it's soft and long because of KK. I ran my hand through my hair and smiled. Kingsley made me gain a bunch of weight, but she also had my hair, nails, and skin glowing too.
Coming from the girl who always keeps a fresh wig and a hairstyle in her bathroom, mommyhood done made you soft.
She giggled.
Anyway, let me go and head to the gym, Gia. I'm serious about everything that I said. Roddy needs to accept you for you and your life on social media and influencing these bitches. You need to get back to it and show them you didn't fall off.
Yeah, I hear you. I laughed and then ended the call. I closed my eyes and allowed Kingsley to finish her nap. If it was one thing that I learned about being a mother, it was to let your baby sleep whenever they decided to. After the night that Kingsley put me and her father through, I needed this little nap right along with her.
3. Roderick Roddy Mathers. Mama Vicky, why you looking like that? I chuckled, seeing the way my aunt pushed around her food on her plate. You keep taking me to these expensive-ass restaurants, and they're nasty, Rod. Mama Vicky was always going to keep it real with me. It didn't matter if it hurt my feelings or not. She was going to give it to me straight. That's why I always kept her near me. You do know I co-own this restaurant, right? She took a long sip of her Long Island iced tea and shrugged. Just being honest with you, nephew. What do you think the menu needs? Apparently, someone black in the kitchen. Clearly, they wouldn't know seasonings if it was sprinkled right onto their tongues. She sat a cup down harder this time. The waitress rushed over, grabbed her cup, and went to refill it. This is why I asked you to come in today. I needed your opinion on revamping this place. Why did you spend your money on this place? I shrugged. A friend asked me, and I thought it would be best to have black ownership. We're in Atlanta, the Black Hollywood. We need to keep black restaurants on the rise. My aunt leaned forward and looked at me. Baby, I know you had glasses when you were younger, but this place doesn't even have black pepper. She held up the pepper grinder and shook it. Mama Vicky had always been my rock. When my mother passed away, it was her who took me in and raised me. She was younger than my mother and had no kids of her own. She could have been off living her life and doing whatever she wanted with her life. Not Mama Vicky. She sacrificed everything to raise me and made sure she was there for me. Every step of my life, she had always been there for me. Excuses and Vicky didn't belong in the same sentence. Every night she would take the train home, climb 6 flights of stairs to our apartment, and cook the thawed-out meat she took out right before heading to work in the morning. We didn't have much. Still, we never complained. My aunt wanted me to go to school, get good grades, and stay out of trouble. I did 2 out of the 3, so I guess that was better than nothing. My aunt worked in this city as a housekeeper for a 5-star hotel. She would leave early in the morning and didn't get off until 8 or 9 at night. While she was at work, I was busy getting into trouble in the streets. My sneakers were worn, and all my clothes came from Goodwill or some discount store she found passing by on the way home. A nigga was ready to get in his bag and make money. It was hard seeing my aunt stress about bills and not being able to keep food on the table. She worked her ass off and still couldn't cover all the bills every month. Seeing that shit made me want to help, and a job at the corner store wasn't going to get us out the hood. You think we need to switch the current cooks? We promised that we would keep them employed. Then you plan to have an empty restaurant. Does Gigi know that you bought this place? Mama V, it's Gia. You know her name. Why you always acting like you don't know her name? Because I don't like her young ass. You're 33. You mean to tell me that you couldn't find someone older? It's not about the age. You're the only one who gets caught up on her age. Every time that girl opens up her mouth, her age shows bright and loud. Vicky cut her eyes at me. Why couldn't you find a girl that wants to make a home for you and the kids? Gia is trying. It's not easy coming into an established family, then having a baby of her own. Vicky leaned back and pulled her cigarettes out of her purse. This meal isn't even worth a cigarette. She waved for the waitress to take her plate. Gia isn't the woman for you. I told you that. And then you went and proposed to her. She's not Bree, and I wish you realized that. Mama V knew I hated whenever she brought up my deceased wife, Bree. It seemed like all conversations that involved Gia ended up being about Bree. Why we gotta talk about Bree? Because you know damn well that you're just out here trying to build a wife. Gia isn't even the type of woman you marry. She's someone to have fun with, and nothing more. As much as I wanted to yell at Mama V and tell her that shit was different with Gia, I would never disrespect her like that. Mainly because there might be some truth to what she was saying. It was always some truth to what she said. We don't need to talk about Gia right now. We don't need to talk to her, or you don't want to talk about her right now. She's still looking for someone to raise her child for her. She's going to be my wife, Mama V. If she wants help around the house, then I'm going to let her have help. She's my queen and deserves to have the help. Why would I want her stressing? Mama V did a big sigh and looked the other way. Rod, you're asking for trouble with inviting another woman into your home. I'm not looking at nobody that's not Gia, I'll let her know. I invited you here to help me with this place, not talk about Gia and her wanting help around the house. Mama V leaned forward and looked me in the eyes. I know you don't want to hear it, but you need to think long and hard before getting married. I hear you. You've always done what you wanted, so I don't expect you to listen to an old woman like me, she snickered. I'm meeting Lily to have a coffee, so I will call you later on, or see you tomorrow when I pick the kids up. You know, if we get someone, you wouldn't have to get up early and drive the kids to school. She kissed me on the cheek. Darling, you already have someone. She just doesn't want to take care of her home. Instead of going back and forth with her, I walked her out to the Jaguar I had bought for her 50th birthday. Valet had opened the door and she got in. I love you, Mama V. Call me when you get in tonight. Love you more, Roderick. She pulled her shades down and stared at me for a bit before she spoke. You know that I say everything that I do because I love you. I want to see you happy again, baby. I am happy. You just gotta stop trying to fix everything and everyone and see it for what it is. Get new chefs that use seasoning. She pointed at me before she shut the car door. I laughed and shoved my hands back into my pockets while walking into the restaurant. Did I need a new restaurant? Nah, but I wanted to invest in more things for my kids. When they were older, I never wanted them to work for anyone. I wanted them to always be privileged, because black children deserve to be privileged too. It was the reason they were in private school, lived in a gated community, and had trust funds. Julina walked around her predominantly white school like fucking Hillary Banks, and I didn't tell her otherwise. She deserved to live the way we did, and I made no apologies for the shit. Bree wanted it like this, and I was going to make sure our kids had everything until I took my last breath. Bree was the love of my life. The moment I met her when we were 14, I knew that I wanted her to be my wife. Bree was the pretty girl on the block, the girl that every nigga wanted and couldn't have. She was a good girl that was into her grades and her family. While all her friends were losing their virginity and trying to down with the hot niggas on the block, she was into her books and making sure she listened to her parents. That was the reason I fell in love with her. She wasn't trying to be something she wasn't. Bree was her own person and moved to the beat of her drum. Coming from Brooklyn, where every girl tried to be like the next, that was something rare. You always got a book in her hand. I don't think I've ever seen you without a damn book in her arms. Bree smirked and came down the steps on her stoop. That's a good thing. I heard your girlfriend, Renee, doesn't know how to read. I laughed. Oh, you got jokes. I thought Renee was your best friend. Bree snorted. Now you're the one with jokes. She flipped her sandy brown hair over her shoulders. What do you want, Roderick? I have to get to my tutor session. I backed up dramatically and held my hands up. Now, Bree having a tutor, I thought you were the smartest one in the school. We were both in the same 10th class, and Bree was the smartest one in the class. It was like this school shit came to her naturally. Actually, I'm the one who is doing the tutoring. I have to go. See you around. Why are you working on the weekend anyway? I asked, just to keep her here a few seconds longer. I had the biggest crush on Bree and didn't have the balls to tell her. I always picked with her because I knew she would come back with one of her witty comebacks. I need to have money for college. A scholarship will only get you so far. We're in 10th grade, though. That's even more time to plan and save. I don't want to be stuck in Brooklyn forever. I want to see the world, explore, and eventually get married. Marriage was something foreign to me. All the women I knew weren't married or had never been married. My parents were never married, and my aunt wasn't either. My aunt had different men that came around, but none of them were ever serious or marriage material. So Bree was a rare breed to me. Her parents were married and crazy in love with one another. All she had ever witnessed was true love from her parents. The shit scared me as a 16-year-old who wanted her. I couldn't give Bree the love that she wanted. You busy after school tomorrow? Who wants to know? Me? I smiled, exposing my one dimple. Mama V always told me that I would be able to rule the world with that one dimpled smile. The next day I took her to Golden Crust, and we took the long way back to our block. Bree was known as the smart girl who acted like she was better than everyone else. She wasn't, though. That day I got to know the real her and witness her sense of humor. Her parents weren't too happy with us messing around. They knew school wasn't on my priority list. The only reason I went was so Mama V didn't get an ACS case from the state. With all my aunt had going on, she didn't need a nosy social worker in her business. It was hard watching my aunt struggle day in and day out. She worked from sunup to sundown with little to no reward. Some months she had to decide if she was going to pay a bill or food shop for the house. I hated seeing her cry during my birthday because she couldn't get me what I wanted. The shit hurt my heart and made me feel bad. The job at the corner store wasn't going to solve our money problems, and the only thing I knew that would help would be the streets. I had friends who were already selling drugs or doing drops for dealers in the hood. I'd always been interested but stayed away because I promised my aunt that I wouldn't. Bree was against me being in the streets. She wanted me to apply myself to school so we could go to college together. As much as her little college dream was cute, it wasn't logical. I couldn't get into any college she would get into, and I wasn't interested. College wasn't going to help my aunt stop struggling, and it damn sure wasn't going to put food in my mouth. I was tired of being broke and tired. My aunt deserved better, and I wanted to give that to her. For a while, I tried the school thing because it was what my aunt and Bree wanted. Me and Bree's relationship continued to grow, and I was happy as hell. You know you're happy when you weren't concerned about being broke. Bree did that to me. She made me happy. So happy that the biggest shit seemed small. When she ended up getting pregnant, that's when I knew I couldn't sit back and be happily broke. Bree's parents weren't happy and wanted her to move with her aunt down south. Bree fought against them, and they kicked her out. They blamed me, and still blame me, to this day. Mama V let Bree move in, and was there for her through everything. She knew I wasn't going to school, and was out in the streets, but never said anything. I think a part of her knew that I refused to depend on her to take care of my child. It was bad enough that she struggled taking care of me, but I drew the line with her having to take care of Bree and my son. She never asked questions on how the bills got paid, or how I was able to keep food on the table. She just prayed and allowed me to do what I was going to do. As Bree got further along, I continued to make money and do what I had to do. The big homies respected me because I used my brain. I wasn't out there flossing with new kicks and jewelry. The reason I was doing this was because I had a family to feed, nothing more. I couldn't have a child and be a bum. It wasn't an option for me, so I continued to do what I know best, hustle. Bree was worried something was going to happen to me, so she stressed most of her pregnancy. Mama V was able to pull back on working so many hours to be there for Bree. School was important to her, so I wanted her to graduate. The day that Bree pushed out my 8-pound, 6 ounces son was the happiest day of my life. I was happy because I wouldn't have to bring him back to a 6th-floor walk-up in the hood. I was able to move us out the hood to a small 2-bedroom house in Brighton Beach. It wasn't much, but it was ours. It beat the hell out of living in the projects. My only goal during Bree's pregnancy was to make sure I didn't bring my son back to our old apartment. Mama V still worked on her terms and helped with RJ while Bree completed school. School was important to both her parents and her, so it was important to me that she finished high school. Over the years, I continued to get deeper into the streets and made more money. I became addicted to making money and seeing my family have it all. We went from that 2-bedroom place in Brighton Beach to moving into a 4-bedroom house in Franklin Lakes, New Jersey. Mama V was able to quit her job and help Bree with both RJ and Julina. Still mad, her parents learned to tolerate that Bree was mine, and we had a family. We got married shortly after she had Julina. I didn't need a bunch of years to discover that she was the one. The moment I bought the ring, we went down to the courthouse and got married. We were young. Still, we both knew what we wanted. Bree went to college, graduated, and became a teacher. It didn't matter how much money I was making. She wanted a career of her own. She wanted to show our kids what hard work and education got you, and I didn't blame her. Bree was the reason I took my GED and passed. Despite having it all, I had this greed in my soul that I continued to listen to. Getting money and having my family be comfortable wasn't enough for me. I needed more. So I continued to get deeper into the streets. In my mind, I was doing this for my family, and they all deserved to be happy and have whatever they wanted. Bree never warmed up to the idea of me hustling. It was the topic of every argument we had. She didn't want the expensive cars, big houses, and endless amounts of money. It had always been a problem for her. As much as her parents were against us, they didn't turn down any of the help that we offered. Bree wanted them to be closer for the kids. I bought them a house a couple blocks away. She wanted the kids to attend the best schools. I paid the tuition without questions. Yet she despised how I made the money and took care of us. It felt like I couldn't make her happy unless I decided to leave the streets alone. It was a constant internal battle on if I should choose the streets or my wife. Bree meant the world to me, but the streets provided me with a way of life I wasn't used to. I didn't want to go back to struggling, and I refused to. As the years passed, Bree learned to deal with the way I earned money. It bothered her, but she busied herself with being a mother and a high school teacher. Teaching was her way of life. It was something she loved with every fiber of her being. Bree was known to bring her work home. Some nights I stayed up listening to her go on and on about the different students in her class. Her eyes sparkled with so much love and life whenever she spoke about the kids or teaching. Mama V was able to quit her job and help the kids in school or their after-school programs. Life was good. It was great, actually. I wouldn't have changed shit about my marriage or life. Bree was meant to be my wife, and the life we had built together was a blessing from God. Every night when I came home, I was blessed to pull into our 6-car garage, climb into bed with my wife, and then wake up to my happy children. The happiness I had scared me at times. I was the type of person who didn't believe I deserved to be happy. So whenever I got happiness, I was afraid that it was going to be taken away from me. Every night when I held my wife in my arms, I prayed over our lives. Being in the streets wasn't for the weak. You did shit that prevented you from sleeping. I don't remember the last time I had a full night's sleep without waking up in a cold sweat. After being in the streets and doing the shit I've done, you eventually gotta pay the price. 7 years ago, I paid that price. When you coming up, niggas were never happy. I don't care how much a nigga pretended to be a friend or played like they were happy for you. They weren't. I had niggas I grew up with and gave my last to that hated me. They pretended shit was all good, but on the inside they wanted me dead so they could take my spot. I had niggas I would have died for, greasing me in the worst possible way. Jealousy comes with the territory, and I learned to deal with the shit. I just never expected that the hate niggas had for me would trickle down to my wife. I was raised in a time when women and kids were off limits. You had beef with a man? You dealt with him when you saw him, not take it out on his wife and kids. 7 years ago, I never thought someone who I loved like a brother would have the guts to pull the trigger and end my wife's life. For a long time, I couldn't figure out which hurt more. The fact that someone who was like my brother, my children's godfather, and had been at every family's function could kill my wife. How the fuck could you do some shit like that? Guess Mama V didn't give her final approval, huh? Levi, my best friend, pulled me from my thoughts. Nah, She said we need to add more diversity in the kitchen. I know like hell she ain't say it like that. Levi sat where Mama V was sitting. She didn't, but that's putting it to you lightly. When I moved to Atlanta 7 years ago, Levi was our realtor. I was a grieving single father who had children who had broken hearts. Mama V moved with us because she knew I wasn't leaving her behind. I had watched my wife be put in the ground and had been spit on by her parents at her funeral. They blamed me for her death, and to be honest, I blame myself too. I blame myself for not stepping away when she begged me to, for trusting the wrong people and bringing them around my family. All of this was my fault, and I couldn't sit and pretend like it wasn't. Levi stuck around way after he received his commission. I could tell he was different than friends I had in the past. He came from money and was a successful real estate agent in Atlanta. He and Mama V became close because he helped her with everything. While I was locked in my room, Mama V handled everything that we needed. She enrolled the kids in school, bought furniture, and made sure to force me to eat every other day. Levi was there to help her do all of that. He was the one who picked her up and drove her all over the city, getting our life together. My past told me not to trust anyone around my family, and I believed it. I didn't want him around. The last nigga I trusted killed my wife, so why would I trust someone around my family again? Levi proved to be loyal and to love the hell out of my family. He came from family, but they weren't tight-knit. It was all about money when it came to his family. He witnessed true family with us, which kept him around. Levi showed me how to use the drug money and turn it legit. The small little stores and businesses I invested in was nothing compared to the shit he put me on. He showed me about stocks, cryptocurrency, and how to invest in big money companies. I had so much real estate in Georgia, I never had to think about touching drugs again. What's up with you? You were good this morning and now you look like your world is ending. Levi leaned back in the chair. V don't think I should marry Gia. The moment that Levi made the exact facial expression as V, I knew that he felt the same way. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but I am telling you to slow down. She just had a baby. You both should get through that. I just want to know why you all worried about my relationship. We're not the only ones. He sipped from V's leftover drink. Ew, what the fuck is this? Who else feels like this? Your kids. RJ and Jelena can't stand her. And you want to make her their stepmother? I think you're just trying to find a new wife and rushing into things. It's been 7 years since Bree died. How do you figure I'm rushing into things? Levi exhaled noisily. All I'm saying is that you should think about shit before you try and marry her. I was tired of hearing them tell me about my relationship. Shit with Jill wasn't the best and we had our issues, but what relationship didn't have their issues? V and Levi felt that because the kids didn't like her, that I shouldn't have even gone as far as I did with our relationship. Jelena and RJ were teenagers and didn't like anybody. I wasn't about to base my relationship on how they felt. One day, Jelena was beefing with V, then the next, she was a favorite person. As much as I want to sit and listen to you tell me about my life, I think you need to focus on the fact that you and your stepmother are sleeping together. Patted him on the shoulder. Damn, you cold for that one, Rod. He called over his back as I headed toward the exit. The coldest, I chuckled.
4. Vicky, Mama V. Mathers. I took a deep breath and counted to 6 before I emerged from my car. Every morning I woke up at the crack of dawn, went to the gym, and grabbed a coffee before coming over here to Rod's house to take the kids to school. This was our routine, and after all my nephew had sacrificed, this was the least that I could do. Roddy worked hard enough so that I could leave my job and never have to work a day in my life. So if I had to climb out of bed and take my great niece and nephew to school, then it was something that I was going to do. The one thing I hated was speaking to Gia and hearing her complaints. That girl complained about every damn thing. I knew she wasn't the one for Roddy the moment I met her. They were complete opposites, and not like he and Bree were. Gia was young and wanted to live her life like a 26-year-old was supposed to. Settling down wasn't on her agenda when she met Rod, and having his baby damn sure wasn't on her bucket list either. Gia liked the idea of being with Roddy and everything that came with him. The mansion, fancy cars, and shopping sprees were fun, until he introduced her to his kids. Everything was all fun and games until she realized that she had 2 kids and an aunt who didn't play about them. Good morning. Are the kids up and ready yet? Or am I going to have to pull RJ out of bed? I greeted Gia, who was brewing some stank-ass tea. She steeped her tea and turned her attention toward me.
RJ said he was up, but who knows?
Her nonchalant attitude that she had when it came to the kids bothered me. They were going to be your stepchildren, and she acted as if she could care less about them. Where's Rod?
He goes to therapy early on Tuesdays,
she reminded me. I was the one who convinced Roddy to go to therapy after Bree passed away. He was drinking, not caring for himself or the kids. His solution to things was to drink or smoke until he couldn't feel anything anymore. And that didn't work. Some things required therapy, and to have those real conversations that you wanted to avoid. Oh, yeah, he usually calls me when he's leaving the house. I'll go and wake up RJ so that we won't be late.
RJ don't listen, so good luck,
she muttered under her breath. Luckily, I had super hearing after raising my hard-headed nephew all these years. I could hear a pin drop 2 blocks away. He doesn't listen to you, baby, I told her, and made my way upstairs. There was no way that I should have been climbing these steps to wake this boy up. Roddy should have called him copy and paste, because his son was the carbon copy of him when he was his age. The facial expressions and how relaxed they both were scared me at times. Roddy was known for going off the handle. It was rare, but when you took him to that place mentally, anything was liable. RJ, wake your...
Mama V, damn. You don't knock?
He quickly covered himself. Boy, if you don't get your ass up and get dressed for school, we're going to be late because you want to pull on your little shit. I pointed my finger right at him. Curse at me one more time, and you're going to find out who V is, I threatened. Sorry, ma'am. He finally got some act right. I'm going to shower really quick and be downstairs. Hurry the hell up. I knew I should have knocked on his door. Being that he was 16 years old and was at that age, I should have knocked. However, he was going to make his sister late for school because he wanted to please himself instead of getting ready for school. The only difference between him and his father was that Roddy was already in pussy, and here he was playing with Pamela. Kingsley was in her bouncer as her mother strutted around in her waist trainer and fresh steeped tea.
Hey guys, you know I don't just put anything in my body. So if I'm telling you this is the truth, then you know it's the truth. With me being a new mommy and having to breastfeed my baby, I want to put you all onto that new tea that I've been drinking to get the baby weight off. I bit the inside of my cheek as I listened to her go on and on about this tea she was promoting. Gia was always glued to the phone. Even when having her daughter, she had to have her makeup done and make Roddy take a ton of photos before she started to push. Roddy wasn't into social media like that. He had accounts, but that wasn't saying much. The last time he posted on them was before Bree died. His last post was a picture for their anniversary. Social media wasn't really his thing, and he made it clear. It boggled me how he met Gia, whose entire life depended on social media. Watch her toss that tea right in the sink when she's done.
Julina came up from behind me.
Good morning, Mama V.
She kissed me on the cheek and went into the kitchen. Sure enough, after she finished chatting to her camera, she dumped the tea right into the sink. I thought you said that tea was
so yummy. I'm breastfeeding and I can't drink this mess. Keisha just got me a little deal and told me to promote it.
Her little friend Keisha was the problem, too. I guess she thought she was Gia's unofficial official manager.
What about all those women who will use your promo code and buy it? What about their babies that they're breastfeeding?
Julina chimed in.
Not my problem. Everyone should do their research before putting anything into their bodies. Where's RJ? You know the school will add fees to the tuition if you guys are late.
Gia grabbed a water out of the fridge and went to sit at the kitchen table. Julina sneered and walked out of the kitchen. It was clear as day that Julina hated Gia. Roddy saw it too. He just ignored it. Ju was a daddy's girl. And I knew she could be spoiled, but the girl legit didn't like her father's fiancé, and he didn't see a problem with it. Part of me felt that he was rushing to find somebody. It had been 7 years since Bree died, and he did need to move on and get on with his life. Still, I felt like this relationship with Gia was happening too soon. One day, he had met a girl, and the next I know, she's moving in with him and spending time with the kids. It all happened too quickly, if you ask me. Dang, I don't even have time to eat breakfast. RJ finally came downstairs. I slapped him upside the head as we headed out the door. Boy, you see any breakfast prepared?
Rod said that I could hire someone to help me around the house. Breakfast will be made every morning soon.
Gia called behind us like that solved our current issue.
I can't stand her and everything she stands for. It's like I can't get away from her.
Julina groaned and buckled her seatbelt. Easy, Ju. She's still an adult and you need to respect her. She's going to be your father's wife soon.
I can't even go to school and escape her. All my friends want to be like her, and all the boys want to be inside her.
Julina put her headphones into her ears.
Doesn't help that she posts half-naked lingerie promo ads.
Ju, you can't control what she does. Although I don't agree with her, she's a grown woman and can do whatever she wants. Your father doesn't have a problem, so there's nothing that any of us can do. She sucked her teeth and put her headphones on. She gets too mad about dumb shit. Stuff. RJ caught himself. Why does she care what Gia's doing?
You don't care because you're probably touching yourself to her Instagram.
Nah, I like my girls all natural. Pops might be lost in love with that silicone, but I like the real stuff. I looked into the rear view mirror at my great-nephew and shook my damn head. If my sister was alive, she would have been too in love with her grandbabies. Julina and RJ were too much. At times, I forgot they were even children with how mature they were. Julina was just like her mother, and it pained me. Head all in a book with big dreams of her own. As spoiled as she was, she still had dreams of having a career away from her father's money. Bree was the same way. Every time I ran into that girl on our block, she had a book. She'd look up, smile, and then get back to reading. When Roddy told me he got her pregnant, I wanted to ask him how. That would have meant she had to put her book down to participate in sex. Julina was the same way. You could catch her reading or doing an assignment for school. She was on her school's debate team and a cheerleader. Everything that Bree wanted for her babies, Rod made sure he did. From private school to having them in after-school programs. He felt like it was the least he could do after everything that happened. Bree's parents didn't speak to Rod. However, they were still involved in the children's life. Every summer, they went to spend 2 weeks in Jersey with their grandparents. Her parents hadn't spoken to Rod since the day they spit in his face at her funeral. Every summer, we loaded up onto a plane and dropped them off with their grandparents before going on vacation of my own. Last summer, RJ said he wouldn't be going anymore. He said that his grandparents' house was like a shrine of his mother, and he felt uncomfortable with how they spoke on Roddy. It was his right, and I told Roddy we couldn't force him to spend time with them. Julina, on the other hand, loved going there. I think it was more of a comfort for her to hear about her mother. She was only 7 when Bree died, so she tried to hold on to every memory she had of her mother. Mrs. Mathers, you're late again. I'm going to have... Get the fuck away from my car before I cuss you out again. Every morning, you sit there with that dirty-ass watch around your neck clocking us. Worry about those damn chin hairs, and not when the wheels of my car roll over this damn rider's line. I hollered at her and popped the locks. Have a good day, babies. See you later, I told them as they quickly filed out of the car. They hated when I cussed this lady out. I never saw her go into any other car with that little check pad and watch. It always was my car she felt the need to report late. Before she could open her wide-ass mouth, I sped off down the line and out of the school's property. If she wanted to get another tongue lashing, she had to wait till tomorrow morning. My phone rang, and I clicked the button on my steering wheel. Hey, baby. I was just on my way to your place. I answered with a big smile on my face. From the hesitation in his voice, I could tell that he had an excuse. Curtis always had an excuse when it came to me. Vicky, I'm sorry. Monet stayed home today. Then come to my house. I'm about 15 minutes away, I told him, knowing he'd make another excuse as to why he couldn't come. Vicky, I've got a lot of work to do. With Monet being homesick, I'm going to catch up on some work and take care of her. Here we go with the excuses. Bye, Curtis. I ended the call and headed to my best friend's house. It was times like this that I missed my older sister. If she was alive, I would be on her couch complaining about my life, and she'd set me straight. Since she wasn't here, my best friend was the second best. I know you're still not asleep, I hollered, as I let myself into Ryder's apartment.
In my office. What are you doing here? I thought today was Curtis's day.
I followed her voice to her office, where she was sitting with her glasses on the bridge of her nose and on her computer. His wife stayed home today.
Let me guess. He decided to stay home and take care of her?
Yes. I plopped down on the couch and laid my head back. I'm tired of this, Ryder.
You ought to be. How long has Curtis been stringing you along? He's never going to leave his wife, and I told you that.
Curtis and I had been dating for the past 2 years. I was in Publix one day grabbing lunch meat and bread for the kids when he caught my eye. His dark brown skin, light eyes, and salt and pepper beard made me want to scream right in the deli line. His scent, Maison Margiela Jazz Club, tap danced in my nostrils as he stood behind me on the line. As I loaded the groceries into my car, Curtis approached me and introduced himself. His smile was mesmerizing, and I struggled with keeping my composure. As much as I wanted to pretend I wasn't interested, I was very interested in that man. The way he spoke and took charge of our conversation turned me on. When he handed me his business card and asked me out to dinner, I couldn't turn him down. After spending the past few years getting Roddy and the kids through our dark time, I needed this. It had been so long since I'd gone on a date with a man and had a life of my own. My life consisted of taking care of the kids and the house. It was the least I could do with all that Roddy had done to give us this life. Curtis made me feel like a woman again. I craved to be taken care of and loved, and that's what he did. We went to fancy restaurants while he wined and dined me. I could always expect for him to send me beautiful floral arrangements or ask me to go away with him. Our first trip was to Miami, and it was the best trip of my life. It was the first time we had sex, and Curtis told me that he loved me. Since that night, we had been joined at the hip. That was until he decided to reveal that he was married. It hurt to know that he would lie about something so big. I could deal with him having a girlfriend, but a wife was something different. We broke up for 3 months before we got back together. Curtis explained that his marriage had been over for many years. He told me that they were both holding on until their youngest daughter went away to college. And I believed him. Curtis had me so wrapped up that I wanted to believe him. All my sense went out of my head, and I knew I shouldn't have believed every word this man told me, but I still believed him. That was 2 years ago, and I was still wrapped up in this relationship. Every time I threatened to leave, he'd do everything in his power to convince me that things would be different. It went on for a couple of weeks, and I bought it, and then it went right back to the same shit.
You complain and then continue to be with him. Curtis is going to make this right, and you're going to allow him,
Ryder told me, and then grabbed a few files from her cabinet.
Why even bother with the complaining?
I'm not getting any younger, and I'm growing tired of the excuses.
Then end things with him, Vicky. You're the only person who is in control of your happiness. If you're not happy, then you need to end things and move on.
It's easy for you to say that. You're not the one in this relationship, and your heart isn't tied into this. Ryder put the files down and finally paid attention to me.
Hun, he's been stringing you along for the past 2 years. If he wanted to leave his wife, he would have left her. I need you to realize that and put yourself first.
Ryder wasn't the type of friend that allowed you to complain without coming up with a solution. At this point, I didn't know why I continued to complain to her about my problems. She wasn't a fan of Curtis, and her advice was always the same. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Good. I'm glad that you came over here because I wanted to tell you something.
What's that?
Noah has a friend, and he wants us to come to Miami.
Nope. I shut her down. Ryder didn't always have solutions for my problems. She also had an endless list of friends she always wanted to introduce me to.
Come on, Vicky. You're always turning down dates.
'Cause I have a boyfriend.
A boyfriend who has a wife that he's more loyal to than you. Why are you being so loyal for a man that is able to have a girlfriend and a wife?
I wasn't in the mood to hear none of Ryder's lectures about me not putting myself first. She could go on forever, and I didn't feel like hearing it today. Who is this friend?
All right, she smiled. It's one of Noah's friends. He's a great guy, and I think you and him will mesh well.
You always think me and someone will mesh well. I sighed. I don't feel like being fake while you and Noah suck face. That was how all our double dates went. I pretended that I was interested while Noah and Ryder damn near sucked each other's tonsils out of their mouths.
I promise. The moment you flip your hair, we're out of there. She promised. Plus, it's been a while since we've hung out. Let's go out of town and have some fun. Roddy has Gia now, and he doesn't need you as much.
Even with Gia there, she still doesn't help out as much. When she does, she complains about it. Ryder rolled her eyes.
Give her a chance, Vicky. Gia is young and trying to get used to everything. Plus, she just had a new baby.
You always going defending her.
Because you're always down her throat. Gia was raised in a different time than us. Social media has made people millionaires, and she's trying to make out those same millions.
I was done talking to Ryder for the day. Between the conversation about Curtis and now Gia, it seemed like she wanted to piss me off. I got a food shop for the house. I'll call you later. I cut her off and grabbed my purse.
I'll call you with the details from Miami.
All right, I love you, I replied and headed out the door. As much as I was annoyed with Ryder, she always knew when I needed to get away. With Roddy talking about getting a housekeeper and a nanny, maybe this would be the perfect time for me to get away. 5. Eves. It seemed like this was the first time my hands had been dry, and I had taken a seat since I arrived in Atlanta 3 days ago. Court wasn't lying when she said her books were filled. A friend of Court had to use her salon to do her hair out of. My days were spent washing and drying hair, and my nights were spent icing my feet in the 5-star hotel that Court had put me up in. Court, on the other hand, had been out in the club every night since we had been here. She arrived late, and sometimes she was hungover. I had to make a few coffee runs to get her going in the morning. It wasn't hard for me to be around her. If anything, it reminded me why I stopped drinking. Hangovers were the worst part of drinking. All Court's clients in Atlanta were all high-end. Every time a vehicle pulled into the spots at the front, it was a foreign car. They got out with their Chanel purses and diamonds like they were celebrities instead of their baby fathers. A few of them were nice and tipped me well. The tips were the best part about this trip. These girls were trying to outdo one another with their material shit, and when they tipped, they made it a big thing. One rapper's girlfriend tipped me $300. Court never tripped when people tipped. She allowed me to keep all my tips, and then she paid me on top of that. By the time we left Atlanta, I was going to have at least 2 months' rent for a new place back home. The thought of a drink sounded good when I thought about all the trouble I had back home. My mother was still holding strong about moving out and had even gone so far as to send me pictures of the new apartment she was looking at. I guess she must have found a sucker to give her money. The problem with getting my own apartment was that my income was inconsistent. Whenever Court was out of town or on the road with her clients, I didn't have any income in. I tried working a few odd jobs to make ends meet, but places wanted you to make 3 times their rent. I was barely making the amount of their rent.
Court, babe, how are you?
Gia Love strutted into the salon with her Birkin sitting on her arm and her natural hair pulled into a bun. How was it possible for this girl to look this good without a filter? Even in her natural hair state, she was just as beautiful as her filtered Instagram feed.
Hey, boo, it's all good. I have a client under the dryer and just sat down to eat really quickly.
She and Court did a double kiss. They weren't even European.
My cousin is going to wash her hair while I eat,
she told Gia, and she looked over at me. I wished I could say her facial expression was pleasant. She looked at me how Regina George looked at Katie.
She's your cousin?
Our mothers are sisters, Court explained, as if she had to explain our family tree to her. Hey, I'm Eves.
Hey,
she replied dryly and sat her purse on the empty shampoo chair.
Please, don't get water all up in my face. I hate that, and I have my contacts in,
she demanded. Not a problem, I muttered and started to wash her hair. Gia had been known to be rude, and I know she didn't mind having that reputation. Every woman following her on her Instagram wanted to be her. Hey, I followed her too, and I wanted her life. Then again, I would switch places with a homeless woman if given the chance. Gia never showed her man on social media. Whenever she did, she always used an emoji to cover his face. Her life was one every woman wanted to live. Even her daughter, she never showed her face on her social media accounts. I never understood why she didn't disclose her fiancé or her baby's identity. Yet, she was quick to show every inch of her ass that she had gotten done a few times. On the bright side, her hair was soft and thick, so maybe she did take all those vitamins she was always promoting since she had gotten pregnant.
Girl, how the fuck have you been? How mommyhood been? Court asked when Gia sat in her chair. I sent you something for the baby. We got it. Girl, Roddy couldn't get over the Burberry glasses you sent for her. Aw, how has it been with him being a father? I know my baby daddy was a mess when we had our daughter years ago.
You were both teens, I mumbled, and Court shot me the look of death.
He has 2 kids already, and they're teenagers. This was all new for him again, and I love it.
She smacked her tongue and crossed her legs.
So cute. I've been hearing that you got an appearance tonight. Is Gia Love coming out of retirement?
Her baby wasn't even 6 months old, and she was already trying to get back into clubbing. If I had the chance to be a mother again, I would never leave my child.
My best friend convinced me to get my feet wet again.
Gia turned around while Court was trying to part her hair.
You should come out tonight. We're going to have so many sections. It's going to be crazy.
Gia bragged. According to Instagram, she always brought the entire city out. Before she got pregnant, she had stopped partying in Atlanta, so all her people were going to make sure she turned the city out.
Eves, you should come with us.
I'm good. Probably going to grab some soul food and go back to my room. I quickly turned down the invitation. The thought of going to a club where there would be unlimited bottle service was the worst idea.
God, you're so boring. Just come out tonight and let your hair down.
The last time I let my hair down, I lost my entire life. Drop it, Court. I don't want to come out tonight, I told her. She knew I was a recovering alcoholic and was trying to force me to come out. If anything, she should have been convincing me to go back to the hotel and not partake in her ratchet-ass activities that involved drinking.
Anyway, other than that, how was everything with you? It's been so long since you sat in my chair. I'm hoping to get back to sitting in your chair.
Gia laughed.
Honestly, I've been stressed out with everything.
Court started braiding her hair.
Well, tell me everything. You know my chair is like a therapy session. I miss our talk so much. I've been wearing my natural hair since I gave birth. Girl, this stepmama thing ain't for me. His daughter hates me, and his son is so nonchalant that it bothers me. Teenagers are weird, Gia. Don't you remember when you were a teen? Give them a break and let them come to you. How do they like their little sister? In love with her. She gets more attention than me these days. Soon as they come home, they're always picking her up and loving on her.
Aw, you're going to adjust to all this.
Not while I'm doing everything.
She nearly snapped Court in her face when she held her hand up.
Look at my damn nails. I haven't gotten them done because I'm so busy. It's time for me to get back to me.
For a split moment, it looked like Gia was about to cry.
I wish people knew how much a child changes you. When do I get to feel like myself again? Roddy has been amazing through all this, but my sex drive is literally down. I don't want to have sex or feel beautiful anymore. The baby takes up all my time, so I never get a chance to try to dress up for him.
Court came around her chair and touched Gia's face. Listen to me. You had a baby 3 months ago. It's going to take some time before you feel like yourself again. Give yourself some grace and enjoy your baby. They grow up so fast, while you're worried about not feeling like you, your baby is growing during that. You and your man will reconnect, and things will get better. Just try to give it some time, and try to enjoy the process while it's happening. I butted in. Court started off good, and I'm sure she meant well, but Gia was focused on the wrong shit. As much as motherhood changed the woman in you, she needed to enjoy being a mother.
Things will probably change when I hire a housekeeper and nanny. Roddy doesn't want too many people in and out, so wish me luck on finding one person who does both.
She played with her nails.
I'm so stressed about finding someone.
Man, I wished I had her issues. She was pressed about finding someone to take care of her kids and clean her house. I don't even want to know the pay. You and your man are generous, so I know it's money.
Rod gave me a budget of $3,000 a month. Plus, they will have to live with us and do a background check.
Court shot me a look. I gave her one that told her not to even go there. I wasn't going to be a housekeeper or a nanny, especially not to Gia Love and her complaining ass. She had complained about the water temperature 6 times while I was washing her hair.
Eves is single and needs a job. I'm about to go on tour with one of my clients for the next 6 months, so she would be perfect. Plus, she has experience with children. She's been helping me out with my daughter for years, and the girl is a neat freak.
Court poured the shit on extra hard. I'm not available. I live in New York, and I have no plans on relocating to Atlanta.
Honestly, I would rather go through an agency. No offense.
None taken. I don't plan on moving out here anyway. I headed toward the back room to clean up. Court pissed me off by telling my business. Granted, she didn't say everything, but she put it out there like I was desperate for a job. Maybe I had too much pride because I was desperate. My mother had all intentions of moving forward with getting a new place, and I would end up homeless. I didn't have any other family that would take me in, and I didn't want to live with any of them either. It was bad enough living with the woman that birthed me. Allie was an option too. I just didn't want to inconvenience her. Gia was the last client of the day, and I was thankful. All I wanted was good soul food and the hotel bed to go to sleep.
Eves, are you going to continue to give me the silent treatment?
Court asked as she drove us back to the hotel. I stayed in the back the entire time she finished Gia's hair. I didn't want to be involved in their conversation after Court basically put my job status on Front Street. Yes, and I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Eves. Come out with us tonight. I didn't mean to put your business out there, but this would be perfect for you.
Why would it be perfect for me? I'm not a damn housekeeper or a nanny.
You love kids, Eve, and you're good with them. Not to mention, the money is good.
I hate cleaning.
Who are you fooling? You love cleaning and have been doing it since we were younger. You used to make me look bad whenever you spent the night over our house.
I smiled thinking about the times when I could stand my aunt. Whenever I spent the night, both Tara and Court complained about me doing their chores. Whenever I did their chores, their mother expected them to clean the same way. Cleaning was therapeutic for me. It allowed my mind to wander and helped me figure things out mentally. It doesn't matter if I love cleaning or not, Court. I'm not moving to Atlanta, and your friend said she doesn't want to work with someone who isn't part of an agency.
Gia is snotty like that.
That's the main reason I don't want to work for her. Let her figure out her problems alone. There's a ton of new mothers who have less than she does.
You're acting like you don't need the money, Eves.
It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be a nanny and housekeeper for bratty kids and a bratty Gia Love. Court laughed.
I can admit that Gia is a bit entitled and bratty. However, her stepkids are good kids. I've met them and her man a few times.
Wait, you met her mystery man?
A bunch of times. Anytime I'm in Atlanta, she has me come to her house to do her hair. The only time I didn't come was this time because I was booked. Gia is used to everything being about her. Her fiancé and kids are good people and keep me laughing. This baby is taking all the attention away from her. The only reason she wants to go through an agency is because you turned her down. She's not used to being turned down for anything.
Good luck to her finding someone. I need to figure out where I'm going to live when I go back home.
Is Auntie really going to leave you high and dry?
Have you met your mother and aunt? She's concerned with herself, and that's fine. I'm used to people not caring about me.
Don't do that.
What?
Throw yourself a pity party. It's time for you to take back your life. Khalif is living his life like it's golden. And you're here slumming it and feeling sorry for yourself.
I lost my daughter, Court.
I understand that, and you need to take this job.
She told me as if the job was even offered to me. You sat there and heard what she said.
And if I told you that she said you could interview for the position,
I'd ask you why you continue talking to her about me when I went to the back.
Gia needs help, and you need money. I see this as both of you helping one another. Anyway, Gia said that you can come by the house tomorrow afternoon for an interview.
Hold on. This is happening too fast. What the hell made her switch her mind so quickly?
I'm very convincing.
Court flipped her hair while pulling up to our hotel.
Work while I'm on tour with my client and stack your money up. Once I'm back, come back home and you'll be able to get your own place.
The idea was a good one, except one thing. I didn't want to move to Atlanta, even if it was just for a couple months. Court was trying to paint this picture of me making money to make me feel like this was a smart move. My life, although it wasn't a pleasant one, was in New York. What did you tell her to get her to switch her mind?
Nothing.
Court shrugged and stepped out the car. I followed behind her into the hotel.
Gia was blowing smoke up your ass. Like I said, she didn't like that you turned down a job to work with Gia Love.
Court giggled. I don't want to work with her. Court stopped mid-stride and stared at me.
Sleep on it and go to the interview tomorrow. Gia said they're going to send a card to the hotel in the morning.
Court didn't have any appointments tomorrow, so I was free to attend this interview. Yet, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go. Court was wrong to volunteer me the way she did. Just because I was good at taking care of my great cousin doesn't mean that I could take on a job like this one. Gia was near tears with the way these kids acted toward her. How the hell would they act with me being around? I pressed the floor and stared at Court, who was smiling at her phone. More than likely, she was going to go out with Gia and her little boo tonight. I'll go to the interview, but I have to think about if I want the job.
Girl, whatever. Take the job or don't. I don't care anymore. You need the money, but you're acting picky on what kind of work you want to do. I'm tired of you walking around here like your life is so damn bad, and yet you're not doing anything to change it. The reason our family stay playing you is because you don't stick up for yourself. I was the pregnant teen whore, and do you see them saying shit about me? No, because I don't ask any of them for shit, Court said. I'm going to bed. Have fun tonight, I told her when the elevator stopped at my floor. It was easy for Court to have a game plan for my life when she wasn't living it. I was depressed and a recovering alcoholic that was responsible for killing her child. Allie liked to give me the facts on what really happened, but the fact remained that I got behind the wheel after having a few drinks. It wasn't easy to pick up your life when you held that type of guilt. When I crossed the hotel room door, I was able to take breath. I ordered my soul food on Uber Eats and then went to take a shower. What the hell was I supposed to wear to an interview? How the hell did I get roped into an interview to be a housekeeper anyway? 6. Gia. She was fucking horrible, just like the last 6 people. I'm not about to let you spank my damn child. She's not even 4 months. I complained to Roddy after the last interviewee left the house.
You saw how she kept looking at Kingsley? It was like she wanted to cook her in the stove, like that fairy tale witch.
I couldn't help but laugh because he was right. The lady creeped us out so bad that I didn't even let her hold Kingsley when she requested to. All the people that came to this interview for this position were horrible. I told the agency that I hired to send black candidates or even Spanish. The first person we interviewed was a white woman, and she was amazing. I wanted to shove her in the closet and hold her captive. The only issue was that she couldn't live in, and that she had another family that she had been with for years, so she would have to split time between both of our homes. That didn't work for us because we needed someone in the house and someone the kids could be comfortable with in the end. Ugh, my stomach is so sour. I whined and leaned back in my chair in Roddy's office. We had been conducting interviews all day, and I just wanted to sleep.
It wouldn't be sour if you didn't go out drinking last night. You're lucky that you have milk stored for KK already.
Roddy lectured me. He was pissed when I came stumbling into our bedroom around 4 this morning. Before I went out last night, he tried to convince me to stay home, and I waved him off. Keisha was able to book this, and being that I had stopped doing parties in Atlanta before I got pregnant, it was a big deal. The club was so packed that they had to start turning people away. I had the best time and was able to let my hair down. Everyone kept commenting on how good I looked after I had the baby. It was good for my self-esteem, and I just wasn't Gia. I was Gia Love when I was in the club and felt like my old self again. Why do you complain about me going out? You act like you didn't meet me in the club.
I don't have shit against the club. It comes to a point when you have to give that shit up and worry about your family.
I suck my teeth. I care about this family, Roddy. Damn. Occasionally, I want to go out and let my hair down. I spent my entire pregnancy in this house and the past few months bonding with Kingsley. One night out isn't a bad thing. Roddy sighed and shook his head. He was so judgmental when it came to my life. He acted like he didn't meet me in the club.
I thought once I proposed that you would settle down and worry about our family. Keisha planned this shit, and I know damn well she's going to try to get you back out there.
And what if she does, Roddy? What's wrong with me getting back to living my life?
'Cause you got a fucking baby that needs you.
My life isn't over because I had a fucking baby, Roderick. I yelled at him and stood up.
Hey, calm all that shit down. We can communicate without raising our fucking voices, Gia.
Roddy was so calm and nonchalant that it angered me at times. I I wanted him to scream and show me that he was passionate about the same things I was passionate about. I wanted him to show me that he cared every once in a while, instead of just waving me off and leaving the room. Why did you do this to me?
Do what, Gia? Just so fucking dramatic every time we argue. I'm not doing that kitty shit with you.
I held my tears back because he always put the blame on me. He always made it seem like it was my fault whenever I voiced how I felt about a situation. Great, I'm the dramatic one because I want to get back to having my own life. You wanted to keep Kingsley, and I did that for you. Am I supposed to sit and never have a life again because I have a baby?
Do it look like I have a fucking life?
I muttered, that's on you.
It's on me?
He mocked.
I worked hard to provide for this family and spend time with y'all. All you want to do is shake your ass in the club like you did when you were 21. It's time to grow the fuck up.
The doorbell stopped me from responding. How dare he think I'm childish? Hosting club appearances was fun for me, and I was able to secure a bag simultaneously. What was so wrong about that? It wasn't like I came into our relationship pretending I was someone that I wasn't. Roddy knew that I hosted parties and was a social media influencer when he fell for me. Now that he got me pregnant and proposed to me, he wanted me to be this woman that I wasn't. I liked going out to clubs and having fun with my friends. It had never been a problem until I got pregnant with Kingsley. Hey, I opened the door to Court's cousin. When she volunteered her to be my housekeeper and nanny, I turned it down. I did have an agency that I hired to help me sort out candidates, but at the same time, me and Roddy hadn't been happy with the interviews we had done so far. Then, to add to the few that we had today, it was clear that we wouldn't be going with that agency.
Hey, Gia, your home is beautiful,
she complimented, and I held the iron door open for her.
Thank you for sending a car to come pick me up.
Court told me that you didn't have a way to get here, so it was the least that I could do. I closed the door behind her.
Oh, did she?
She looked less than pleased that her cousin told me about her lack of transportation. I thought you didn't want this job, I asked when we walked back to Roddy's office. The only reason I considered her for this position was because of Court. She laid it on thick on why I should consider her cousin for this position. When she showed me pictures of her cousin with her daughter and how she took her to the park, zoo, and different things when she worked, it pulled at my heartstrings. I wanted someone to connect with Kingsley and do those things when I wasn't around. Without Roddy, I could afford to have help with my daughter, and I refused to be made to feel bad about it.
Court told me that I should come to the interview before making my decision.
I stopped and turned toward her. We're not looking for someone who is going to quit in a few weeks. The kids need someone who is going to be all in, and we do too.
I hear you.
Court told me the past few years have been hard on her cousin, and she just wanted her to pull herself out of it. Life was hard, and I understood her wanting better for her cousin, which is what convinced me to have her interview for the spot. Babe, she's here. I walked into the office like we hadn't just had an argument. Roddy stood up and took Eves in before he extended his hand. I wasn't an insecure woman when it came to other women around my man. Eves was beautiful, despite her dressing basic. She wore a pair of sweats, a white distressed shirt, and a jean jacket. I knew what I brought to this relationship with Roddy, so I didn't have any concerns with having this beautiful girl around my man and our family. As long as she did her job and stayed in her lane, we would be fine, if I hired her.
What's up? Roderick Mathers.
He introduced himself to her.
Eve St. Michael's.
Her small hand slipped inside of his and she smiled.
What the fuck? You married to Ghost from Power?
Eves giggled and licked her lips. No, his name is St. Patrick. She corrected him and then looked at me as if to see if she had overstepped. You can sit over here. I pointed to the velvet chairs that sat in front of the desk. So, do you have any experience when it comes to taking care of a home this size or children? Eves crossed her legs and got comfortable in the chair.
Are you kidding me? The apartment I currently live in isn't even the size of this study.
She snorted. When neither me nor Roddy said anything, she sat up straight.
The size of the house doesn't matter. I love to clean, and I'm really good at it. I know if I pace myself, I'll be able to help around the house. We plan on hiring a housekeeping team to come in 3 times a week. Your job would be to stay on top of things when they're not here and take care of the kids, too.
Roddy stated. It would be ridiculous to assume that she could keep this entire house clean without help. For me, the main focus was having someone in the house to help with the kids. Having Mama V come over every morning was starting to get old. I wanted to drink my tea in peace without hearing her complain why this isn't ready or why RJ is in bed. As much as Roddy told me this was my home too, I didn't feel like it. It felt like it was Mama V's home and I was just spending the night.
That doesn't seem like it would be a problem. How old are the kids?
I looked toward the bassinet that Kingsley was asleep in. 3 months, 14, and 16.
Whew, teens are tough.
Who you telling? I rolled my eyes thinking about all the mess that Julina and RJ put me through on a daily basis. Those kids knew what pushed my buttons and loved to push them on a daily basis. It didn't help that Roddy liked to turn the other cheek when the kids weren't acting right. Eves leaned forward.
Is that going to be a problem?
Roddy questioned. What was most important was his kids, and I knew he was taking these interviews seriously.
No, they might be easier than your youngest. What is her name?
Kingsley, I smiled. She's our angel and the easiest baby ever.
Babe, stop fronting.
Roddy called me out.
She has kept us up since she came into this world. I think the reason I let her interview someone is because I need sleep.
Eves laughed.
I'm a little confused on the position. Am I a nanny or a housekeeper?
Both. Aside from the housekeeping company that will come here 3 times a week, we would need someone to do our laundry, keep things refreshed, cook meals, and help with the children, I explained.
You want me to keep your house together, so I guess the name housekeeper works best.
Eve said. Do you have a resume or anything like that?
No, I didn't think I would be interviewing to be someone's housekeeper.
Kingsley started whining and stirring from her sleep. I started to get up, but Eve jumped right up and walked over. She cradled Kingsley in her arms and swayed side by side gently. She settled down so quick with you.
All you have to do is continue to move with babies. They love motion, so always rock with her when you pick her up. Make sure you're always calm, too. Babies can sense when you're stressed.
Daddy, can I please go to the mall with my friends? Mama V isn't answering the phone, so she can't take me. Julina came into the office with an attitude. This is what drove me crazy about Julina and RJ. Neither kid had any manners or respect when it came to adults. They did and said whatever they wanted, and Roddy allowed it. Mama V would put them in check every once in a while, but they still said whatever they wanted. Roddy would correct them every now and again, but these kids didn't have any discipline, mainly because he felt guilty for their mother dying. Julina, don't you see us in the middle of something? I snapped. How dare she bust in here like her mall run with her friends was urgent? Daddy! She rolled her eyes and turned her attention to her father.
I'm in the middle of something right now.
He eyed Eves, who was in her own world with Kingsley. She was so gentle and sweet with her. Then can you drive me? Her tone was disrespectful, and I looked to my fiancé to put a stop to her attitude.
No.
We both turned to look at Eves, who had tapped into reality.
She can't drive you because she's interviewing me. Wait until your father or Gia is done and ask again.
I braced myself for Julina's smart-ass response. When she didn't say anything and stormed out of the office, I did a little praise dance on the inside. When can you start?
Calm down. Give us a few days to think it over and we'll be in touch.
Roddy shut me down. With the way that she just soothed Kingsley and shut Julina down, I'm sure RJ would be a piece of cake. I was excited to get back to being about myself and trying to focus on me. Eves seemed like she would be perfect to help around the house.
No problem. Let me know if you need anything from me on your end. Thanks for spending transportation for me, too.
Eves grabbed her purse and shook our hands. I'll walk you out. I volunteered and walked with Eves to the front door.
I see what you mean with his daughter.
Eves was the first to speak on our stroll to the door. It's hard to try to make things work with that little girl. She blames me for her mother being dead or her father moving on. And at times, I think she blames me for both.
Even if you don't hire me to be your housekeeper, remember, she's a teenager. It's hard not to take things personally, but I know she's probably going through it.
I'll try to remember that. Thank you for coming and interviewing. Roddy needs some convincing, so I'll get back to you. What's your number? She told me her number, and I programmed it in my phone and held the door for her. She got back into the truck that dropped her off, and I closed the door behind her. Roddy needed more convincing when it came to his kids. I personally liked Eves for the job. She seemed like the type that would give Mama V the energy that she was always giving out.
You know,
Keisha took a sip of her mimosa.
These promoters in Chicago had hit me up and want you to host a party.
It was Sunday, and we were at our favorite brunch spot in Alpharetta. It had been so long since we'd been out that I didn't even know how to act, and I had already downed 3 mimosas. Thankfully, they were bottomless. Why are you telling me?
Bitch, they proposed paying you 40 grand to host a party for All-Star Weekend.
Keisha revealed. Oh, seriously?
Girl, yes. Keisha held her phone to her ear. Do you hear that? The streets are calling. The Atlanta party went so well that they even want to book you again.
Ew, no, I'm not hosting every weekend for them. That one party was cool, but it reminded me why I didn't host parties here in the first place.
I feel the same way. The Chicago promoters told me to give the word, and they'll send over the contract and the funds.
I always requested my money ahead of time. When I first started, I dealt with promoters fucking me over. They would wait until I arrived to short me or not pay me at all. Now I refuse to even book a flight unless I was paid. The All-Star Weekend was this weekend, and I had mentioned to Roddy that we should go. He brushed it off, so I knew he didn't want to attend. Let's do this shit then. Make sure you take your 10% too. Keisha was my best friend, not my manager. Still, she worked hard to make sure that I booked parties and brand deals. Ever since I started making money, I always made sure to pay her 10% off the top. I knew we needed to get everything in writing soon, but it scared me. When friends went into business, it almost never turned out right.
You know, I appreciate you. We don't have any contract, and you still look out for me.
We basically grew up together, Keish. I know you always have the best intentions when it comes to me. I rubbed her hands from across the table.
Have we been drinking too much? We're never this mushy when it comes to our feelings.
Keisha started giggling. Kingsley has brought the sucker out of me. Anyway, I'm ready to have a great time.
You have to tell Roddy about this. I think you should invite him to come with you.
Roddy doesn't do the club thing.
Y'all met in the club, though.
Yeah, not because he wanted to be there. Levi forced him to get out of the house. Roddy is an old man, and at times, I question if we're going to make it.
That's because he's older than you and has lived life. His wife died, so I'm sure that has a lot to do with why he's so calm and boring now.
I groaned. I'll ask him if he wants to come, but don't go holding your breath because he's not going to want to come. We don't have help for the kids, and he'll make up a bunch of excuses.
Didn't you tell me that you both interviewed a bunch of people?
He did a week ago. Court hooked me up with her cousin, so we had her come to the house.
Her cousin is a housekeeper?
Not really. You should have seen the way she checked Julina.
Lord, what did Julina have to say back?
Not a damn thing. She was silent for once and left the office. I like her for the position because she can hold things down while I get back to doing me.
Does she have a beard and weigh 700 pounds?
Girl, no. Stop trying to scare my baby. I quickly scrolled Court's Instagram and shoved the phone into Keisha's face. Here she is at Court's birthday party last year.
She's beautiful, Gia. You sure you want her around Roddy all the time? There's going to be times when you're not home.
I've never been the insecure type. Roddy knows what he has with me, and he knows the moment he fucks up, there are 7 other niggas ready to take his place. Eves was beautiful, and I had no problem with that. She couldn't help the way that she was born, and she shouldn't be punished because of it either. Why would I stand in the way of her making money and helping me out? Roddy had been ignoring me about what we were going to do, and I needed an answer quick. With All-Star Weekend coming up, I needed to have someone to care for Kingsley, and I damn sure wasn't going to swallow my pride and ask Mama V, though she had been occupied as of lately.
I know you haven't been, but damn. You really want her around the house and your man?
Keisha continued to push. I don't give a damn what she looks like, Keisha. I just need help around the house with my daughter. Eves was really good with her, and I think she would work well. Keisha sighed and guzzled the rest of her drink.
Whatever, Gia. It's your house, not mine.
Exactly. It's my house, not yours. Anytime we had a disagreement, things became weird. Keisha wanted me to see things her way, and I refused to. She worried about a beautiful woman because of her boyfriend. Lorenzo was a cheater, and everybody knew it. He was a producer here in Atlanta and slept with everybody. I don't know how many times we had to roll up on him in the studio and spy. If you were pretty with some ass, then it was a guarantee that Lorenzo was going to sleep with you. I could tell that our brunch was over because of the way she was acting. Roddy wasn't Lorenzo and would never cheat on me. He loved me. I tossed my purse on the table in the foyer and headed upstairs. Roddy was probably still in bed or watching cartoons with Kingsley. I told him that she was too young to understand the concept of television. Still, he continued to sit in front of the TV with her. Sure enough, when I entered the bedroom, he was still in the bed feeding Kingsley with cartoons on in the background.
How was brunch with Keisha?
He asked when he saw me enter the room. It was all right. We haven't been out in so long, so it felt good. I took my heels off and tossed them to the side. We got into a little argument, too.
About what?
Eves.
Who?
The housekeeper that we interviewed.
Baby, we interviewed a bunch of people. You gotta be more specific than that.
With him saying that, I knew he hadn't been thinking about the candidates, especially Eve's. The black girl, babe. Damn. Have you not even been thinking about what we spoke about?
Gia, we don't need a nanny. We're at home all day, and if we need to go out or travel, we can ask Mama V.
I exhaled noisily. Why does Mama V have to be around all the time? No offense, but she doesn't like me, and you know this.
She gotta warm up to you.
V has a life of her own, too. We can't keep depending on her for everything. I climbed further into the bed. Babe, I know that when Bree died, that you depended on her. But it's time for us to get help with the kids and the house. It's time for us to make our own routine and stop calling V for every single thing. I could tell that Roddy wanted to argue his point. However, he knew that I was right. He was dependent on his aunt for everything, and because he had got them out of the hood, she was always there without any questions asked. V was still young and had her own life ahead of her. She never had children of her own and had devoted her entire life to her nephew and his kids.
You think she's good for the job?
I do. Court wouldn't just recommend her if she didn't trust that her cousin could come through. Did you see how she put Jelena in her place?
Jelena wasn't the biggest fan.
Of course not. She's not a fan of anybody that tells her what to do. I got up and went to wash my hands before grabbing my daughter.
Why are you so hard on her?
I poked my head out of the bathroom. Why aren't you hard enough? She runs you, and you let her. I'll tell you what, Kingsley is going to know better.
You judging how me and Bree decided to raise our child?
No. Why do you always have to make it about Bree? We're talking about your daughter and how you're raising her now.
Leave Jelena alone. She's been through enough, and she doesn't need you complaining about her. It seems like that's all you do.
Roddy always became defensive when you spoke about his children. As a mother, I understood why. I would set a house on fire behind Kingsley Love Mathers. Nonetheless, I would never make excuses for her behavior like Roddy did. He was crippling her by making her this spoiled princess that doesn't want to hear the word no. We're never going to see eye to eye over this.
I guess not.
Keisha wants me to do All-Star Weekend. I tossed out while avoiding eye contact with him.
I hope you told her no.
I'm going, and I want you to come too. It's been forever since we've been out and let our hair down.
Seriously, Gia?
What's wrong now? I stomped out of the bathroom and tossed myself across the bed. We never do anything fun. It's always about the kids and, as of late, the baby. Since I had Kingsley, I had been in the house. I wanted to get out and have fun with my fiancé. If it was up to Roddy, we would never go out. He could never see things from my perspective. I just needed to get out and have a life. This past year, I felt like I hadn't had a life. It wasn't like I was asking him to come out with me every night. For one weekend, I just wanted to pretend like we didn't have kids at home or this weird tension between us.
If you want to go, then you can go.
Rod, I'm not asking your permission. Keisha is buying our flights now, and I'm going. If you want to stay home and be boring, then do that. However, I'm not about to do that.
Why the fuck you always want to shake your ass in the club? Kingsley ain't been out of you for 4 months, and you want to go out there and act like you don't have any responsibilities.
The nerve of you, telling me that I act like I don't have any responsibilities? All the fuck I do is handle shit around here. Who has been cooking, cleaning, and making sure the kids are all right? Even when your kids are fucking disrespectful and never appreciative.
Don't bring my fucking kids into this, Gia.
Why? Because you fucking spoil them and allow them to do whatever they want? Julina has never been accountable for skipping school last year with her friends, yet you're so busy trying to parent me when you need to be worried about your daughter. I screamed and stormed out of the room. Julina never got in trouble for anything. RJ was always the one held responsible, but his precious princess never had any consequences for her action. I was tired of him acting like I was a child when it came to my life. His parental guidance was misdirected, and he needed to change how he dealt with me. Although I was younger than him, I was still a grown woman and capable of making my own decisions. I'd been sacrificing who I was since I'd been in this relationship. When I got pregnant, I didn't want to keep the baby. Part of me debated if I was going to tell Roddy that I had gotten pregnant. He was the one who made me feel guilty about wanting to abort our child. I loved Kingsley to no end and couldn't imagine my life without her. Now, back then, I should have been able to make that decision without being made out to be the bad guy. Both V and Roddy convinced me to keep the baby. V even went as far as to bring over baby things. That's when she was being nice. Once I was too far along to do anything, her attitude changed toward me. Hey, the job is yours. How soon can you move to Atlanta? I sent Eves a text message, and I didn't care how Roddy felt. If he wanted to be torn on hiring her, that was on him. I would pay Eves' salary if I needed to.
7. Roddy. Gia had been on her shit lately. We ain't been fucking or speaking. She walked around like the world owed her ass something, and it pissed me off. She complained about Jelena, but she was just as entitled as she was. We had always had small fights since the night we met. Still, we always came back together in a couple hours. Since having Kingsley, it seemed like she intensified our fights. Our fights would last anywhere from 2 days to an entire week. She was sleeping in Mama V's old bedroom next to Kingsley's nursery. Despite her bullshit, Gia was a good-ass mother. She got up every night since we had Kingsley and nursed her. A lot of the time, she was doing it alone because I couldn't breastfeed our daughter. I liked seeing Gia being home and being a mother. Hell, I had brought up the subject of working on baby number 2. I wanted Kingsley to have a sibling close in her age with her, like Julina and RJ. Gia didn't let me get the words out my mouth before she turned it down. She was adamant on having just one kid, and that was it. My biggest regret was that me and Bria didn't have more kids. We both wanted more, but we just never had them. I was busy in the streets, and she was busy with her career. Bria always stressed that we needed to have another when Jelena was born. Shit was hard with having a toddler and a newborn, so the thought of adding one more scared me. As I sat here and thought about it, I regretted not having another one when I had the chance. Brie was my entire heart, and if I could rewind the time, I would. Hey, baby. V kissed me on the cheek and put her purse down. Why you look like that? Oh, God, what happened? She instantly went into panic mode. I felt bad that she always went to panic, survival mode. I'm good, Mama, I replied. Calm down. You worry me when you sit with that expression on your face. I saw Gia leaving with Kingsley. Where's she going? Probably to her mother's house. Probably. She has your newborn daughter. And you don't know her exact location, Roderick? She's fine. Gia doesn't like when I check up on her all the time. Mama V went around the counter and started washing her hands. Once a week, she came over and cooked a home-cooked meal. Gia did a lot of cooking on her own after she had Kingsley because she was bored. What did you argue about this time? All-Star Weekend? Ryder mentioned something about that to me, asked if I wanted to go with her and her boyfriend. And I didn't want to go. What'd I look like being the third wheel? She rolled her eyes and pulled out the groceries she had delivered early. We argued about her wanting to do more things together. She invited me to come to her appearance there, and I told her I didn't want to go. Rod, you do need to get out more. Do I agree with her shaking her ass after having her child? No. She's going to be your wife, and you both need to work through the tension y'all seem to have. Ever since Gia's last trimester, there had been tension between us. I thought it was because she was nervous to have our daughter. Gia went from partying and living life on her terms to getting pregnant and being responsible for Julina and RJ overnight. She complained about being sick and tired and sick. It didn't matter the order. I got the point. She was tired. I thought everything was going to change once she saw her daughter's face. Things changed, but not for good. I felt like we both were walking on eggshells around each other. I could tell that Gia wasn't happy and she wasn't trying to hide it either. Mama, I'm not trying to be in the club and shit. That's not where my head is anymore. I'd rather be home with the kids or spending time with Gia. I told you there would be issues once you slid that ring on her finger. She didn't even look happy when you proposed, Roddy. Neither me nor Gia thought that she was going to get pregnant. The both of us were just having fun when we met. It had been a while since I had truly had fun, and Gia did that for me. We traveled, partied, and fucked everywhere. Mama V held down the fort because she wanted to see me happy again. She'd give anything for me to be like myself again, so she supported me and Gia's relationship. V thought it was just for fun for me, and that me and Gia's relationship wasn't serious. Once she saw Gia sticking around and spending the holidays with us, That's when she saw I was serious. It didn't help that Gia had turned up pregnant, and I moved her in the house with us. She was pregnant and miserable. Too miserable to appreciate a man making a commitment to her? Gia didn't want none of this, babe. Why you always going there, though? Because it's true. She needs time to adjust to the baby in life. V laughed and started cutting up vegetables. She can have all the time to adjust. But you want this life, not her. I knew what my aunt was saying had some truth to it. Gia didn't seem happy when I proposed to her. At least not excited like some girls are when they are proposed to. My hands were sweating and shaking as I wiped them on my pants under the table. Gia didn't want to come out tonight because she thought she was too big. I understood she wasn't used to her body being like this from the pregnancy. I spent her entire pregnancy trying to convince her that she was still beautiful. Gia had been the pretty girl her entire life. One walked through her mother's house and it was a shrine of a daughter. Gia had always been into herself before social media even existed, and it didn't help that her parents were too. She was a golden girl, the princess and beauty queen. So when she looked in the mirror and saw her swollen nose and face, she nearly cried. I had to remove the mirror in our bedroom because she hated seeing how much her body changed. Can we just wrap this up and leave? She looked around at the restaurant. Everybody is staring at me. Nobody was paying her attention. Everyone was in their own world or enjoying their dinner with their dates. Gia was so convinced that someone was going to snap a picture and sell it to the blogs. Once she started showing, that's when she locked herself in the house. We didn't go out, and if she needed something, she would send me to get it. As much as I loved Gia, she was too conceited at times. While she was trying to convince me that her picture would end up on the blogs, I was flipping the fuck out about proposing to her. With Bree, I waited before I married her, and I didn't want to make the same mistake. Seeing Gia carry my daughter made me want to make us a family. The kids needed another adult around, and maybe a mother figure. Julina and RJ weren't the biggest fans of Gia. I tried getting them to understand that I was happy. It didn't matter if I married Gia, I would always love their mother, and that would never change. Nobody is paying attention to you, babe. She rolled her eyes and drank her sparkling water. You love to act like I don't have clout. People have been suspecting that I'm pregnant, and I don't want the blog to announce my news. I wanted to ignore the proposal and leave after she got too deep into her social media shit. The problem wasn't social media. It was the fact that Gia's life revolved around it. We could be laying up, and her best friend would call her about some shit, and Gia would jump up and act like it's the end of the world. Ma, you know I love you. I do. I love you too. She heaved a sigh and stared at me. Gia wanted to be anywhere but here. I want to spend my life with you and the kids. You sacrificed your body to grow our baby, and I can't thank you enough. Gia's face didn't light up the way I expected it to. If anything, she appeared to be nervous. Babe, why you look like that? Because I love you, and didn't think I would fall in love again after I lost my wife. You came into my life and swept a nigga off his feet. I love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you. Gia, love? I got up off my seat and pulled the box out of my pocket. Will you marry me, Gia? Gia's face was bright red, and she was covering her face. I could tell she didn't like the attention. There were women gasping and waiting in anticipation on what Gia would say. Yes, I'll marry you. Get up, please. She rushed me toward my feet and kissed me. Everyone cheered for us, but deep down, I knew that wasn't how a proposal was supposed to feel like. I was supposed to be on top of the world, and I didn't feel anywhere like that. If anything, I felt like this was the start of our issues. I was thinking about doing something special for her birthday. When is the wedding? Has she hired a wedding planner? Or started planning things? Nah, she hasn't mentioned anything about it. I shrugged. Gia announced our engagement and her pregnancy on the same day. She had taken maternity pictures when she was 6 months and held on to them to post them. I figured she would need time before thinking about our wedding. There wasn't any reason to rush her into marriage. We were barely coasting with having a new baby and getting adjusted to living together. Before, we made it work with spending the night over each other's houses. Gia would stay over here, and I would stay at her place. Spending time together was different than living together. Shit didn't make it better that she constantly complained that it didn't feel like home to her. Any woman would have a dozen bridal magazines and a planner on speed dial. Gia hasn't mentioned anything about planning your wedding. Why is that so important for you? All I'm going to say is that you need to listen to your children. It seems like you're trying to make something work that's not meant to be. She tossed the vegetables in the pan. Bree was important to all of us, and we miss her, Rod. You can't try and rush into something and make her into Bree. It's not fair to Gia to keep trying to fill her shoes. I got calls to make. I left her in the kitchen to cook. Knowing Gia, she would find a reason to stay over her mother or Keisha's house. Whenever we got into an argument, she always ran to her mother or Keisha's house because they never told her that she was wrong. Her ass was probably on the couch crying about how I didn't want to party. There's always a party with her ass. I did all that shit when I was younger. After the shit me and the kids went through, I wasn't trying to be seen like that. My only goal was to make it home every night. I was the only parent my kids had, so I wasn't about to be in the club with niggas who more than likely wouldn't hesitate to shoot me because I had the baddest chick in the club. Gia loved the attention because that was all she had ever received growing up. Hosting club appearances was her thing, and was all she knew since she started at 21. You would think that she would be tired of this shit and want to settle down. I didn't want anything from Gia, except love. I wanted to take care of her and let her have her money. Having my babies and being my wife was the only thing I wanted. It seemed like she did everything to avoid that. I went over my investment portfolios while Mama V cooked dinner and spent time with the kids. She was always pushing shit that I wasn't ready to accept. I noticed that Gia never spoke of our engagement or wedding plans. I just figured it was because she was getting adjusted to being a mother. The fuck did I look like forcing her to plan our wedding? Gia had cold feet about our whole relationship, and it wasn't a secret. I figured if I continued to support her and show her that we were her family, it would ease her fear. Mama V dipped out because she claimed she had a hot date. I knew better. She was too hung up on that married man. She didn't think I knew about Curtis, but I did. She had been chasing that married man around for a couple years and thought she was low with the shit. Ryder had let it slip when I ran into her a few years back. V had said she was going on vacation to clear her head. In reality, she was going to be with him. I tried not to meddle in V's business like she did in mine. She was a grown woman, and in my eyes, like my mother. What did I look like telling her what to do with her personal life? As much as I didn't agree with her choice of relationship, it wasn't my place. Where's Gia? RJ came into the kitchen for his late-night snack. This nigga always had to have something sweet after he ate. He reminded me so much of his mother in that way. At her mother's house, I lied. Gia hadn't sent me a text since she left the house with my child. This was the petty shit that she did when we argued. Despite being pissed, she should have told me where my child would be sleeping tonight. She staying the night? RJ continued to interrogate me. Why you so worried, knucklehead? I tried to make light of the conversation. Just asking. He popped one of the miniature cookies into his mouth. Pops, we need to talk about my car. What car? You tripping. Tripping? I get good grades and help around the house. I'm 16, Dad. I shall already have a car if you ask me. RJ had been on my ass for a car the moment he turned 15. He took his permit test and aced it on the first try. I paid for private driving lessons, and the instructor told me that he was ready. I knew he was ready when he walked out the DMV smiling after taking his permit test. It was me who wasn't ready for him to drive. That was my baby boy. I still got flashbacks of when he would drive his motorized toy Jeep. For a while, I've known that my son was ready to move up. All his friends had gotten cars for their birthdays. That was the problem with him attending private school. All his friends were rich too. You do. So why you holding me up? I came behind him and wrapped my arms around him. Because you're my baby, I teased. Dad, come on. He tried to wiggle his way out of my grasps, then gave up. Fine, only because I haven't had a hug in a while. He embraced me, and I kissed him on the forehead. I love you, boy. You know that, right? Yeah, I love you too, Dad. We'll go and look at cars soon. Right now, your sister will be turning 15 soon, and you know she's dramatic. Too dramatic. RJ ate another cookie. After I passed my driving test, can I take one of your cars to school? Pushing it, kid. It was worth a try. He smirked, looking just like me when I was younger. I never had a father to love on me and tell me how much he loved me. When it came to RJ, I wanted him to know that there was nothing wrong with showing and receiving love. I hugged and kissed my son because I loved him, and I felt like it was taboo in the black community. Men were so busy trying to teach their kids what a real man was that they missed the point. Being a real man was taking care of your business and showing love to the people that you loved. RJ was my twin in every sense of the word. He acted just like me and looked like me. V always said that she hated disciplining him because he gave her the same exact look I used to give her whenever I was in trouble. I heard Mama V walked in on you handling your business. I chuckled and took a seat at the counter. RJ sucked his teeth. Can you tell her to stop just rushing into the room without knocking? Why don't you tell her? Mama V makes everything a big deal. She'll get all butthurt because I want privacy. Seeing you kids grow up and come into your own isn't easy for either of us, I explained to him. It seemed like me and Bree were just arguing over who was going to change their shitty diapers. Now they had their own friends and lives. Soon they would be going away to college and starting their own lives that wouldn't revolve around me. The shit made me sad because I wished Bree was still here, and I hated to see my babies grow up so fast. Thankfully, I still had time with Kingsley, or else I would really be sad as shit. I get it, but you old folks need to get over it, RJ replied smartly. Oh, you got jokes. How about you take the trash out and pull the bins to the street? When the housekeepers start so they can do that, he groaned as he sat his phone on the counter. You already know how I feel about that shit, I reminded him. RJ was spoiled, so he didn't have many chores. This was one chore that I required him to do. If he didn't do it, then I would. I felt like the trash was the man's job, being that we were the only two males living in this house with 3 other females, one who couldn't feed herself. It was up to us to handle that. I get it. Be back. He sauntered out the kitchen to change the trash. While RJ was taking out the trash and Julina was busy with TikTok with her friends, I went out back and called Gia. As much as she pissed me off during our argument, I didn't want her spending the night out tonight. She and our daughter belonged under this roof. Yeah, she answered, sounding dry as hell. When you coming home? I'm not. Why? Why do you want to know? It's not like you care. Me and KK left hours ago and you're just now calling me. I ran my hand over my face and paced the back patio. Ain't you the same person who always wants space? Every time I try and give you space, you complain about it. Tell me what you want, Gia. I don't know, she sniffled. Babe, don't do that crying shit. You know I don't like it when you're crying. Then stop doing this to me, Roderick. I'm tired of feeling like I'm your child. You make me feel like the worst shit because I want to go out and enjoy my life. Gia knew I never wanted to make her cry. If you want to go to All-Star Weekend, then we can go. Really? The sobbing seemed to stop automatically. Are you being serious? If you really want to go, then we can go. I was tired of going back and forth with this shit. If she wanted to go to All-Star Weekend, then I was going to suck it up and attend with her. Levi had mentioned it a couple months ago, and I made an excuse on why I couldn't go. That makes me so happy. When you bringing you and my baby home? I cut the small talk short. Keisha wants me to spend the night. She has a whole bunch of stuff she wants to go over for All-Star Weekend. We're going to spend the night and come home in the morning. All right. I love you, Gia. Love you too, baby, she replied, and I ended the call. What bothered me the most was how she still had plans on going after our argument. If she didn't want me to go somewhere, I would have gone. I guess that's what happened when you were more in love with someone than they were with you. Tough shit.
8. Eves.
Moving? Are you really considering this?
Allie blurted while shoving broccoli into her mouth.
Atlanta isn't that far, but sheesh, I'm going to miss you.
She sat her chopsticks down and started to sulk. It had been 2 weeks since Gia told me that I got the job. Secretly, I had been praying that they decided to go with someone else. Her fiancé seemed too cool, but he seemed like he wanted someone with more experience. When I called myself checking his daughter, he looked like he wanted to curse me out for even acknowledging her. It was apparent that he and Gia had some serious tension when it came to the kids. Gia wasn't lying about how his children dealt with her. His daughter was rude, dismissive, and problematic. You could just tell that she put Gia through it with her mouth. I'm going to miss you too. I pushed around my rice on my plate. We were at our favorite Asian hole-in-the-wall spot that we frequented when my money was low. Court thinks that I should take the job.
What do you think?
I think I need some money now that Court is going to be on tour with her client for the next 6 months. She can't bring me on tour with her, so I need some money.
Have you applied for anything here? Moving to Georgia is a big move for you.
Allie sighed.
I'm just worried that you won't take your sobriety seriously.
My sobriety means a lot to me, Allie. Moving to another state doesn't change a thing.
Being with kids all the time worries me. You may start feeling sad about Talia.
She had a valid point to be worried. Allie, I know what I lost, and I know what to do so I can move forward from that. Court told me I need to take my life back. It's time for me to stop depending on my mother and get on with my life.
Is this about your mother moving? We can find you programs that will help with rent assistance,
she suggested.
You don't have to move your entire life to another state.
I smiled and grabbed a hold of her hand. Remember when I celebrated a year of being clean?
Yes.
Do you remember when you told me that you know eventually that I'm going to want to spread my wings?
Yeah, but
And how you knew when the day would come when I would want to leave this city behind because of the bad memories? I continued. Allie had tears coming down her eyes.
Yes, I'm just going to miss having you around. Also, I know your situation at home is toxic, and you need to move on.
I plan to do this while Court is on tour with her client, save my money, and come back to rent an apartment. Allie cut her eyes at me.
Who are you trying to fool? You're going to get there and see the price of living and stay.
She touched my hand.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's time for you to make new memories. New York has so many sour memories for you.
She was right. It didn't matter what street or borough that I visited. There was always a memory that I had with Khalif or Talia. It sucked because I could have a good day and see a bodega that we visited together, and I would feel like the air had been sucked out of my chest. The first chance that Khalif got, he moved away, far away, and didn't look back. As much as my mother had gotten on my case about not visiting Talia's grave, she could say the same about Khalif, too. He hadn't come into the city to visit her grave since she had been buried. According to his mother, he never visited. She always flew to be with him. There were too many painful memories for him here, too. Promise me that you'll come and visit me while I'm there?
Promise. As soon as you're settled, I'm booking my flight to visit you.
She wiped her tears.
This is good, Eves. I want you to make a living and live at the same time. The past 4 years, you haven't been living. Just existing.
Allie knew more than anyone that I put one foot in front of the other every day. I didn't live for the future, just the present. I don't know what I have in store for me. I'm just tired of being broke and feeling homeless.
That's why I want you to go and make the best out of this. Travel when you can and put yourself first. I think you should consider therapy, too. Find an AA meeting, too.
Do you think that I need to go to one every week? I groaned. The only reason I attended the meetings now was because of Allie, and the fact that I didn't want my mother to have another thing to say about me.
I think you should go when you feel you need one. If you don't want to attend weekly like you do here, then don't. However, be sure to find one and attend just once. Make friends and find someone that's going to hold you accountable there.
No one could ever replace you.
And they won't ever replace me. We're family.
Allie got up and came around the table. We shared a long and deep hug. Neither one of us wanted to move from the embrace. Me and Allie spent another hour catching up on her trip to California. She told me that she loved being a real mom to Mia again, and I assured her that she never stopped being a real mother. Instead of having her drop me off at home, I took the train back to my apartment. My mother hadn't said more than 10 words to me since I came back from Atlanta. With the amount of tips I earned, plus the money Court paid me, I had enough to pay the back rent and then some. That happened to be my plan when I got touched back down in New York. She had no idea, and I didn't mention it to her. As I was heading to the check cashing place to get a money order, Gia had sent me a text message. If that wasn't God telling me that I needed to remove myself from this toxic environment that I found myself in, I didn't know what else was. When the hell you gonna start packing your shit? My mother greeted me the moment I sat my keys on the kitchen counter. Mind you, there wasn't a thing packed in this apartment. Tonight. Don't be a smartass, Eves. You know you have to be out of here, and you haven't packed a damn thing. Neither have you. I have a small room to pack. You have this entire apartment. You worried about the wrong thing, Ma. She must have been shocked that I responded the way I did. How dare you get on my back about packing when you hadn't packed a thing? Eves, you must be smelling yourself or something. You really gonna be smelling when your ass is sleeping outside the fucking corner store. She hollered and slammed her bedroom door. How much you know? I'm gonna be in a mansion, ho. I mumbled and closed my room. There wasn't that much I needed to take. All the furniture was here when I moved in, mostly pieces from my childhood. I just had to pack my clothes and small trinkets that I kept from Talia. Khalif didn't give me a damn thing after we were divorced, except divorce papers at our daughter's funeral. An alert reminding me to call Gia popped up on my phone. She had called me earlier, during my meeting, and I put a reminder to call her back. Hey, Gia. Sorry, I was busy earlier on and I couldn't answer. What's up?
You're good. I know how it gets when you're handling stuff. I was just calling to let you know I booked your flight. Are you excited?
Why would I be excited about working? Very. I rolled my eyes. This was exciting to her because she never had to work a real job in her life.
Good. I'm going to email you the ticket information so you can save it to your phone's wallet.
Anything else that I should know?
Do you have your license?
Yes.
Good. You'll be driving the kids to school, doing food shopping, and just getting Kingsley fresh air. I'll have you do errands for me, too. We'll talk about your pay when you get here.
Sounds good. See you in a few days.
Yay! I am so happy because me and my man could really use the help. I don't know if you noticed, but things have been tense with us.
No, I didn't notice, but I'm glad to help you guys out with everything.
My best friend is on the other line. Oh, see you in a couple days,
she said and ended the call. I noticed the tension, yet it wasn't my place to say anything. Then she'd be looking at me sideways because I observed she and her man were having problems. Gia didn't seem like the settle-down type. Seeing her be a stepmother, have a child of her own, and be engaged was different. Then again, people presented one version of themselves on social media and then another off. There was no better time than now to start packing. I never signed up to become Gia's housekeeper and didn't want the job. Hell, I left the interview praying she didn't give me a call back. Once I got back to my hotel, Court's words echoed through my head. It was time for me to stop being so helpless and just accept whatever comes with life. Nobody in my family respected me, and I knew it wouldn't change unless I got up off my ass and stopped feeling sorry for myself. 4 years had passed, and I found myself in the same situation year after year. Nothing changed. I often questioned myself. Was there more for me? Did I deserve to have more in my life? I struggled between living my current life without any goals because I felt like I didn't deserve to have a great future. My daughter was in the fucking ground and didn't have that same chance. She was in the ground because of me. So why would I get to move on with my life? I felt guilty for wanting a relationship. A man that loves me and isn't afraid to show me his true feelings? After me and Khalif got divorced, I didn't think of a relationship. I mean, how could I think of one? My husband divorced me after the loss of our daughter. He never consoled me or pretended like he cared. If anything, Khalif couldn't wait to serve the divorce papers and move on. The only person I would miss here was Allie. I was going to miss our after-meeting dinners or our long walks through Prospect Park when the weather was good. She was the only good thing that came out of the accident. Allie never judged me or made me feel like shit. It was a slight change from how my family treated me. Edwina made sure to never invite me over for the holidays, and Thanksgiving had been held at her house for the past 4 years. My mother never stuck up for me either, not like I expected her to. My mother had always been about herself and didn't give a damn about anybody else. Talia's death was a chance for her to play the grieving grandmother and have all the attention on her. I held Talia's baby blanket in my hands. Taking a quick sniff, I smiled at the day I brought my baby girl home. It rained the entire day, and I didn't get the perfect picture. Khalif was so pissed because the rain ruined his new sneakers. As much as I wanted to be angry with him, I couldn't be. How could I be angry when I was holding my baby girl in my arms? She made everything better that day. Even the pain I was in didn't matter while I was holding her in my arms. When I moved back home, I hated having to move into this room. Now, as I was preparing to move out, I was sad. Was I sad about moving far away from my mother? It was a weird-ass feeling. As excited as I was to be moving on, I was scared too. What if this didn't work out? What was going to be my backup plan? I took a deep breath and got right to packing. It was either float or sink at this point. I didn't have a backup plan, and because of that, I had to give this job my all, no matter what. The dry Bojangles biscuit nearly killed me on the plane. I had a layover in North Carolina and thought it would be a good idea to get acquainted with the southern fast food places. Bad idea. I was choking so bad that the flight attendant had to pat my back and force those miniature bottles of water down my throat. After 3, I finally settled down, and so did the passengers around me. Not that I wasn't grateful, but I wish that Gia had booked me on coach. The folks in first class were snooty and had no patience. Here I was choking, and the lady across from me was asking the other flight attendant if she could move me toward the back. Here I was choking, and this bitch was worried about me moving while choking. The first thing I did when I exited the airport was toss that other half of the biscuit into the trash. Gia had sent me a text telling me that the car service would be picking me up and bringing me to the house. I blew a sigh of relief that I wouldn't have to sit in the car with Gia while she navigated Atlanta's horrible traffic. Like promised, the driver held a sign with my name as I rolled my 2 suitcases over to him. Once he noticed me, he came right over and grabbed my bags. I'd be lying if I said I didn't check him out. Medium build, light skin with tattoos and a curly low cut. His teeth were crooked, but in a cute way. I'll take those for you, ma'am. Southern men and the way they said ma'am just turned you on. Lose the ma'am and I'll let you take my bags. I kind of flirted back. It had been so long since I flirted that I didn't even know how it was supposed to feel anymore. He must have liked it because he tucked part of his lip into his mouth and winked at me. Before putting my bags into the trunk, he opened the back door for me. While he put his stuff in the back, I sent a quick message to Allie. Hey, I landed. Talk to you once I'm settled in. Whew, good. Love you and look forward to it. Find an AA meeting too, she added. Allie had been drilling this into me since we had our last dinner date. I knew that I had to find one. Still, I didn't want to. I didn't want to be that person. Plus, I hadn't told Gia that I was a recovering alcoholic. How was I supposed to live with someone who turned up with alcohol on a regular basis? Would she become suspicious when I turned down a drink? Or would she even offer me a drink since I was supposed to be there taking care of her house and children? Either way, I was nervous about not disclosing that information to her. Then again, she really didn't ask me too many questions. It seemed like she just wanted to find someone to take care of her baby in her house. Court wouldn't dare discuss my personal business with a stranger. At least I prayed she wouldn't. So, you gonna be the Mather's new nanny? Housekeeper, I corrected him. They expect you to keep up with that big-ass house? He nearly hollered while merging over in traffic to exit the airport. I'm just gonna take care of their home and kids. It's complicated. It really wasn't complicated. I just didn't feel like explaining the game plan that Roddy and Gia had told me. You must work for them often. I do. Roddy helped me get my life straight, gave me a job, and is there whenever I need somebody to talk to. That's sweet. It's real shit. That man didn't have to do half the shit he's done for me, but he has, and will never mention a word about it. I'm his personal driver whenever he doesn't drive himself. Must be nice. I muttered and looked at the Georgia welcome sign. What is there to do around here? I needed to have a life outside of work. My plan wasn't to get caught up in his family's life or their relationship. I wanted to do my job and have a life outside of them. We got some nice stuff down here. With the Black Hollywood, you ain't here? He stared at me through the rearview mirror. What made you move here? Work. Besides work. Something had to make you want to move here. Nothing made me want to move here besides work. I don't plan on staying long. I hear it. He nodded while speeding on the highway. For the middle of the day, traffic was clear. Let me take you out around town. Show you the non-pretty places, the hood food. I smiled. Sounds like you got yourself a date. Once I find out my schedule, I'll let you know. Bet. Won't you need my number? I'm at the house often. Just gives me an excuse to talk to your pretty self again. I blushed when he called me pretty. It had been so long since a man had acknowledged my existence. Maybe it's because I didn't do anything to attract them. I can't recall the last time I went shopping, got my hair done, or lashes done. Hell, the only time I stepped foot into a salon was when I was helping Court out. I hadn't had a trim, professional wash, or any services performed on my hair, and my cousin was a hairstylist. My focus wasn't on trying to maintain appearances. I wanted to look exactly how I felt. Thank you. You never did give me your name. I finally gained enough courage to ask. It wasn't like we were going to get married tomorrow. If anything, we would be friends, and he could be a familiar face in Atlanta. Houston. Is that a real name or a street name? I could tell that Roddy helped him get out of the streets. It didn't take a rocket scientist to put two and two together. He snorted. The streets. You are funny, Miss St. Michael's. Still didn't answer my question. Real name, ma'am. My mama named me that because she had me early in Houston. Cute. We continued to make small talk on the ride to the house. When he pulled into the driveway, I took a deep breath. It wasn't that I was nervous or worried. I was more so unprepared. I took this job because I was desperate, and my cousin made me feel like the lowest piece of shit. I felt forced. Then after I interviewed, I didn't think I would get the job. Now, here I stood in a driveway in one of the biggest homes I probably ever live in. What up, boss? Houston greeted Roddy, who came out with his hands in his pockets. The tints on the truck were too dark for him to see me. I quickly took all of him in, with one long glance. His sand-colored skin glistened under the sun, along with his shiny bald head. He had a tribal tattoo on the top of his head that had me with so many questions. His pudgy nose flared when he was thinking, another thing I noticed from our interview. Then, his beard. His beard was long, thick, and moisturized. I could tell he catered to it like a baby. It was healthy and beautiful. Gia never showed her man on social media, and now I knew why. Roddy was handsome, and she knew she'd have women at her neck over her man. Eves, you all right? I noticed Houston had my door open as I stared into the thin air. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for the ride. I hopped out of the car and tried to go to the trunk, and he stopped me. I'll bring it in for you. Roddy want to holler at you real quick. He pointed to where Roddy was standing, hands still in his pants. Slowly, I pulled my purse onto my shoulder and walked to the entrance of the house slowly. Hi, Mr. Mathers, I greeted. His face became sour, and he shook his head. Roddy, leave that Mr. Bullshit out there. Done. He nodded his head to follow behind him, and that's what I did. How was the flight? I nearly died on a Bojangles biscuit. Other than that, it was cool. Sorry about the layover. Why apologize? I never flew first class, and I got to fly it twice in one trip. I joked. He laughed and stopped. Gia had an event to attend with her friend. Guess I'm stuck with you. You got a sense of humor. I like that. Why did I feel all giddy on the inside about this man? Eves, he is engaged to your boss, and he's your boss too. Cut it out. I scolded myself and then stood there waiting on his direction. Seriously, it's all right. I just want to be walked through everything. I don't want to have to bother you guys. Let me show you around the house. He started walking. Roddy had to be about 6'5" with an average build. He wasn't fat nor skinny. This housekeeper and nanny shit is new to me. Gia wants someone to make our lives easier, and I'm used to my aunt helping around. But I know she wants to have her own life too. That's fair. Gia was up all night with her notes. Since she ain't here, this is what I want. I giggled. All right, what does Mr. Mathers want? His hands went into his pockets, and he leaned over on the counter in the massive kitchen. There were 2 fridges, a huge stovetop range, and everything else you'd need to start a restaurant out of your home kitchen. As you know, I have 2 teenagers and a newborn. My main priority is my kids. I travel at times and I want to always be updated on them. A healthy breakfast in the morning, getting them to school on time, and making sure homework is done. They have after-school activities too, so you'd have to get them there. Sounds easy enough. With Kingsley, it's self-explanatory. Gia pumps her milk when she's not breastfeeding her, so you'll always have milk for her. KK is brutal when it comes to nights. She'll sleep all day, and then as soon as we lay down, she'll be hollering at the top of her lungs. Do you have her on a routine? Nights were hard when I first had Talia, until I got her on a set schedule. I would rather die before I allowed someone to interrupt our schedule. Gia is a new mom. I wasn't around much when my older daughter and son were born. Damn, that sounds bad. No, it sounds like you had to provide. Yeah, my aunt and her mother handled everything. Spent my time with my kids, but I wasn't involved in their schedule to know if they even had one. I'm sure Gia will fill me in on her schedule and everything about her. Yeah, I'm sure she will. He walked around the counter. You'll be responsible for making sure the fridges and pantries are stocked. Okay. You cook? I do. Since Gia was adamant on hiring someone, I'd like you to cook for the kids every night. They eat out too much. My aunt comes over and cooks once a week. That's not a problem. As far as cleaning, do the light cleaning, laundry, and anything else that looks out of place. With how much we're paying this cleaning company, I don't expect to see much out of place. Roddy showed me every piece of furniture in the kitchen. Every time I thought he was done, he had more to show me. If I wasn't right on his tail, I probably would have been lost. He showed me the rooms on the first floor, the backyard, and gave me a tutorial on the pool and hot tub. At one point, I pulled my phone out and started taking my notes app to keep notes. We headed upstairs, where he showed me the bathrooms, Kingsley's nursery, and the room I'd be staying in. Thankfully, I had my own bathroom. He tapped on both of the kids' doors, but only his son opened the door. Julina's in her feelings over some stupid boy. He explained, then looked me up and down. Sup? Sup? I replied, mocking him. He smiled. Who this, Pops? Your new nanny. Nanny? Whose idea was this? Gia's? His voice was dripped with disgust. Gia wasn't lying when she said the kids didn't like her. She's the housekeeper, and one of her responsibilities is making sure you kids are all right. I don't need a babysitter. I'm 16. Good. I don't plan on being a babysitter to you or your sister. Kingsley, yes. You two, no. Then I guess it's cool for you to stick around. I don't like people being in my way or my business. You're 16, so I highly doubt you have any way or business yet. However, I don't like anybody in my way or disrespect. I'm cool about everything except disrespect. Got you. He held his hand out, and I shook it. Can you knock before coming into my room? You're a young man. I wouldn't dare enter without 3 taps on the door. We're good, Pops. He smiled and then went back into his room. Roddy knocked on Julina's door once more before he gave up. You'll meet her at dinner. Let me show you the car you'll be using. He went back downstairs into the massive garage. This is the car you'll use to get the kids around. Are you serious? Yeah. What's wrong? Nothing. Whew. This truck is fucking beautiful, I whispered. The 2022 Cadillac Escalade was breathtaking. It had all the bells and whistles. It didn't even look like it had been touched. Roddy smirked. I'm glad you like it. I thought surprising Gia with the mom car would make her happy. She had a nervous breakdown and refused to touch it. So, for the time being, it's yours. You can use it to get the kids around and for personal uses, too. In her defense, she only had one kid. This car is for a mini football team. We plan to have more. Why not give her the car now? She doesn't want to hear that after nearly dying giving birth to her first one. She didn't die. Childbirth is the closest thing next to death for a woman. Trust, we are not thinking about the second one as soon as we have the first. You got kids? That's a loaded question. What's so loaded about it? You either do or you don't. Daddy, I need to go over to Tamala's house now. Julina swung open the garage door and hollered with such urgency in her voice. Oh, now you can open doors and speak. Daddy! Julina, chill out with all that. Let me I don't want to meet Gia's lazy excuse for not wanting to do anything. I was shocked by the balls this little girl had. What shocked me was how nonchalant Roddy was being about the situation. Guess this is your first test. He walked over to the lockbox that held all the keys. He tossed me the keys. Take her to her friend's house. I climbed into the driver's seat and adjusted my seat. Being height challenged, this truck proved to be a chore to get into. Once I was adjusted, I looked at Roddy. What's her address? All important addresses are already stored into the GPS. Tamala. Sheesh. Can we go already? Julina spelled out her friend's name with such an attitude. This little girl was already proving to be a headache. I pulled out of the garage and the neighborhood toward her friend's house. She lived a couple miles away, and with how anxious Julina was acting, I couldn't get there quick enough. This is Eves. She's going to help around the house with you and the kids. This is just an excuse for Gia to do what she does best. And what does she do best? I jumped into the conversation because she was so hell-bent on dragging Gia. I didn't know Gia well, but I couldn't imagine it being easy being a new mother without the support of your fiancé's children. Shake her butt in the club and act like Kingsley is annoying. I could tell she wanted to say yes. However, her father was there, and she had more respect than to curse while he was sitting in her face. I didn't doubt that she was a regular potty mouth when he wasn't around. Roddy nearly turned the entire chair around. Hey, why you lying like that?
You're not around when KK is hollering, and she's crying about not even wanting her in the first place.
I hadn't been employed an hour, and the drama was unfolding right in front of me. You heard her saying that?
No, I was at cheer practice. RJ told me that's what she said. But I've heard her tell KK to shut up. She always says that she can't wait to have a nanny so she doesn't have to deal with her.
Roddy seemed hurt. What made me skeptical was how he didn't bother to get his fiance's side of things. He was allowing a 14-year-old, who clearly hated his fiancé, to tell him what she so-called heard. Everybody knew children loved to lie to get their point across. What made this situation so different? We pulled up to her friend's house, and she leaned up to kiss her father on the cheek.
Mrs. Sanchez will drop me back home in a couple hours.
All right. Have her text my phone, too.
Kay.
Julina couldn't get out of the truck fast enough, and the 4 steps up to her friend's house. I waited until she waved and entered the house to leave. How was that? Easy. Your daughter's mouth? Not so easy. Ju is tough. She's just like her mother. Oh, what else was I supposed to say? Any place you want me to take you? No, my aunt will be back with Kingsley in a little while. Plus, the catering company I hired is supposed to come in a few to start dinner. I typed home into the GPS and my stomach fluttered. It had been a long time since I'd referred to something as home. In some way, this would be my home for a little while. Huh. Who would have thought? 9. Mama V. I could smell trouble over this crab-stuffed salmon that was plated beautifully in front of me. Eve sat across from me with not a lick of makeup on her face and was just as radiant as a model on the page of Vogue. You knew you were beautiful when you didn't have to try and still shut shit down. She wore a tattered Harvard t-shirt with a pair of legs and fuzzy socks. She sure settled in quickly. I hadn't formed my opinion on her yet because she was quiet. Imagine my surprise when I came in to get the kids ready, and they were already ready at the kitchen counter eating breakfast. Even KK had been fed and was sleeping peacefully in her outfit for the day. Like this meal, Eve's made it. While Roddy and RJ were scraping their plate, me and Julina were looking around the table with questions. Julina was a lot like me in that way. She was curious and nosy. Gia wasn't anywhere in sight. Come to mention it, she hadn't been around much lately. We either missed each other, or she just wasn't there. Tonight, I came over to talk about this new arrangement and find out how I fit into this routine. Lo and behold, it was only Roddy here with the kids. I found him in his office while Eves cooked dinner and set the table without any help. The food tasty? Eves bluntly questioned me. She stared me right in the eyes. I could tell she was trying to read me. Girl, I haven't even had a chance to take a bite. I snapped back. Just making sure. I can cook, so I know it's not nasty. She shot back and got up to clear her plate. I made chocolate cake, too. I'm going to feed Kingsley and get her down for bed. She shot over her shoulder. Roddy said, while shoving the pile of rice into his mouth. Boy, stop acting like I don't come over here and feed y'all. Once a week ain't enough, Mama V. RV spoke while spitting food out of his mouth. This tastes like she works at a restaurant or something. Ju, why are you not eating?
Daddy, I don't like her,
Julina announced.
She's just so... Ugh!
What in the hell does that even mean, Julina? I questioned her. Julina was naturally judgmental and didn't hide it. Poor baby took after her aunt. But it was tolerated because I was older. Her being so damn young and judgmental would get her a lot of ass whippings from other girls.
First, she's super dry in the morning, and she listens to gospel music.
In her defense, KK never screams like she does when Gia drives her. The demon spawn must like the Lord's music. RJ bursted out in a laughing fit, being the only one finding his joke funny. Don't call my daughter a demon spawn. Roddy scolded him and turned his attention to Julina. Why you complaining about dumb shit, Ju?
Daddy, I don't want her here.
Tough shit. I'm not going to fire her because you don't like her. You have no grounds for your dislike either. She cool with me. I may need to borrow her pair of retro Jordan 11s. RJ bit into his asparagus.
Can I be excused?
No. Eat the food provided for you. Some people would
Be grateful for the food on their table. Blah, blah, blah.
Julina finished my sentence with much more sass than I would have added. Julina, you better check yourself before I slap that salmon down your throat.
Sorry, ma'am. She got that act right back into her and started playing with her food.
Where's Gia today? At Keisha's house. She has a couple of fittings and a personal shopper over there.
She couldn't wait to drive right back in.
Roddy looked from RJ to Julina. I knew he didn't want to discuss this in front of them. It was bad enough that they had formed their own opinions about her. Roddy tried hard not to taint the kid's opinion of Gia. Some things he couldn't control, and his kid's dislike for her was one of them. Did y'all do your homework? Yeah, I plan on checking it. RJ, you do need to give me 3 more paragraphs for that essay. Eves popped out of nowhere, holding Kingsley in her arms. Why did this woman look more motherly than Kingsley's own mother? Wasn't in your business. Kingsley ran out of milk in the mini-fridge in her nursery. Let me see my fat girl. Roddy pushed his demolished plate out of the way, and Eves handed him the baby. When you allowed another woman in your kitchen, you were asking for problems. Call me old school, but I wouldn't allow a woman as beautiful as Eves around my man. Roddy had been raised right, and I knew he would never mess up his home by cheating on Gia. Still, I could see that things between Gia and Roddy had been rocky for some time. With her getting back out there in parties, I was sure things would continue to get bad for them. Hey, stinky mamas. Roddy cooed into his baby's face. He loved his kids more than the world and would give them anything. You both are excused, I told RJ and Julina. Ju wasn't going to eat anything tonight. When she was pissed, she would continue to be upset until someone kissed her ass. Roddy had spoiled her by doing that. He always spoiled her ass, and then everyone else had to deal with the hurricane she started. If you want to feed her before I put her down, I can clear the dishes and clean the kitchen, Eve suggested. Let me help you, I offered. I got it. You a guest here. Let me handle the kitchen. Can I get you anything? I lowered my ass back into this seat. This was a change for once. Every time I came over here, I was running around doing something. If I wasn't cooking, I was making sure the kids were doing what needed to be done. So, this was a pleasant change for once. Child, you don't have to tell me twice. I grabbed my wine glass and polished off the rest. I'm glad. Honestly, I want to do my job, and the reason I was hired is to make your lives easier. So don't fight me on this. I think I am going to like her. I turned to Roddy while Eves cleared the dishes. Gia may have been right about having an extra person around to help. Seeing as though she's not here or hasn't been here lately, I think it was the best decision. Don't start, V. All I'm saying is, why is she always gone? It's been a solid week since I saw Gia, and I come over here often. She's trying to find herself again, whatever that means. I'm not going to stress her, because we'll start arguing. Maybe the arguments need to be had. You can't avoid having the hard conversations, Rod. The last time we had the hard conversations, she was upset and spent the night with Keisha. She's a child when it comes to having real conversations, and you enable her behavior by not having the conversations because you know she's quick to pack and run. She can't keep running when she has a child. You think I don't know that? We're working shit out at our pace. I pursed my lips and took a sip of my drink. I sure hope so. Things don't get easier when you get married. Roddy flipped Kingsley over his shoulder and started to burp her. I gotta let her get back to what she knows best. I can't stop her from living her life. You're not stopping her from living her life. There are women that continue with their lives that had a pre-baby, but make their family a priority. Gia hired help because she doesn't want to do the work to make you guys a priority. It's all about her. As much as I sympathized with Gia about motherhood and how much her body changed after birth, it was also hard to take Gia's side when she did shit like this. Why wasn't she home caring for her daughter? Instead, she was at her friend's house, probably shopping and drinking. Roddy snapped his fingers. That reminds me, Eves, I'll have Gia pump more milk when she comes home. She had to dump her other milk because it had traces of alcohol in it. What makes you think this milk won't contain the same? She promised me that she wouldn't drink, since KK's milk supply was low. Is she even breastfeeding anymore? Here and there. He shrugged it off. This was supposed to be his job. Here he was playing the milkman for his daughter. This didn't seem right to me. Anyway, before you get upset with me prying, I have a trip to Miami planned with Ryder. I'm glad. You need to get away and enjoy yourself. What's in Miami? Ryder wants to hook me up with her boyfriend's friend. He raised his eyebrow. Dating, huh? Yeah, I think it's time for me to get out there and meet new people. I mean, it's overdue. You're always here helping me out and shit. I think it's time for you to put yourself first for once. Easier said than done. You and the kids have been my whole world for a very long time. I think some part of me is always going to worry about you guys. All right, put the dishwasher on. Let me take her upstairs to get her settled. Eves came and gently took Kingsley from Roddy's arms. Once I knew she was upstairs, I turned to Roddy. What? She's really beautiful. And? Roddy, I don't like this. Like what? He continued to play stupid, like he didn't know what I was talking about. Roddy, I just don't have a good feeling about this, I continued. With the way that Eves had taken over the house and gotten things done, it was only a matter of time before Gia had a problem with it. Eves and Roddy made a good team when it came to taking care of the house. If Gia stayed home long enough, she would eventually see and become jealous of the two of them. Why aren't you home? I rolled my eyes at Curtis's text message. It had been a couple of days since the last time we spoken. Curtis was so concerned about his wife that we hadn't had any time together. How do you know that I'm not home? I'm parked where your car's supposed to be. I put my phone down and tried to pay attention to Roddy. What were we talking about? I'm going to be out of town next week for work. Gia didn't say she had anything to do, so I'm assuming she's going to be here too. Doubt she'll stick around if you're out of town. I hope that she'll want to come with me. It's been a minute since we've been able to spend time together. Take her with you. I'll be in Miami, but Eve seems like she has it all figured out. Nervous about it, V. About asking your fiancé to come with you? No, about leaving her on her own. Ju has issues with her, and RJ is so nonchalant about everything. She's going to do fine. You hired her, so you must know she's good. Gia hired her behind my back being petty. Well, there's that. I got up and put my wine glass into the sink. Let me get home. I have a friend coming over, and I'm here chit-chatting. Talk to you later. I reached down and kissed Roddy on the forehead. Love you. Love you too, babe. As much as I wanted to stay, I was curious about what Curtis wanted. He never came over to my house at this time. His ass was always at home, making up an excuse on why he couldn't leave his house after dark. The excuse was always his wife. I had grown used to sleeping alone at night. Curtis made all these promises, and he never came through with one of them. All he did was tell me things were going to change, and they never did change. Ryder had been trying to hook me up with every man in Atlanta, Georgia, and I always turned it down. Maybe it was time for me to start dating. I deserved to be filled the same way that I poured into others. I loved Curtis with all of my heart, and I agreed to continue loving him, despite him being married. Part of me felt like this was payback for loving another woman's husband. Maybe I wasn't supposed to be happy. My pity party came to an end when I saw my mother's house number pop across my screen. My mother never called me this late. By this time, she was already in bed. Hey, Mama. Calm down, nothing's the matter, she quickly assured me. I guess she could hear the tremble in my voice. What's going on? Why are you even awake? My mother was 77 and sharp as a whip. Every morning she did her water aerobics with her girlfriends, and every spring you could count on her boarding a cruise ship with those same friends. It wasn't until after Verd died, my sister, that she decided to pick up and move to Hollywood, Florida. The pain was too fresh and new for the both of us. Having to look into Roderick's face every day, knowing his mother was dead, was painful. Still, I had to be the one to do it. It was my responsibility to be there for my nephew. Besides his grandmother, I was the only family that he had. My lease is up on my condo here. I've been looking at a few places with Roddy's real estate agent. Oh, yeah. Did he tell you that you needed to buy? He mentioned it here or there. You know, I worry about that boy. Mama, he's a man. He hasn't been a boy for a long time. Even when Roddy was a boy, he wasn't a boy. He tried to take care of everything and everyone. At times, I had to remind him that I was the guardian. It was my job to take care of him, not the other way around. He'll always be my baby boy. He's my only grandchild that I have. I wish he would come and visit me more. I do miss my grandchildren, too. Well, maybe you shouldn't book any cruises or trips with your little golden girlfriends, I joked with her. Lucy just got her hip replaced, so we won't be going on a cruise anytime soon. I was thinking about coming to stay with you for a while. I get lonely being here all alone. Me and my mother hadn't lived together for a long time. We were like water and vinegar if we were in the same place for too long. My mother liked things her way, and I did too. So that's what made things worse. Mom, we haven't lived together in a long time.
Vicky, nonsense. You don't like when I have an opinion on your life and the decisions that you've made. I'm your mother, and I always have a say about your life. I just wish I could do the same with my sweet Verd.
Mama knew the moment she mentioned my sister, I would change my mind. I promised Verd that I would always look out for our mother and take time for her. I caught up with her on the phone once a week and visited whenever I could. Mama, if you want to come and stay, then you can come. Do you want me to book your flight?
Yes, baby.
Her tone changed because she had gotten her way.
All right, my medicine is kicking in, so I need to go and lay down.
I love you. Talk to you tomorrow. I planned to call tomorrow so I could see if she was truly serious about coming to stay with me. I enjoyed having my freedom without having to explain things to my mother. She was very judgmental and held grudges about decisions that I had made in the past. I also knew that she probably missed us and just wanted to be surrounded by family. When I pulled into my neighborhood and then my driveway, I was surprised that Curtis was still sitting in my driveway. I thought he would have gone by now. Our time together had always been timed, unless we were on vacation. Even then, I had to be quiet when he checked in with his wife. I watched as he exited his car and stood in front of it. "Hi, beautiful." Chris greeted me and kissed me on the lips. I could still taste whatever fruity lip gloss his wife had worn. "Hey, why are you here? I was having dinner at my nephew's house." "I'm sorry. I just needed to see you," he stressed. I unlocked my front door and took my shoes off at the front. "What do you want, Curtis? I'm tired of this give and pull bullshit that we have going on." I put my purse onto the counter and continued into my room. Like the sad puppy he was, he followed behind me. I guess he realized that I wasn't going to kiss his ass like he thought I would. After dealing with this shit with Curtis for as long as I had, you eventually became tired of the broken promises. Just because I loved this man and saw a future with him didn't mean that he could keep putting me through this pain. "I love you, Vicky, more than I've loved any other woman. I want this to work between us, and I hate that we're arguing." He snuck kisses on my neck, which he knew was my spot. My body couldn't deny the kisses that he was putting on me. Curtis was the love of my life and someone that I saw myself walking down the aisle to. Even if I wanted, my body could never reject him. "Then why do you keep putting me through this? Just leave her if you're so unhappy." "Tonight, let me make you feel good. We don't have to talk about nothing. Let's just make up for the time we lost." He lifted my shirt over my head and clawed at my bra. My breasts were released from my bra's grip. In a quick moment, he pulled me into his arms and kissed me deeply. "Curtis," I moaned. My body needed to feel him inside of me. I missed sex with my love, and I assumed he did too. We both shimmied out of our clothes, and I hopped on Curtis. His dick was hard and erect, ready for me to devour him. I lowered down to my knees and took all of him into my mouth while staring up at him. This was our thing. He held the back of my head while I sucked on his dick, and I'd look up for his approval. Curtis's eyes were closed while I played with his balls and sucked on his dick like my favorite water ice. When I felt him tense up, he pulled me away and bent me over the bed. "You make me feel so good, baby," he moaned. My hands dug into the sheets, waiting to feel his dick slam into me. Sex had never been a problem between me and Curtis. If anything, that was the one area of our relationship that we never had any issues with. When we first met, we would always spend days in a hotel room exploring each other's bodies. He made me feel so beautiful. I loved hearing him whimper and moan because I was putting it on him. It was clear that his wife wasn't that good in the bedroom, and it was up to me to satisfy my man. Curtis stuck his nails into my hips while he pounded himself into me. I tossed my ass back and squeezed my muscles together. I worked out 3 times a week, and my body was stacked. Whenever I told people my age, they always assumed I was lying. I could pass for the mid-30s if I wanted. "Fuck me, Daddy. Fuck me harder," I screamed as he shoved me onto the bed. I turned over on my back, opened my legs, and allowed Curtis to enter me. We fucked for what seemed like hours. We tasted each other, fucked, napped, and then got back at it. When we were finally good and satisfied, we cuddled against one another, sweaty and sore. "Shit, Vicky, you always bring the animal out of me." He kissed me on the forehead as I tossed my leg around him. "I've missed this." "Missed what, babe?" "Us. You can't lie and say that things haven't changed between the two of us. We haven't had sex like this in so long. Although Curtis's wife was younger than me, their sex life wasn't like ours. He always complained that she didn't sex him the way I did. I know. Things are going to change in the next few months, but we gotta remember the goal. I leaned my head up and stared at him. What do you mean things are going to change in the next few months? Curtis sighed. Monet just found out that she's pregnant. Are you fucking kidding me? I hollered while holding my naked chest. You're never gonna leave her, are you? I can't leave her while she's pregnant. It's always some reason why you can't leave her. Since we've met and I found out, you've always had a reason why. The truth is, you don't ever plan on leaving her, do you? Baby, why are we... I got out of bed and gathered the clothes he had stripped out of. Get out! You gotta get the fuck on. I continued to throw anything that was his. Vicky, are you serious? As hell. You need to get the hell out of my house. Curtis, you're fucking sick. You knew this and still had sex with me. Is it a crime to have sex with my woman? I'm not your woman anymore. You know that we wouldn't have had sex tonight if you told me she was pregnant. Congrats and get the fuck out. Curtis quickly got dressed and walked slowly to the front door. I stood at the door naked as the day I was born, ready to kick his ass out. Babe, I didn't mean for this to... He didn't get the chance to finish because his sentence was cut off when I slammed the door in his face.
10. Gia. Eves, where is all of her milk? I screamed from Kingsley's nursery. Eves had gone to take Julina and RJ to school this morning, since KK was still asleep. I told her that she could leave her behind this morning. I don't know what kind of witchcraft that Eves did, but KK wasn't up all night, and she slept to nearly 10 in the morning. Having her here to handle nights was like winning the lottery. Me and Roddy were able to rest peacefully without stumbling down the hall to her nursery every night. Eves leaned in the doorway.
There's none. Roddy told me that he would get you to pump more. You're going to have to nurse her this morning.
I was done with nursing Kingsley. It hurt, and whenever I wasn't with her, my breast leaked horribly. How was I supposed to be in the club turning up with my breast leaking? Pumping would require too much, too. That would mean I would have to bring my breast pump when I traveled, store the milk, and do the most when it came to trying to get it through security in the airport. That's not what I wanted to do. When I traveled for work, I didn't want to think about my child. Call me a bad mom if you want. I was tired of this child pulling on my breasts. It was time for me to get them done because they had a slight sag to them that I didn't like. I'm not nursing her anymore. I can't have her pulling on my breast any longer. I turned down her idea.
Do you want her to be on formula? If so, you need to talk to your fiancé about it. I don't want him confused when he sees me making formula for her.
Go pick some up, and I'll worry about that later. Since she doesn't have anything right now, I'll nurse her. This is the last time that I'm going to nurse her, so stock up. Eves nodded and headed out of the room. I cradled Kingsley in my arms and did the football hold while feeding her. Breastfeeding hurt like hell. Women on those commercials made it seem like it was this beautiful moment between mother and baby. Screw that. I didn't want anybody pulling on my breast the way Kingsley did. She used to just nurse quietly and fall asleep. As of last month, she started to play with my other breast while she nursed. It was like I was some fidget spinner for her while she had her meal.
You look good this morning.
Roddy entered the nursery. He must have passed Eves on the way out. It was Tuesday, so he had therapy early this morning. Roddy never discussed the main reasons why he attended therapy so religiously. Even when he traveled, he would have Zoom sessions with her. Therapy was important to him, and he never missed a session, even if his life depended on it. Thanks, bae, I smiled. Whenever he said a small random compliment like this, it did wonders for my self-confidence. I loved my man when he noticed the small changes I'd done with my appearance. So, KK is going to be put on formula. From the facial expression, I could tell he wasn't pleased with my decision.
The lactation nurse said that you have a really good supply and can probably breastfeed KK up until a year.
My breasts aren't my own when I'm nursing her. I whined and put KK over my shoulder to burp her. I just want to feel like my breasts are mine again.
They're not yours anymore. Not until she's a little bit older. Breast milk is what's good for her, babe.
He tried to convince me, and I wasn't so convinced. Like hell they are. She turned 4 months the other day, and I breastfed her for 4 months. I already told you that I'm not going to be one of those moms who breastfeed when their kid is like 6.
Nobody is asking you to be that type of mother. Our daughter should be the main priority. You're worried about how they look or feel when they're the reason our daughter is well-fed and healthy. Gia, at a certain point, you gotta stop thinking about what you want and what our daughter needs.
Wow. So I'm selfish because I want my breasts to stop feeling like sandbags. Great conversation, Roddy. Just great. I gently placed KK back into her crib and pushed past him. How dare he make me feel like a terrible mother just because I wanted to stop breastfeeding? The nerve of him to have so many opinions on my body. Roddy didn't have to feel a baby sucking the life out of you every 2 hours for 4 months. Even pumping wasn't pleasant. I would rather get a mammogram every day for 2 years before pumping again. Then, if I was away from Kingsley for too long, my breast would become heavy and start leaking. I nearly died the first time I had a blocked duck. I sat in the shower sobbing like a damn baby. And he had the nerve to crack his mouth and say that I needed to put my child first.
Why do you have to take everything so personal? We can discuss what's best for our child without you always taking shit to the heart, Gia.
How do you expect me to take you calling me a bad mother? Am I supposed to be pleased with you about it?
I've never called you a bad mother. I told you that you needed to think about Kingsley before yourself. Lately, these decisions you've been making are what you want, not what's in the best interest of our child.
I dropped my hands to my side, slapping my thighs. Why don't you just say it, Roderick? You think I'm selfish for having Eves take care of Kingsley. Well, she's been caring for your kids, too.
They're just my kids now, huh?
You know that's not how I meant it. You're constantly down my throat about what I do with Kingsley, like you don't have her caring for Julina and RJ, too.
You made the problem about Eves. I told V that hiring her was a good idea and helped us around the house. I see you becoming too dependent on her, Gia. She's here to help, but damn, you have to be a mother, too.
I'm always going to be a mother. You made sure that I was going to carry and have your baby.
The fuck is that supposed to mean? You saying I forced you to keep Kingsley?
Damn near had a gun to my head, I replied. And then he rushed over and shoved his tongue down my throat. My pussy throbbed. I loved when he fucked me in the middle of an argument. And I knew that was what was going to be going down.
I forced you to keep our baby, huh?
He mumbled, pulled my leggings down, and bent me over the table in the foyer of our master suite. I felt him messing with his sweats and felt his dick slide inside of me. I held the sides of the round stone table and gasped with all my breath. It had been a while since he had put me in my place. Roddy's dick had this curve that caused me to shudder in compulsions. His dick was just too good to turn down, even with me being pissed at him.
You acting out and doing all this shit because I ain't give you no dick lately, right?
He pulled my hair and forced my head back.
Ain't that right, Gia?
Yes, I'm sorry, Daddy. I cooed and continued to grip the table. Here we were in the foyer of our master suite, fucking like we didn't have a housekeeper who could walk in at any moment. I think the thrill of getting caught was what turned me on the most.
Tired of you telling me what you gonna do. Daddy runs this shit, not you, all right?
He groaned in my ear and then stuck his tongue into my ear, making me nearly fall to my knees. Roddy held my head back while he sucked on my bottom lip and slid his dick in and out of me. I moaned into his mouth while clawing at the fresh roses that the new housekeeping company put out on the table. I just needed something to hold while feeling all this pleasure inside of me. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry for being a brat. I hollered and kissed his lips. Our kisses were wet and sloppy, and I loved it that way.
Open your mouth.
I opened wide, and he spit right in my mouth. That sent chills down my spine whenever he did that to me. Sex always solved our issues for that moment. 3 days later, we would be arguing about the next thing. It seemed like when we had sex was the only time things were good between the both of us. Do it again, baby, I begged. When I first introduced Roddy into spitting, he was weirded out. I knew what I liked, and Prince had introduced me to it. When me and Prince used to fuck, he'd do the freakiest shit to me, and it only turned me on and made me want to do the same back to him. Baby, right there, babe. Oh my God. I moaned while Prince continued to eat my pussy. He spread my legs as far as it could go and used his tongue to lap up my juices. I was so turned on that my legs started to shake. Prince flicked his tongue over my booty hole, then kissed it. The sound and feeling of his lips on my asshole nearly caused me to scoot back on the bed. Prince held me in place and continued to please me orally. He always had been generous when it came to giving me head. We were both generous when it came to stuff like that.
I love you so much, J-Love.
He called me by the nickname he had given me. He was the only person allowed to call me that. When he finally came up, "Baby, I love you so much. I love you so much, Princey," I cooed while holding his head into place. When he finally came up, he hawked up spit and then went in to kiss me. I was confused and a little turned on at the same time.
"Open your mouth and taste our juices together,"
he told me. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and allowed him to spit in my mouth. I didn't expect to moan as I swallowed it down. I wasn't that freaky when it came to sex, but Prince, he brought the freak out of me. Yum, baby. He stood up in the bed and then lowered his dick into my mouth. I held my mouth open like a baby bird, ready to be fed by the mama bird. Prince shoved his dick down my throat until I choked out tears. I came just from giving him head. Sex was always so good between us, and I'd do whatever he wanted.
"Damn, baby, shit, fuck."
I was brought back to reality when I heard Roddy's voice. Just the thought of how crazy me and Prince used to fuck had me 10 times wetter than before. I forgot that Roddy was fucking me until I heard his voice.
"You just feel so good."
I kept my eyes squeezed shut while throwing it back on him. I didn't want the image I had of Prince in my head to disappear. When I was satisfied, I came and held onto the table because my legs were weakened.
"Shit, you fucked the hell out of me."
Roddy stepped back and picked his pants up. "You're the one who initiated it." I grabbed my leggings and strutted to the bathroom to shower. My mama wants to come over today and talk to me.
"Are you going to bring KK with you?"
"Yes. Can you have Eves dress her when she comes back? I need a shower because you wanted to catch me off guard."
"I'll dress her."
He headed toward the door.
"You've been acting crazy, and I needed to put your ass in your place."
He winked and headed out the room. When things were good with us, they were good. It was when they were bad that I started to worry. At times, I felt like the bad times often outweighed the good ones. Sometimes I questioned if we should take the next step and get married. Roddy was ready to be married tomorrow. He wanted to have a wedding and share our love with the world. I wasn't so sure if I was ready to get married to him. That was what scared me the most. Kingsley had been screaming since the moment she was put into her seat. She was sleeping when I strapped her in. I tried turning the music up and talking to her to see if she would quit. It seemed like she got louder when I tried talking to her. Since she had been born, she was always spoiled or held. It was Roddy's ass who spoiled her the most. That was the reason she hollered all night. Half of the problems we had with Kingsley was because Roddy was spoiling her. "Ma, can you come out and get Kingsley?" I said, when my mother answered her phone. Within seconds, she was out the front door and walking over the pebbled driveway in her bare feet.
"Hey, Nana's baby,"
she cooed to Kingsley as she unbuckled her. Kingsley only stopped hollering because someone was taking her out of the car seat. She hated the car seat with a passion, and anytime I had her in it, she hollered. Nana's baby is a brat. I grabbed my purse and headed into the house. My mother hated shoes in her house, so I kicked them off and went straight to the couch. When I brought Kingsley over here, I never had to lift a finger. She took care of Kingsley from the moment we entered the house to the moment we left. Hell, she was the one who strapped her into the seat.
"Welcome to motherhood,"
my mother said when she finally entered the house.
"You think it's been easy raising your spoiled butt?"
"Ma, I wasn't this bad."
"She's 4 months, Gia. How is she even bad? All she does is eat and sleep all day."
Keyword, all day. She doesn't sleep at night and hollers anytime I take her somewhere in the car.
"I don't know if anybody told you, but babies don't sleep all night."
My mother sarcastically replied.
"You didn't give birth to a perfect baby, and that's all right. You're not the perfect mother."
What's with everybody having something to say about my parenting? She raised her eyebrow.
"Who else had something to say about it? Don't tell me Vicky is on your case."
She never stopped being on my case, but no, it was Roddy who said I was selfish because I'm not breastfeeding anymore.
"Why aren't you breastfeeding?"
"Because I don't want to, Ma. I've been doing it for 4 months and I'm tired."
Motherhood is built around being tired, Gia. You can't decide that you're tired and just give up on your child.
What do you mean, give up on my child? I never said I was giving up on my child. She'll survive all formula. There's so many babies being fed with formula. She won't die.
Some mothers don't have the option to breastfeed, and you sound so insensitive about that. You have the option, and you don't want to because you're tired.
My mother wasn't the one who initiated the spoiling between my parents. I was a huge daddy's girl, and he was the one who wanted to spoil me rotten. My mother went along with it, and eventually it forced them to divorce. Even after divorcing, both of them continued to spoil me because they felt bad. As I became older, my mother had stopped spoiling me and started holding me accountable. When it came to Kingsley, she loved and spoiled her rotten. It was never about me anymore.
We just got invited to Future's mansion party.
Keisha sent me a text message. I leaned up and got excited. Before I met Roddy, there were rumors circulating that Future wanted to take me out. Who invited us?
More like you. Future's manager said he wanted to see you there. You have to, Gia.
I couldn't turn down this party. Invitations like this didn't come around often. If I decided to turn this down, I wasn't sure I would get another one. After doing the mom thing all morning, I needed to get out of the house tonight. I'm coming. I can't go home because Roddy's going to be all up in my business. Can I change at your house?
Of course. Pulling shit now from my closet.
Kay, let me see if my mom will watch KK.
Kay.
Is this make Gia feel like shit day? It has to because you all are ganging up on me.
We care about you, Gia. You've got a man who wants to marry you and make you the happiest woman in the world.
Except he's not making me really happy at the moment, Ma. I blurted. The word slipped out because she was always on my case about how good Roddy was. My mother felt that because Roddy wanted to marry me and take care of me, that I should have been on cloud nine. His love had conditions, and that meant I had to follow them. All Roddy wanted was for me to be barefoot and pregnant while planning this wedding. My mother's voice said a bunch of things without her even opening her mouth.
That's a good, rich man that loves you. You're blessed to have someone that wants to treat you the way you deserve.
Some way you never understand the assignment. I don't care about Roddy being rich, Mama. You act like I don't have my own money.
Social media isn't a retirement plan.
Tell that shit to Mark Zuckerberg.
How long are you going to shake your ass in the club? When is it enough? You have a man that wants to make a family with you, and you fight him in every way.
I strongly believe that Roddy just wanted to find a mother for his children. He wanted to replace his dead wife with anybody who he felt was good for the position. Any other woman would have gone along and would have started planning their wedding. I wasn't there and didn't think I ever would be ready to get married. He was controlling now, so I couldn't even imagine if we were to get married. I'll shake it until it falls off, Ma. Just support me and be on my side like Daddy is.
Your father agrees with anything you do or say.
She cut her eyes at me. My parents couldn't stand one another. They put their problems aside to raise me, but the moment I was old enough, they both decided they didn't want to be in each other's lives. It always confused me how they would move forward now that I was a mother. I wanted both of my parents to be active in KK's life and didn't want them to have drama around her. With the way that they were both obsessed with her, I prayed they would come together to be great grandparents for her. I'm going to run to Keisha's house in a bit. She broke up with her boyfriend. I just want to check in with her. Plus, you about to ignore the hell out of me with Kingsley being here. My mother laughed to herself because she knew it was true. She'd spent every second with Kingsley while I was over here. I could head to the party and hang out and come home. I'd tell Roddy we stayed the night over because I had a headache or something.
Go ahead over there. Does she have everything in here? I know how you girls get to running your mouth and you ignore me.
I don't ignore you. Yes, her formula and stuff is in here.
I do have some frozen breast milk that you had over here. Can I feed her that?
Ma, I'm not doing this with you. I rolled my eyes, grabbed my keys, and headed out the door. What would feeding her that little bit of breast milk do? If she wanted to feed it to her, then she could go ahead. I wasn't about to sit here and go back and forth with my mother over it.
I hope with your birthday coming up that you mature more.
She called behind me when I slammed the screen door. I needed a huge drink and hookah with my girl. These people were stressing me the hell out.
11. Roddy. Naps had always been my enemy. As a child, I was always told to take a nap whenever I was misbehaving, so naturally, I always hated them. After Gia left with the baby, I went into the living room and laid on the couch. Before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep that was much needed. I didn't sleep too well at night, so this was the first time I had taken a nap and it actually did my body good. That nap was short-lived when I felt someone shaking me from my sleep. When I opened my eyes, Eves was holding Kingsley in her arms, and Gemma was standing beside her. My mind instantly went to the worst thing. What happened? I leaned up and cleared my throat. Where's Gia? I don't know where your fiancée is, but she left me with the baby after saying she was going to Keisha's house. I would have kept her, but I work early tomorrow, Gemma explained. Nanny's baby, I love you, fat mamas. She kissed Kingsley on the cheeks. What you mean you don't know where she's at? I brought the conversation back to the whereabouts of my fiancée. Gia is going to do what she wants. You and I both know that, so you need to call her. I know she's safe because she answered and told me to just drop Kingsley home. I was irritated that she put her mother in that situation. Why make her go out of her way to bring Kingsley home when she should have been with her mother in the first place? You should have called me. I would have come and picked her up. It's fine, Rod. Thank you for being so sweet. Gemma hugged me and headed toward the door. Eve sat on the couch across from me holding Kingsley. Nights were when Kingsley loved to come alive. It was her party time. She'd start gurgling and doing everything but sleeping. Yo, she really left her child to chill with her ghetto-ass friend? Eve spit her bottom lip and looked away. I found your fiancé. She handed me her phone, and sure enough, there was a video posted on the blog's page with Gia dancing and drinking with Keisha. Keisha didn't exist without Gia, and I think she knew it. She couldn't survive without Gia being out in parties and rubbing elbows with other celebrities and influencers. Gia always spoke so highly of Keisha like she was this good friend. The truth was, she wasn't a good friend. Gia was her meal ticket. She knew she couldn't party the way she did or live the same way without her friend. Gia was her meal ticket. When Keisha found out that Gia was pregnant, she was against it. I overheard her telling Gia that her career would be over. There was a piece of me that believed that Gia regretted having our daughter. Who the fuck sneaks to a fucking party? She's acting like she's a teen or some shit like that. Eve stood up and smelled Kingsley under her neck. Stinky Mamas needs a good bath tonight. She kissed her on the forehead. Why did that small gesture warm my heart? You can go and get us settled for bed. As much as I wanted to get in my car and drag Gia out that party, I knew she'd end up hating me for it. This was the kid games that I was talking about. Why the fuck didn't she just tell me she was going out tonight? Instead, she lied to her mother and then bounced to a party with a friend. Gia acted like she was in high school instead of being a grown-ass woman. The petty shit she did like this irritated me. After we had that quickie in the foyer of our bedroom, I could tell shit was different with us. She called out her ex-nigga's name before she started throwing it back. As much as I wanted to shove her off me and bark on her stupid ass, I left it alone. I learned a long time ago to choose my battles when it came to Gia. We were already having an argument before we started fucking, so adding this would only add more problems. I saved you a plate from dinner. You were asleep when I brought you your food. Thanks, Eves. Don't mention it. She turned and headed up the stairs to bathe Kingsley. I headed downstairs to the basement where I had a bar, pool table, and all my collectible items. I hardly came down here because I hated being alone. Anytime I was home, I wanted to be around my fiancé and kids. I grabbed a bottle from behind the bar and sat on a bar stool to pour a drink. Shit had been rough between the both of us, and it hasn't been easy. Every time we got good with one another, the shit never lasted. I felt like I put too much into this shit, and Gia barely added anything. It had been a little minute since I spoke to Levi. He had been dealing with his own shit, so I called him. Levi was always there to set shit straight for me. He always reminded me of the bigger picture. What up, bro? Levi answered. It sounded like he was out and about. You out? I can hit you back later. Nah, me and Madeline got into an argument and she left. He spoke of his stepmother. Didn't you say you were going to leave shit alone with her? Yeah, she came to my house telling me how much she's in love with me. What was I supposed to do? She needs to go back to her husband, which is your pops. You don't want to have these problems with your family. Nigga, my father doesn't give a damn about her. She's something to do when he's not fucking somebody else. Madeline is a trophy to him. It doesn't matter, Lee. This shit done pissed me off all over again. What happened? He switched the subject, and that's when I knew he was done with the conversation. With how in love Levi was with Madeline, I knew shit wasn't going to end well with him and his father. At times, I felt like he didn't care if he lost a relationship with his father. Nothing. Just down in the basement having a drink. You never down there, so shit ain't peachy. You and Gia got into it again? She lied about going over to her mother's house. She went over there, left KK, and then went to a mansion party in Buckhead. Damn. I'm losing faith in this relationship, man. I'm trying to be present, because Lord knows I wasn't with Bree. I felt like a soft-ass bitch the way I chased behind Gia. The biggest regret I had with Bree was that we didn't spend that much time together. I was always trying to get to the bag and was never home. Bree always told me that she didn't give a damn about the money, cars, and homes. She wanted me home with our children. She worried for me. Instead of being home and present with my wife and kids, I was running the streets. The day I got on my knees and prayed to God, I promised him that I'd never take the next woman that entered my life for granted. Gia is younger, and she's going to do what she wants. You can't change her. You gotta let her come into her own. How long am I supposed to wait for her to come into her own? We got a child that we have to raise. I'm not trying to raise our child and her at the same time. That sneaking to party shit is wild. She acting like she's a crackhead and can't keep away from a party. He snickered. How's the situation working with the nanny? Housekeeper. Is she taking care of the kids? Yeah. She's a damn nanny, he corrected me. Has she been good? Yeah, she's everything I didn't know we needed around here. Ju is still having trouble with her, but she's good peoples. You and Gia need to get out and out the house. She spent her entire pregnancy ducking imaginary paparazzi, and then she had KK. Y'all probably coming at each other's necks because you haven't gotten away. Take her out the country. Her birthday is coming up. See? That's the perfect excuse to book a flight out the country. She'll have fun, and you can beat those cheeks without bickering first. I chuckled and guzzled the rest of my drink. Gia Angelina's birthday is a couple days apart. I should do a family trip. We all been tense around this bitch with all the changes going on. You're rich. If your woman acting up, then you need to change continents, nigga. Put a smile on her face. If anything, this is her acting out. She's a new mom, and that's a lot of pressure on her. It was rare when Levi came to Gia's defense. Marlene, just let me take you home, I heard him holler. Hit me tomorrow and handle your business. If she let me, these Mexican women stubborn as hell, he huffed. We ended the call, and I poured myself another drink. Gia and Angelina's birthday were a couple days apart. When Gia told me her birthday, I thought it was a sign from God. I assumed that she and Angelina would be tight because they were both Virgos. Instead, they seemed to always be at each other's throats about dumb shit. As I sat here sipping my drink, I couldn't think of any trip we had taken as a family. Anytime I took Gia away, it was always the two of us. V always handled Jelena and RJ, so I never had to worry. This was the first trip that we would take together. Hey, she's asleep. Eves held the digital baby monitor in one hand and a plate of food in the other. Eves was pretty as shit with her caramel complexion and thick pouty lips that had a beauty mark on the top left side of them. Her almond-shaped eyes were brownish and animated as hell. You could tell exactly what she was thinking from her eyes. Her eyes told you everything you needed to know before approaching her. She had to be around 5'6" with a curvy figure. There wasn't much she could do to hide her ass in pants, skirt, or a damn nun's outfit. You could see her curves from a mile away. I loved the way she stared at me before she spoke. It was like she was trying to gather her thoughts before speaking. Cautious. A woman who thought before speaking. I liked that. You didn't have to bring my food down, I told her. I would have got it when I came up. With the way Julina has been spraying that counter down, your food would have been as good as done. She slid the plate onto the bar. She's spraying the counter down, I asked, confused. Yes, the kids have chores now. RJ takes out the trash, and he is responsible for fixing the cushions in the family room. Julina is responsible for wiping the counters down and putting the dishes away. Damn. I'm not going to ask if they ever had chores before. I could tell from the way Julina looked at me that they hadn't. She hasn't. RJ takes out the trash on the regular. Explains why he didn't complain much when I handed out cleaning assignments. She tapped her chin like she was thinking of something else she could give him. They don't have to do chores. Those eyes. Before she opened her mouth, I could tell she didn't agree with what I said. Do you want to raise spoiled and entitled children? I shrugged. I work hard enough, so they don't ever have to. Eve sat on the stool next to mine. Just because you work hard so they don't have to doesn't mean they shouldn't. When you die, because we all will one day. Do you want lazy and entitled adults who don't know how to do shit running your companies? When she put it like that, I had to agree with her. You right. I stood up. Let me make you a drink. You've been running around here all day. Her eyes became alert, and her body language was uncomfortable. No, thank you, she stuttered. You good? I raised an eyebrow at how she acted. I'm not trying to put nothing in your drink or no weird shit like that. She took a deep breath and giggled. I'm a recovering alcoholic. Word. Yes, it won't mess with any of the work that I do with the kids. I'm working the program and I haven't had a drink in 4... Calm down, Ma. I'm not about to fire you because you're a recovering alcoholic. I calmed her down. Once she got to running her mouth, I could tell she worried about her job. Whew. I'm sorry. Soon as people hear that, they always think the worst and don't want me around. I can respect someone who is honest. I haven't always been so honest or forthcoming with my addiction. Being that I'm caring for your kids and home, I felt you needed to know. Would you feel better if we stopped bringing... No, absolutely not. I abused alcohol and I have to deal with my recovery. Please don't hide the liquor or not drink it because I'm here. It will make me feel terrible. V always told me never to judge a book by its cover. I always ignored the saying because people always showed you who they were. It was up to you to pay attention to them when they presented themselves. Eve threw me for a loop. Never would I have guessed that she was a recovering alcoholic. There was nothing wrong with someone getting help for their addiction and being brave enough to admit that they had a problem and wanted to get help for it. If I had just found out, I knew Gia didn't know. Gia tossed this job into this girl's lap because she didn't want to do it anymore. I took the last swig of my drink and closed the liquor bottle up. All right. Will you tell me if this gets too much for you? Yes. I know where my triggers are, and none of this is a trigger for me. It keeps my mind busy and makes me feel like I have a purpose. You have purpose outside of caring for my kids. You're sweet. I really don't. I stepped behind the bar and put the liquor bottle on the shelf. Who are you, Eves? Dang. I don't mean it like that. Who are you? When you think about you, what comes to mind? Who are you? She was pondering who she was, which made me sad. A woman who didn't know who she was lost. Being honest, I don't know who I am anymore. Or maybe I never knew who I was. I just know that I get up and give every day my best. When I lost my wife, I just knew I died on the inside. Part of me is still dead on the inside, at least the parts that revolve around her. It took years for me to pull myself out of a hole. How did you pull yourself out of the hole? She leaned on the edge of the stool, desperate to hear how I got out of the dark place I was in. I brought light in. My kids are my world. It wasn't fair to them to witness their father being so down. They lost one parent, so I refused for them to feel like they lost another. A tear slid down her cheek as she listened to me. Your kids are lucky to have you. I hated to see women cry. I've watched my aunt cry many times because life was hard for us. She never wanted me to see it because I always saw her as this strong woman. That was how Bree used to get me too. She'd start crying, and I would give her whatever she wanted. Naturally, I walked over to Eves and pulled her into a hug. She was tense and loosened up the tighter I held her. What had this woman been through? It was clear that she was dealing with some sort of trauma for her to break down the way she did. Life is not easy. We're all trying to figure out life while big-ass boulders are being tossed at us. The fact that you admitted that you have an addiction and got help while maintaining your sobriety for the past 4 years is commendable. I don't know why you're in a dark place, but I want you to know that my family is yours. If you need to feel that familiar feeling of family while here, allow yourself to feel it. Therapy and meditation were what helped me maintain my mental health. I was adamant about attending my therapy sessions. When I started, I was against it. But it proved to be a tool that I used in my everyday life. Talking about my feelings and clearing my head made me a better parent. You can't walk around with pain and hurt inside and expect to live a well-balanced life. Thank you, Roddy. I appreciate that, she sniffled. My therapist told me that you need the pain and hurt to happen so that when the happiness and joy comes, you enjoy knowing everything it took to have it. I hugged her once more. God, I sat here crying like a stupid fool. Crying is good for the soul. It's either going to come out in piss or tears. She giggled. Any meaning to the tattoo on your head? It's a protection Buddha. It's for protection and overcoming fear. Wow. Meditation has helped me a lot. I don't want to mention the thoughts that went through my head after I lost my wife. After therapy, I started to meditate. I'm not Buddhist, but I respect their religion, and it helped me through a lot of my shit. Would you mind if I meditated with you? When I'm up in the mornings, I see you in the sunroom meditating, and it looks so peaceful. Bring your mat and pull up on me then. I smiled. Gia never wanted to get up that early to join me. It had been something I had been doing before we met. Eve smiled. I'll go buy me one today. She stood up. I need to go check on my helpers. Julina's going to want this back. She pulled Jul's phone out her back pocket. Oh, before you go, you have a passport? With dust on it, but yep, I have one. Cool. Gia and Julina's birthdays are coming up, and I wanted to take everyone on a trip. Okay, I'm here to help in any way you need, though I must warn you. I haven't been out the country in years. Bet. We're going to have a good time. This is Kingsley's first time, too. Ha! She smiled and headed back upstairs. The moment we had shared was genuine and didn't feel forced. Eves had experienced some pain in her life. Even with me being open about Bree's death, I could tell she wasn't ready to do the same with whatever had been causing her pain. It was already after 5 in the morning when Gia decided to prance her ass in here. What made the shit sick was that she changed back into her regular clothes before coming home. Here she thought she was sneaking around, but I was watching her from the sunroom. I can see you. You know that, right? I spoke calmly as she rummaged through the fridge for water. Every time she came home from a night of drinking, she would guzzle gallons of water. Gia jumped and held her chest. Babe, you scared me. Why are you even up at this time? I'm up at this time every morning. Meditation, remember? I know you're going to be mad, but I couldn't miss this party because... Save the excuse. I would have rather you be a woman and call and tell me. Instead, you took off like a fucking teenager who was sneaking out the house. Shit. That's how it feels with you at times. You act like everything I do is wrong. Every time you in the wrong, I'm the one to blame. Because I want to spend time with my fiancé, I'm the villain. Yes, you are the villain. How much time do you want to spend with me? We're already living together, damn! She choked out, and I had to admit that shit hurt. Was I smothering her? Did I need to let her go and do her? We're engaged soon, and we're going to be married. I think we need to spend time together to see if this is going to work. I'm not getting married to end up divorced. Maybe I'm not ready to get married, or even ready to be engaged. We're moving too fast at times. She finally admitted to what I had been avoiding and what V had been trying to tell me. All the signs pointed to Gia not being ready, and I always ignored them. Then we don't have to be engaged or married. I'm not trying to force you into something you don't want to be in. Baby, I didn't. Good morning, everyone. Eves came downstairs in a pair of biker shorts, white t-shirt, holding a pink yoga mat. She sounded more happier than yesterday. Morning, Gia dryly replied while staring her down. Where are you going? Kingsley needs to be taken care of today. I'm not up to doing nothing today. It was the shit like that made me want to go upside her head if I hit women. Nowhere. Me and Roddy are going to meditate in the sunroom. Then I'm going to make breakfast and get the kids up. She showed her a schedule she had mapped out on her phone. We're not paying you to meditate. Gia was jealous. She had never shown the urge to want to sit and share something that brought me joy. Since when this started happening? She fixed her hand on her hip and directed the question toward me. Today's the first time. Eves wants to learn about meditation and try it. Nothing wrong with it, and we're paying her to take care of our kids. If having a clear and balanced mind helps her, then it most def helps our children. I reminded her. And what if Kingsley starts hollering? Eves came prepared this morning. Baby monitor app is installed on my phone. One cry, and I'm up the stairs to get her. It seemed like no matter how rude Gia was being to her, she came back more pleasant than the last question. It's too early for this shit, she yawned. I'm going to sleep, and we'll have this conversation later. In all honesty, we could have continued our conversation right now, but she wasn't trying to hear me. Gia was hungover, and I wasn't going to get through to her. Me and Eves watched as she walked toward the stairs. Did I interrupt y'all? Nah, you came at the right time. Come on. I nodded for her to follow me. I've always walked past the sunroom but never came inside. RJ mentioned that it's your private space. Eves walked around and examined the room. There were floor pillows, woven egg-shaped chair in the corner, and on the windowsill there were crystals. When I was going through the darkness, I wanted to find anything to help me get through. I didn't care if they told me I had to snap a chicken's neck. I was going to do the shit to find a light. So although I wasn't into crystals much, I kept them there because they made me feel at peace. It's open to anyone to come in here. This is the only room I don't have a TV. Ah, makes sense, the reason they never come in here. We both laughed because she didn't tell one lie. RJ and Julina never came in here. If they did, they were on their phones. If you need to come in here and chill, you can. This room is open for anybody. Thank you. About yesterday, I'm sorry for breaking down the way that I did. Don't apologize. Seemed like you needed that. You in a good mood this morning. She smiled, exposing the one dimple on her left side. I am. You helped me a lot last night. First night I was able to sleep with something to look forward to. I showed Eves different techniques that I used when meditating. We settled down, and Eves got comfortable on her mat. We both got lost in our thoughts, and before I knew it, the timer I always set started buzzing. Eve's eyes remained closed for a few seconds longer before they fluttered open. How you feel? I stared over at her. Amazing. I'm always in my head naturally, but this was different for me. Thank you, Roddy. No problem. Anytime you need to come in and get some time in, do it. I will. She got up and folded her mat to bring with her, and I touched her arm. Nah, leave it. I have a feeling you're going to be in here more than me. She giggled. Let me go and get the kids together. I was going to have lunch at this brunch spot near Lenox Mall. Do you want to come with me and Kingsley? You already getting my baby girl into brunches? She not even a year yet. Eves laughed too hard at the joke. I want to get her out the house. It's going to be pretty nice today so we can sit on the patio and eat. Well, she'll have milk and I'll eat. I thought about it and then agreed to go with her. Bet. Let me shower and we could take my car to drop the kids. Sounds like a plan. By the time I showered and took care of my morning hygiene, Gia was still laid across the bed in her clothes. Usually I would undress her and then cover her up. Today I was disgusted by her. This party and sleep bullshit was shit you did when you just turned 21. Gia was going to be 27 years old and was still acting the same. The fact that she mentioned she wasn't sure she wanted to be engaged or get married worried me. I've been planning a life for the two of us, and she was having doubts. Doubts that she never expressed to me. The communication between the both of us was terrible.
12. Eves. Lunch with Roddy was fun and interesting. I love when a person could hold a conversation. We sat down and we started chatting about everything. Before we knew it, we had already sat there for 2 hours. It felt safe being around Roddy, and I think he knew it. He knew that I was going through some sort of pain and wanted to help me through it. His bear hug made my knees weak. It had been so long since I'd been hugged that way. He was genuine and wanted to help me the best he could, and I appreciated it. He and Gia had been on separate pages. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why Gia fought this man. Everything he did annoyed the hell out of her. Like tonight, Roddy had planned a date night for the two of them. She got pissed with him just because he didn't tell her what he was planning. Who tells someone about a surprise that they were planning? She argued him down until she eventually stormed up the steps and went to get dressed for their date. I could tell that Roddy was fed up with her attitude. Still, he continued to try with her. I mean, it was his fiancée, so he kind of had to, right? Where's my babies at? V came through the door with a smile on her face. V was straightforward, and she didn't beat around the bush. I like that about her. RJ is upstairs on his game system, and Ju is spending the night with her friend tonight. Kingsley is right over there sleeping. Oh, she's in the sunroom. Roddy meditates in there, and it's somewhere that brings him peace, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to put her down for naps there. Sweet. She sat her Chanel bag onto the counter and climbed onto the stool. Roddy took very good care of his aunt. She reminded me of a darker Marjorie Harvey. Beautiful, elegant, and graceful. Bet this is your quiet time, huh? One of them. I shrugged. How do you like working for my nephew and Gia? She asked another question. I guess we doing this, huh? I giggled. Yes, ma'am, we are. I want to know more about the woman who takes care of my nephew's home. I like working for him. He's a good man who loves his family. He does. You know, I can't take all the credit for him being that way. She pointed to the unopened bottle of wine that Gia had delivered earlier. Grab us some glasses and the wine cork. Shit. Seems like all this damn family did was offer me drinks. I'm gonna have to decline. I'm a recovering alcoholic. Seriously? Roddy and V had the same expression. They were shocked by my revelation. Still, they didn't judge me. Do you mind if I drink in front of you? Not at all. I popped open the wine for her and poured it into the glass. How did you find yourself in that situation? I took a deep breath and told V the entire truth while she took small sips of her wine. I tried to read her eyes, which were stoic. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. So, that's how I ended up here. I finished off telling my life story. Your mama is your problem. She pointed her French tip nail at me. You're to blame for your daughter's death. Why the hell would you get behind the wheel and take her too? I don't care how mad you are at your husband. I know. I stared down at the dirty pot I was preparing to wash. I felt her finger lift my chin up. Even though it doesn't make what you did right, you were in pain too. You were ignored in your marriage and had to sacrifice your career for what your husband wanted. I know what it's like to give up your dreams for someone you love. She sighed. One day, we all must answer to the man upstairs about the choices we made down here. No one has the right to judge you or make you feel like shit for a mistake you made. What was it with the Matherses that made you cry? I was sobbing like a little baby again. V came around the counter and pulled me into a hug while rubbing my back. It hurts every day. Kingsley reminds me so much of her when she was a baby. I make it my mission to make sure she's cared for every day. Baby, you can't change the past. You can change the future. You haven't touched a drink since you lost your baby, and you're trying to be a better person now. We all have to forgive when the person has learned from their mistakes. Thanks, V. I'm sorry. I just broke down with Roddy the other day, and now this. I laughed while wiping my tears. Nephew gives the best hugs. Even when he was a child, he'd come and wrap his arms around me, and I would feel like I could take on the world again. He's a good soul who has been knocked down more than a few times, but never lost the good in him. V still held me like a mother consoling her daughter. I never felt that from my mother. The only time she halfway consoled me was when she broke the news that Talia died. After that, she turned cold, and I couldn't lean on her for any support, even years later. Thank you for letting me cry on your shoulder. I promise I'm not a crybaby. Nothing wrong with crying from time to time. Lord knows I sit in my bed and cry when I'm overwhelmed. She returned to her seat and poured more wine. Roddy said you went away on vacation. How was it? Did you have fun? V smiled. Yes, my friend Ryder hooked me up with her boyfriend's friend, and girl, we had fun. It has been so long since I was able to have fun without hiding from a man's wife. I didn't know what she meant by that last statement. Was it just a vacation fling, or are you going to talk to him again? We've been talking since we parted ways. He left a bit earlier than me because he had prior obligations. I'm not used to dating a younger man. How young is he? I'm 19 years older than him. He's very mature and established. I just don't know how Roddy will take it. He'll want you to be happy. I guess. He hasn't been too happy about the married man I've been with for the past few years. I almost snatched the wine glass and took a sip when she revealed that she's been sleeping with a married man. Married man? In my defense, I didn't know he was married when we got together. You didn't stop when you found out either. I did, for a couple weeks or so. She waved it off like it wasn't anything. He did string me along, and now is about to have a baby with his wife. And you don't want any parts? I'm 50 years old. I'm not trying to be somebody mama. My babies are all I need. I give them back and go home to a quiet home. Does the new guy have any kids? She smiled. He does. They're older. One is in middle school and the other just entered high school. You would have to be involved in their lives if you both get serious. I don't have a problem with a man who has kids that are older. They don't need as much and probably won't even want to get to know me much. My ex-boyfriend has a newborn on the way with his wife. His wife is already a headache, and adding a baby isn't what I signed on for. You're too good for a married man anyway. I agree. She finished her glass of wine and poured more. Have you heard about this Dubai trip? Roddy mentioned the trip. He didn't say where, though. He told me yesterday. It's booked and a surprise for Gia and Ju. He's too good for that woman. Why don't you like her? I desperately wanted to know. You could cut the tension that Gia and V had with a butcher knife. Do you like her? I chuckled. I don't have to like her. All I have to do is keep her baby happy and stay out of her way. Be honest with me. I don't particularly care for her. I wouldn't go so far as to say I don't like her. She's not really around much for me to form a full opinion. Gia was in and out most days. She never stuck around for long for me to know if I liked her or disliked her. I knew that I didn't care much for her attitude, so I stayed away when she was home. My job was to care for the house and kids, so that's what I did. I stayed as far as I could from her to avoid any problems. Girl, you don't like her. V waved her hand. Have you ever noticed how she stares at Roddy? It's like she's trying to figure out if she's in love with him or not. I couldn't lie to V. Whenever the two of them were in the same room at the same time, I would watch their relationship. Gia had hidden her man from social media for so long that I was curious. How was she in a relationship? Hell, how was her man around her? Roddy was more in love with Gia than she was with him. It was a sad truth. Still, a truth nonetheless. I've noticed. I treaded lightly. For all I knew, this could have been a trap. She's in love with what he has and what he can do for her. I think she's in love with the aesthetic of having a good man. Makes a lot of sense. She never shows him on her social media, so people don't know who she's dating. Gia would have been gone a long time ago if she didn't get pregnant with Kingsley. Even then, she wanted to have an abortion. I gasped. Really? Yes, me and Roddy had to convince her to have the baby. I mean, it wasn't my finest hour, but I knew how much that baby's life meant to my nephew. Why do you say that? A woman has a right to have an abortion. Not all women want to be mothers. She explained. Gia seems like she's the type that doesn't want to be a mom. I agree. The decision was hers to make. Still, there had to be a small part of her that wanted to be a mom, too. She's trying to figure out her way in motherhood. You wouldn't be here if she was trying to find her way. My cell phone rang and distracted us from our conversation. Hey, I heard sniffing before Julina started talking. Eves? Are you near my father? No, he went on a date with Gia. Me and Mama V are here. What's up? Are you all right? Can you please come and pick me up? And please don't tell V something is wrong. She begged while sobbing into the phone. I acted normal. Sure. It's in your room? Huh? Okay, I'll be right there. I told her and ended the call. Julina didn't like me at all. She didn't hide it either. The reason she listened was because she realized I wasn't Gia. She wasn't going to walk around saying slick shit and being disrespectful. Unlike Gia, I had a choice if I wanted to be here. Seeing as though I was making $8,000 a month, I wasn't going to give up this job because of a spoiled daddy's girl. Everything all right? She forgot something and needs me to bring it to her. I lied. I'll keep an eye on Kingsley for you. Thank you. I ran off to her room and called her back. Where are you?
I just sent the address to your phone.
As I looked down at my phone, the location popped up. I'm on my way. I jogged down the stairs with a random shirt and bag she had in her room to make it look good. My heart pounded with every step I took. What did this girl get herself into? Climbing into the truck, I punched the address and sped out of the community. Julina sounded scared, and I was worried. Despite them being spoiled, they were actually good children. This ain't where I dropped her off, I said to myself when I pulled up to the house. It was a single-family house in a subdivision in Snellville, Georgia. How the hell did she get all the way out here? I killed the engine and grabbed my keys before hopping out. It was evident that a party was going on. A party that was too damn grown for Julina to be at. She was 14, turning 15, and these people looked at least 17 or 18. There were kids sitting in the cars on the driveway smoking weed or holding red cups. Everyone knew what those red cups meant. I squeezed through the door and looked around. It wasn't a big house, but it was packed out with all these damn kids. Do you know Julina? I asked one boy. Who? He hollered. Boy, the music ain't even that loud. I flinched at his ass and he jumped back. The fuck you hollering for? I shoved past him and continued into the house. Where are you? I sent Julina a text message while climbing up the stairs.
Bathroom, upstairs, to the left,
she replied, and I jogged up the rest of the stairs. There were kids making out and leading others into empty bedrooms. Who the hell owned this house? And where were they? This shit was straight out of a scene of Euphoria. It's Eve's, Jew. I knocked on the door. The door opened, and Julina's hair was disheveled, and the spaghetti-strap dress she wore was torn. Her lipstick was smeared. Julina looked like she was at least 20 with the way she was dressed tonight. Tamala was sitting on the toilet, behind her, scared. I squeezed through the small slit in the door and locked it behind us. What happened? I held her head and examined her.
Eves, I was almost raped tonight.
She broke down in my arms, and I held her, not letting her touch the floor. Tamala came over to where we stood.
This boy, Ethan, that's in high school, tried to force himself on her, she explained.
Are you sure he didn't rape you? Did he penetrate you or anything? I didn't know how to handle this, but I had to be the adult in the situation. I was trying to think of how I would handle the situation if this was Talia.
No,
she sniffled.
He tried, and I kicked him in the dick. Then he ran over to the door and prevented me from leaving. If I never hid in the closet, he probably would have raped her.
Tamala finished. I took in everything that they said and did a deep breath. Where is this boy?
He's downstairs drinking with his friends. He told everyone the reason he didn't hook up with Julina was because she smells like rotten fish. I can't go out there, Eves. Everybody is going to know what happened. Look at me.
I took off the black cardigan I had on and put it around her. Let's go. If this little bitch thought he was going to attempt to rape Julina and then make it seem like she was the problem, he had another thing coming. She shouldn't have even been at this party in the first place, but that didn't mean he could take advantage of her.
Eves, please, can we get into the car?
I handed her the keys to the car. She had already been embarrassed and scared by what happened. Get in the car, I'll be out in a few, I told her, and headed toward where the most noise was. Julina or Tamala hadn't given me a description of Ethan, but I already knew who he was. The white boy chugging drinks and making everybody laugh. Typical popular boy who thought he could have and take whatever he wanted. Where the fuck do you get off trying to rape Julina? How old are you, bitch? The boy turned the brightest shade of red. Ma'am, my name is Tyler. That's Ethan. He pointed to the black boy, whispering sweet bullshit into another young girl's ear. Well, sorry. I removed my hands from his shirt and went over to where Ethan was. I now had an audience of people ready to see me go off on him again. Girl, get home before he tries to rape you. Ethan here loves to take shit. I removed the girl from his grasp. What the fuck? His words were cut off by me pulling his hair. The next time a girl tells you no, listen to her. Julina told you no, and you spread the rumor she smells, right? I yanked his hair tighter. Yeah. She didn't stink. I lied. He yelped louder each time I pulled at his hair. The next time a girl tells you she don't want to have sex, you better fucking listen to her. I released him roughly. I'm fucking disappointed that you're one of us. I just knew it was the white boy over there. Hell, even that weird-looking Asian. But for you to be the one? Shit, I'm disgusted with you. Yo! She almost fucked you up, Ethan! One boy hollered while recording me. And if any of you got that fish joke on Monday, you're gonna see me, not Julina. Get the fuck home and clear the fuck out, because I'm calling the cops as soon as I leave. I said and headed toward the door. They all scattered out the door behind me and got into their cars or walked down the street. What happened? Julina asked the moment I got into the car. Ethan won't be trying to stick his dick inside of nobody else that doesn't want that. I turned in my chair and looked at her. You don't want that, Ju. Sex feels good, I'm not gonna lie. But it comes with a lot, too. That small amount of pleasure doesn't last because real conversations happen after. A guy like Ethan just wants to collect panties. He don't want anything more than that. I explained to her. I lost my virginity to what was the love of my life at the time. I never regretted giving Khalif my virginity, but I did wish I waited. We were too young to make a decision like that. Julina was only 14 and had her entire life ahead of her to lose her virginity. Can you not tell my dad? I don't know, Ju. This is pretty big to hide from him. How about we tell him together, and I'll help explain it. I almost lost my virginity tonight. Then he told me that he got his ex-girlfriend pregnant. Tamala blurted. Baby, it's best that you curved that before you ended up in love with a lying-ass nigga. I like her, Ju. I don't know why you don't like her. Tamala put Jelena on Front Street. I'm new, that's all. It takes people time to get used to others. I defended her. Julina continued to look out the window. Her mind was probably racing 1,000,000 times per hour. Can you bring me back home? Tamala asked. Yes, you're both going to be dropped off there. I'll be there to pick you up bright and early. Maybe we can talk to your father over pancakes. Pancakes make everyone feel better. Julina smiled and nodded. Thank you, Eves, she told me before she got out of the car. After she and Tamala got out of the car, I took the biggest breath. I sucked in so much air that if I was Kingsley, I may have had colic. Who said taking care of teenagers was easy? At least RJ was into video games and sports. I didn't have these issues when it came to him. Something was on Roddy's mind. I could tell there was something bothering him from the way he appeared while we meditated this morning. It had been a couple of days since Julina's rape incident, and we decided today would be the day. The day we had planned to tell him. She made up an excuse about an important test that she didn't want to be distracted for. She tried to make another excuse, and I shut it down. What I wasn't willing to do was lose this job because her ass wanted to sneak out in the middle of the night and party with high schoolers. I'm not into it this morning. He blurted and started to stand up. I knew you wouldn't be. Though I hadn't been with the Mather family long, I learned small pieces about them. I could tell Roddy like a book from his actions. When he came into the sunroom this morning, I knew his day was already altered, and it wasn't even 5:30. You acting like you know me now? He finally cracked a smile. I just notice people's patterns. I'm a people watcher. Lord knows I spend way too much time sipping black coffee and watching people in Central Park. A couple of months after I moved in with my mother, I needed to get out of the house. My mother was running her mouth about the funeral, and I couldn't hear anymore. I bundled up and headed into the city. With no destination in mind, one swipe of my Metro card, I spent hours riding different trains and never leaving the train station. After a weirdo kept staring at me, I decided my day in the subway tunnels was over. I exited the train station and happened to be near Central Park. After grabbing coffee, I watched people all day long. It became my routine for 6 months. I shouldn't even be talking to you about shit like this, he replied, and started to roll his mat up to put in the corner. I'm not here to judge you. I have enough shit in my own life, so I have no room for judgment. He took a seat on the eggshell chair, and I remained on the floor. It ain't a surprise to you that me and Gia's relationship ain't all that perfect. No relationship is perfect, though. When I was married, me and my ex-husband went through things. You were married? He seemed surprised. Yes. Why do you seem so surprised? I smiled. I know I look like roadkill half the time, but I didn't always look this way. You look beautiful, like a woman who is natural and isn't afraid to be. Was this man flirting with me? My heartbeat sped up as I tried to remain cool. Anyway, you were saying? I feel like me and Gia are growing apart. He finally revealed. Damn, I sound like a bitch complaining to you. Don't do that. Just like women are allowed to feel this way, men are allowed too. Fuck am I supposed to do? I tried taking her out on a date. I sent flowers to her little event that she had and booked this expensive-ass birthday trip. Maybe it's not about the material things. Eves, I'll be bearing my soul to this woman. The fuck does she want me to do next? Sing to her outside the window with the radio in my arms? I snickered. You have to let her be her, Roddy. I hear half of your arguments with her, and I know it's because she just wants to be. What does that even mean? Let her be who she really is, I explained. Gia misses her old life. She's younger than us, so she wants to kick it with her friends and party while making money. We got a kid, though. At some point, this shit has to end. Gia isn't as irresponsible as you think. She made sure to hire the best help. Me. I smiled. And she makes sure Kingsley is taken care of. She's not Angelina Jolie or somebody. Why the fuck does she need a nanny? Going out of town or needing to get out of the house, I understand. But having a live-in nanny and housekeeper is crazy. Not that crazy. Your girl here, me, is kind of broke and doesn't have a roof over her head. I tried to make light of the conversation. Will your broke ass be serious then? He chuckled, and I faked like I was offended. All right, I'm being serious. I sat up and looked at him. Maybe she has postpartum depression. Has she ever spoken to you about that? Nah. All she says is that she wants to get back to her life. This is her life. The fuck that mean? I wasn't an expert in women's mental health, but it seemed like Gia did struggle with postpartum depression. Her connection with Kingsley was off. The whole breastfeeding argument she and Roddy had a couple of weeks ago, and the way she would go days without popping her head into Kingsley's nursery. When she did some generic kiss and then cooed her before Kingsley went back into the crib. And Gia was off doing something else. There were a couple times I wanted to ask Gia, but she was always so testy, so I avoided it. She could be suffering from that. Maybe she should speak to a therapist. I'll bring it up to her on this trip. I'm just trying to make her happy for her birthday. We need something good right now, all of us. I kind of feel guilty for planning this trip. Why? The anniversary of my wife's death falls on our vacation. I purposefully planned it that way so that it wouldn't be on the kids' mind, or at least they wouldn't spend the day sulking and feeling sad. Don't feel guilty for wanting to shield your children from pain. Even though you have valid reasons, you have to allow them to honor her that day. RJ takes it the worst. He's his father. His emotions are big, just like his heart. I winked at him. You and Gia will fix what's going on. It's never easy when a baby is thrown into the mix. You both are figuring things out as you go. Give yourself some time. Nobody has it figured out in the first year, and KK is only 4 months. You need to be a therapist. I got up from the mat and rolled it up. I ruined my own life, so I guess I have experience on helping people not ruin theirs. How'd you ruin yours? I looked at my Apple Watch I had just purchased. Look at the time. My session is up, Mr. Mathers. I smiled. Are you free for dinner tonight? Me and Julina want to talk to you about something. I can make some time. Cool. Let me go wake Kingsley up. I smiled and headed out of the sunroom. Living under this roof told me one thing. My problems weren't as big as I thought they were. This man had 3 children that needed him, a fiancé who wanted to be everywhere except home, and a nanny who was a recovering alcoholic. If someone deserved a drink, it was Roderick Mathers. Julina was hyperventilating in the bathroom. I figured we would grab burgers or pancakes, but Roddy made reservations at an expensive seafood restaurant. After looking at the menu, I could already tell that I was going to get the lobster. I was a stress eater too, and this conversation could go differently. At least I'd be able to have some lobster to keep me occupied. You don't understand my dad. He thinks I'm his perfect angel. He'll be hurt if he knew I went behind his back and went to that party. He'd be even more hurt if you never told him. Your father needs to know, and I'm not comfortable holding the secret. I reminded her. I'll let you put it off, but tonight is the night. Calm down, splash water on your face, and let's go. RJ had basketball practice, so V was going to go pick him up. Kingsley was fast asleep in the stroller next to our table. I had to admit it. They had much better baby items than when I had Talia. Or maybe I was too broke to afford any of those things. Either way, getting around with Kingsley was a breeze. Everything good? Roddy stood up when we made it back to the table. He was such a gentleman, the way he pulled both of our chairs out when we got closer. We're fine, Daddy. Julina took the white napkin and placed it over her legs. Thanks for taking us here. Julina knew how to put on the charm for her father. That was the reason she was his baby girl. Her tone even changed whenever she spoke to her father. I provided the restaurant, so y'all can start with providing the conversation. What's going on? I took a deep breath. Julina called me the night that she was spending the night at Tamila's house. I started, and then turned to Julina. Me and Tamila got invited to a high school party in Snellville.
We didn't have anything else to do, so we wanted to go. Tam got us an Uber, and we went to go meet up with the boy I've been talking to.
Roddy's eyebrow raised when she mentioned that she had been talking to a boy. Oh, yeah? Still, he remained calm, with his arms folded. I could tell he didn't know where this conversation was going to go. However, he was mentally preparing for it.
Ethan and I have been talking for a few months. I met him at a football game that me and Tam attended. He's in the 10th grade,
she continued to explain.
When he invited me to the party, I was excited. He tried to force himself on me, Daddy.
Her voice weakened. What exactly are you trying to tell me, Princess? His voice slowly changed. It went from concerned to menacing. I quickly jumped in. Thankfully, you raised a smart girl. She wasn't raped. Roddy near collapsed as a sigh of relief. Why were you at that party, baby? You know how I feel about you going places without me knowing.
Because it was fun. Me and Tam are always studying, getting good grades, and for once, I just wanted to have fun. I didn't want to think about anything else. Just fun.
She broke down at the table and I rubbed her back. Fun almost got you raped, Julina. Why do you think I keep you and your brother sheltered from shit? That could have gone wrong.
You don't think I know that? I already beat myself up enough about that.
She dabbed her eyes and tried to look away from her father. As much as she went against her father's wishes, I knew that she would never do it again. Seeing how disappointed he was something she would never forget. I picked her up and handled that Ethan myself. He won't be doing that to nobody else. Julina sniffled and giggled.
Eves is a tough one. I judged her too quickly.
She pulled her phone out and showed the video to her father. I hadn't even seen the video until now, though I knew they were all recording. Check you out, badass. I smiled and touched my fake muscles. Nobody messes with the Mathers kids but me. The rest of the dinner ended up being good. Kingsley had a blowout diaper, so Roddy paid and we headed home. Julina took Kingsley in while I gathered our food in her diaper bag and shitty clothes. I want to thank you for being there for her, Ju. Roddy stood by the side of the car while I grabbed the plastic bag filled with shitty clothes. Don't mention it. I know I was the last person she probably wanted to call, but she weighed out her options. I also appreciate you making her tell me. How do you know that part? Ju told me when you went to change Kingsley's diaper and clothes. She told me that you stressed for her to come clean to me. I want them to come to me when they need something without fear of me judging them. In the same breath, I also don't want to keep secrets from you. If she had some boy crush and kissed him, that's one thing. This boy tried to rape her. Nah, you gotta tell me about the kisses, too. I did the zipper motion across my lips and smiled. My lips are sealed. You're asking me to break girl code now. We entered the house laughing about the couple who first caught wind of Kingsley's diaper and how their faces looked. She was already looking like she let somebody fuck her face up with Botox. She couldn't even move her eyebrows. I cackled and sat the food down.
What's so funny?
Gia came around the corner. I continued to put our leftovers away.
Why wasn't I invited to this dinner date?
Julina and Eves had to tell me something. Roddy explained. Eves, good looking tonight. I'll get Kingsley down tonight. Thanks, Rod. I called over my shoulder while grabbing the bottles Kingsley would need during the night.
Rod? Since when are y'all on a nickname basis?
I heard Gia ask Roddy while they headed upstairs. I smiled and shook my head. The woman was confused. 1 minute she paid him no mind, then the next she paid him too much attention. Since Roddy was going to handle Kingsley tonight, I had time to myself. I grabbed a bottle of water and sat on the back porch with my phone. I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss home. Since I moved, I hadn't heard from anyone except Allie and Court. They sent a few texts because they knew I hated talking on the phone.
Hey, baby!
Allie greeted me the moment she answered the phone.
I swear we were talking about you in group.
I smiled because I did miss my weekly meetings. Hey, Allie, I missed your voice.
Me too. I went to our favorite restaurant and it didn't feel the same. I even layered the chair across from me with your favorite scarf.
Girl, tell me you didn't. I laughed. It felt so good to hear my friend's voice. I missed being a 20-minute train ride from her.
Yes, and I was lonely as hell. I need a break so bad between group and this book. I'm tired.
Same. I like keeping busy, though.
Have you found a group to attend?
I knew she was going to ask me, and I didn't prepare an explanation for her. Yes and no.
What does that mean?
I found one, but I've been so busy I haven't been able to attend one. I lied. I found a meeting that was close by, and I could have attended. However, I didn't want to. I like being normal and not having to attend a meeting every week. You need to show your face. This is important to me, Eves. I know what's important to you. What about me and what I want? You know what I'm going to say, and I really don't want to say it. I'm going to attend a meeting, Allie. I promise that I will go, and I'll even take a selfie with the group. You know you can't do that. She giggled. Anyway, how have things been out there? Our text messages have been short, so I'm not sure what to make of it. They're short because I've been taking care of a 4-month-old around the clock. I bet she's adorable. She is the cutest, and she's a good baby. I loved caring for Kingsley. Some nights, she never made it to her nursery. She'd sleep right beside me in the bed. Does it make you miss motherhood? At times. And does it trigger anything? Allie, I promise I'm good. If I feel like it's too much, I will make sure that I find a meeting or call you. I have to calm down and let you make your decisions. It's been so hard because you've been with me for the past 4 years. And you have taught me everything that I know about maintaining my sobriety. I love you, Allie. This means too much for me to throw it down the drain. I believe you. Good. Now tell me, how's Mia doing? She's doing great. I booked my flight to see her next month. I'm excited because we're going to Disneyland. I'm happy for you. You and Mia are going to have so much fun. I smiled because this is all Allie had ever wanted with her daughter. Well, I'm going to be going to Dubai soon for my boss's birthday. Girl, you've done moved up in the world. Dubai? You and those fancy housekeepers. I giggled. I'm excited because it's been a while since I've been on vacation, although it won't be much of a vacation because I'll be caring for the kids. I'd care for 600 kids if it meant being in Dubai, right? How's your mom? Wouldn't know. Have you reached out? No. Has she reached out? No. Why do you do this? What? Every time we discuss your mom, you shut down. Allie called me out. It was the truth. You're allowed to feel hurt for how your mother treats you, Eves. I don't know why I even care anymore. She's your mother. So? She hasn't been very motherly these past few years. Doesn't matter. She's still your mother and you care about her. Maybe reach out to her and see how things go. You've been out of the house, so she doesn't have that excuse to blame you for anymore. I'll think about it, Allie. I'm tired. So can I call you tomorrow? You're not going to call me tomorrow. We'll chat soon. This conversation isn't over. Okay. I agreed and ended the call. My mother hadn't called or tried to check in on me, and it didn't surprise me. Although it didn't surprise me, it still hurt. It hurt that I moved to another state, and she didn't even try to check in on me to see if I was fine. For all she knew, I could have been dead. The baby monitor app chimed, alerting me of movement. I tapped the notification and watched Gia standing by the crib with her hands on her hips. You and Eves are getting too close. I don't like that. What are you talking about? I could hear Roddy's voice, but I couldn't see him. You don't like that I get along with our housekeeper? You sound stupid. Now I'm stupid? She whined. I don't like the way she be looking at you. She does her job, babe. You are making shit up because you saw us laughing downstairs. Why didn't I get invited? I told you downstairs why. You wanted to hire Eves, and now you got a problem. Deal with your shit, and don't try to make it something that it's not. I saw him take naked Kingsley into her bathroom. The last thing I needed was Gia becoming jealous and trying to fire me. I needed this job. The money was great, and I was able to save while living under their roof. Gia was always confused about what she wanted, and that conversation she had with Roddy told me that she didn't particularly want him, but she didn't want anyone else to have him either. 13. Gia. Why are you coming out of my bedroom while my man is taking a shower? I caught Eves coming out of our bedroom. I knew for a fact that Roddy was in the shower. Getting your laundry. She held up the gray basket as if I hadn't already saw it. Doesn't mean you need to be in my bedroom while my man is taking a shower, I continued. And by her body language, she didn't see anything wrong with what she was doing. Eves bothered me. When we first hired her, things had been good. She took care of the kids and most importantly, did all the things I had no desire to. It had been 2 months since she started working here, and I felt like she was getting bolder and more disrespectful. I couldn't put my finger on it. Like now, the way she was staring at me, like she hadn't done anything wrong, irritated me. Roddy is at therapy. He's not even here. It's Friday. Roddy doesn't do therapy on Friday, so try again. Gia, you can check the room out for yourself. I came to collect your laundry. If you need me, I'll be doing laundry before doing tummy time with KK.
She walked off with the laundry basket like I had dismissed her. Roddy doesn't like anybody in our room when he's not here.
Won't happen again.
She didn't even bother to turn around and say it. Eves bothered me. She bothered me because she was becoming too comfortable in my house. Instead of doing what she was paid to do, she was doing everything else. I would find her meditating with Roddy every morning or taking Julina shopping or to go get their nails done. It bothered me. Julina hated her, and that was what we had in common. Now it was a different story. The other day, she and Roddy took the kids to go get ice cream and see a movie. She took my baby to her first movie without letting me know. I was furious when Roddy told me. He acted like I was overreacting, and I wasn't. She had no right to take my baby to her first movie and not even mention it. Then, the little fake movie outing made me angry even further. People probably stared at them and thought they were the perfect little family. Every time I brought it up to Roddy, he waved it off and acted like I was making up imaginary scenarios in my head. Just because I was back to working and going out didn't mean I wanted to be cut out of the family.
What's good, Gia?
He answered, "No baby or nothing." Hello? I'm just Gia now?
Babe, I'm busy doing something. This is what you call me for?
He sounded irritable. Eves was in our bedroom without any of our permission.
She's the housekeeper.
The last lady we had went into your room and you flipped out. Now it's all right for her to come in and out of our bedroom? He sighed on the phone.
Do you want me to talk to her about it?
No! Just wanted to put you on notice that she doesn't listen, and we may need to fire her.
Yo, calm the fuck down. The kids are used to her and I am too. I'm not about to bring all different people in and out of the house. I'll talk to her about the bedroom and leave it at that.
Whatever. I rolled my eyes. If you're sleeping with her, then just have the balls to be honest. I accused and ended the call.
Where are you?
Keisha texted me. I grabbed my purse, car keys, and my medical files and headed out of the garage. Leaving now. Since I had breastfed Kingsley for 3 months, my breasts weren't the same. I used to be able to wear a shirt without a bra, and now I had to use boob tape to fake it. My breasts had dropped and weren't perky like they used to be. People said that your body changed when you had a baby, and I understood that, but that didn't mean that I wanted to keep my post-baby body. To be that girl, I had to always look good. The better you looked, the more followers you had. The more followers you had, the more money club promoters paid you. Since I had stepped back to be pregnant and give birth, there were other girls that had been able to slide in my spot. It was up to me to get my shit back and show them, baby or not, I would always be that girl.
You would always be late if it weren't for me.
Keisha opened my car door the moment I pulled into the doctor's office. I was going off on Eves.
The housekeeper? What does she do now?
Keisha closed the door behind me and followed me into the doctor's office. She was all up in my room without telling us. I thought Roddy was in the shower, but he had therapy.
On a Friday?
Everybody and their mama knew that Roddy went to therapy on Tuesdays, not Fridays. Yep. Then, when I called, he acted like I was getting on his nerves or something.
Weren't you guys doing better? He was being more supportive about us going out of town and stuff, right?
If he has a problem, he damn sure hasn't mentioned anything to me. I signed the login sheet and took a seat in the waiting area with Keisha.
Maybe he was doing something for your birthday.
Keisha suggested. My birthday was a couple of days away, and Roddy went over the top every year for me. Could be. He still didn't have to have an attitude. I scrolled my phone. So, did the funds come through for Vegas?
This morning. I booked our flights and we'll be out tomorrow morning.
Vegas is going to be so lit. I can't wait to shake my ass and party.
I bet. Did you notice how Oblique was staring at you at the mansion party?
Oblique was an up-and-coming rapper who was making a name for himself. He was from New York, and it was something about those New York niggas. We had met him at the mansion party, and I had to tell him I was engaged. I tried like hell to hide that damn engagement ring, but he noticed it right away. Yeah, and you didn't need to give him my number. I blushed and rolled my eyes at the same time.
Gia, he damn near hunted me down after you went to the bar.
Too bad I'm engaged.
You didn't text him back?
Yeah. He wanted me to come to the studio.
And?
I've been going to the studio with him every night this week.
Have you been telling Roddy?
I was hanging with you. I stopped at a picture Oblique had posted. We're just friends, though, Keisha. Don't get it into your head that we're going to be together. Keisha loved to run with things. She had been in my ear about Oblique before we even went to the mansion party. I ignored her because I was engaged and I wasn't worried about that man. Then when we attended the mansion party, and I understood why the girls were all over him. That man was 6 feet of tall, dark chocolate that I wouldn't mind taking a lick of. When Keisha gave him my number, he sent me a text the next day. It took me 3 hours before I decided to text him back. When I did, we had this flirty banter, and he invited me to come to the studio. Roddy and Eves always took the kids out, so I went to the studio and we hung out. I had always wanted to get into music, so he taught me a thing or two. I wasn't a fool, and I knew that Oblique wanted me. A small part of me wanted him too. I liked being able to hang out without being someone's fiance or mama.
Gia Rodriguez?
The medical assistant called my name, and I stood up.
You've been going to the studio for a reason. We'll table this conversation until after we're done.
I was so excited about this appointment that I could barely sleep at night. Keisha pulled some strings, and I was able to get an appointment with one of the best plastic surgeons in Atlanta. His books were filled for the next 2 years, and she had been able to swing getting me an appointment. When I told Keisha I wanted to get my breast done, she was all for it. Keisha was always supportive with everything that I wanted to do. Roddy didn't know about my appointment because he would just try to talk me out of it.
Gia Love, welcome to our office.
Dr. Rosario greeted me when he walked into the office. Hey, Dr. Rosario. I smiled so damn wide. He probably thought I was a damn fool with the way I was smiling. You ready to give me some pretty nice titties? He chuckled and washed his hands.
I want you to have your dream breasts.
Yes! My daughter got me looking like flapjacks. I wore the small vest that they made you wear after taking all your clothes off.
Let me take a look at your breasts.
He touched them and lifted them up.
I can see where your concern is. However, most women like a natural sag like yours. They still look amazing.
I blushed. Thank you. I just want them how they used to be. They were so perky, I could have worn a shirt without a bra.
That comes with motherhood, Gia.
He chuckled.
If I had $1 for every time my wife complains about a part of her body the kid's ruined. Though she has complaints, she's still beautiful to me. Every piece of her.
I went from excited to annoyed. Sir, I want a boob job. I'm not trying to be your wife or my man's definition of perfection. I'm trying to be perfect, and I want a breast job. I wanted them lifted and slightly bigger. He wasn't going to talk me out of what I wanted. Dr. Rosario must have realized that I would go somewhere else before I allowed him to sway my decision.
All right, let me mark you up, and we'll plan our course of action. I'll have you try different sizes, and we can go from there. Now we're talking.
Keisha smiled. The appointment was an hour and a half. I was so excited that he booked my appointments for 2 months out. The only hurdle I had was talking to Roddy about the procedure. Between he and V, I could tell they were going to be in their feelings and judge me about my surgery. Me and Keisha did lunch before I went home. When I arrived, Eves was getting out of Roddy's brand new BMW. I hopped out my car so quick, I almost forgot to put it in park. Why are you driving his car? Eves was shocked when she saw me walking over to her. For the first time, this bitch looked legit scared and caught in the act.
Rod, I'm just... Damn, Gia, you are so damn nosy.
Roddy came out of the garage. I'm nosy, but you got this bitch driving around in your car like she's your girl? Roddy didn't say anything. He tossed a key fob at me.
I bought you a brand new whip for your birthday, and Eve drove yours back here because I drove mine to the dealership.
I took a good look at the car and realized it wasn't the olive color that Roddy had. It was black with red and black rims on it. When I saw Eve get out of the car, I had lost my mind and went off without thinking. Baby, I didn't know that you...
You never think before you go off on somebody. Check the trunk.
He turned and headed into the house.
Good looking out, Eves.
Eve stood there unsure of what to say or do. I walked over to the car and popped the trunk. Inside of the trunk was a set of Louis Vuitton luggage and a bouquet of roses and a card. I opened the car and felt like shit. Maybe I should have just asked what had happened instead of assuming things.
He really does care about you and just wanted to start your birthday off on the right foot.
Eves told me and headed into the house.
Ma, shit hasn't been the same since we had the baby. I admit that I get in my feelings about your career, and I could be better about that. I'm trying. I booked us tickets to Dubai to celebrate you and Ju's birthday. Pack this luggage with some of the sexiest lingerie I know you have, and let's start this trip on some love and fly shit. Your future husband.
Baby, we're going to Dubai? I screamed as I ran into the house. Roderick was sitting at the kitchen island, and I pounced on him while smothering him with kisses.
You always nosy, so I wanted to surprise you tomorrow with it.
I'm so sorry, baby. I love you so much. I continued to suck on his lips. Honestly, I was ready to bring him upstairs and show him how much I really appreciated him.
Yeah, whatever. You need to apologize to Eves for going off on her like that. Then you keep saying shit like we fucking. Stop all that shit. I'm loyal to you until you give me a reason not to be.
And I'm never going to give you a reason not to be. I kissed his lips. I need to call Keisha now. I hopped off him and went back outside to my car to FaceTime Keisha. In 2 days, I would be in Dubai living my best life with my man.
Dubai, UAE.
Kingsley showed her entire ass the entire flight. Roddy booked business class flights for all of us. Eves ordered a travel bassinet that she was able to put next to her pod. The wheels hadn't lifted, and Kingsley started with her shit. It got so bad that Roddy ended up switching seats with me to be near Eves to help her out. Why couldn't he have booked a vacation with the two of us? This wasn't my idea of a vacation. If the main reason we hadn't been on the same page was Kingsley, why in the hell would he bring her on this trip? Eves mentioned that Kingsley was teething. Once she gave her medicine and rubbed the ice the flight attendant brought to her, she calmed down. I think me and the entire flight thanked God. For the rest of the flight, I watched movies, drank champagne, and tried to join the Mile High Club with Roddy. But he was too consumed with Kingsley. I took a Xanax and managed to sleep for the remainder of the flight. When we landed, a huge Sprinter van picked us up and took us to our hotel. Roddy booked Palazzo Versace Dubai. He went all out and spared no expense for my birthday. I was so excited to be here and couldn't wait to change so I could go shopping on Roddy's dime. Keisha was flying in tonight, and that's when the real fun would start. The moment I told her I was going to Dubai, she started lining up appearances at all the poppin' clubs here. Roddy didn't know yet, and I knew he'd be in his feelings about it. But it was my birthday trip, so I could do whatever I wanted.
What do you think, babe?
Roddy kissed me on my neck and wrapped his arms around my waist. It's so beautiful here. I'm so excited to be here, babe. You really topped last year.
I know. That's the goal. To make you happier than the last year. What you want to do right now?
Is that even a question? I want to go shopping. I turned in his arms and kissed his lips.
Your wish is my command. Let me shower and then we can go shopping. I made reservations for just us tonight, too.
He was speaking my language today. I wanted to spend time with my man alone. All I wanted was to be away from the kids. For once, I wanted us to have time by ourselves. Every piece of our lives revolved around the kids. What was so wrong with wanting my man for myself? I wanted to party, get drunk, and act like we didn't have any responsibilities. Roddy would never behave like that at home. However, we were on vacation, and I wanted to let loose. So, baby, I took a seat on the edge of the tub while Roddy got ready to take a shower.
What's up, Ma?
It was hard to reveal that Keisha was flying in when he was getting undressed in front of me. Even though it was as soft as clay, it had the length and girth I desired. Part of me wanted to crawl on the floor and take him into my mouth. Keisha is flying in tonight. His attitude changed with a snap of a finger. The mention of Keisha's name ruined his day. Roddy always accused Keisha of using me. He didn't know or understand our friendship. We had been friends forever and would ride for one another.
It's a family trip.
He stepped into the shower and the water rinsed over his body. Technically, it's my birthday trip.
Our entire family is here so we can enjoy one another out the country. I brought Eves so we can have more date nights while we're here. Why the fuck is Keisha flying in tonight?
She booked a few
What the fuck, Gia?
Babe, we can go together and turn up. Remember when we used to do that?
We used to do that when we didn't have a 6-month-old. When the fuck is this shit gonna be done for you? I'll let you get back into it and haven't said shit. Now you want to bring work on this trip? Come on, Gia.
You didn't let me do anything. I was going to get back out there regardless. I snapped. Why can't you do what I want? Isn't it my birthday trip?
You must have forgot your stepdaughter's birthday is right after yours.
He reminded me. I tried my hardest not to remember a thing about Jelena and her stank attitude. I overheard Roddy talking to Levi about what happened and whatever party she attended. If that had been me, my mama would have beat the hell out of me. Since she was Daddy's princess, he took her to a nice restaurant and all was forgiven. Not the fact that she went to a high school party she had no business being at. I just want to party with my man. Is that so bad?
Yes, it's bad because you party all the damn time. I thought we would get some family time in.
What happened to all that fly shit you spoke about in the card you gave me? He laughed to himself.
You know what? Do what you gotta do. I'm not trying to convince you to be with us if you don't want to be.
Oh, matter of fact, I'm good. I have some friends that are here. I'm going to chill with them. I left out the bathroom. Keisha and I had some friends that lived out here. My friend Sharma and her husband moved here a couple years ago. The moment she found out we were coming, she had arranged a bunch of stuff with her friends she made here. I needed to get away from them for a couple of hours. Roddy could go soak all he wanted. He was the reason our relationship was in the toilet.
14. Mama V. We had been here for 2 days, and I could tell Roddy and Gia were at each other's throats. Today was Gia's birthday, and she dragged her ass into our suite around 4 in the morning. Roddy had been drinking and venting about her lack of consideration. He complained, but never did shit about it. He'd complain today, and tomorrow he would have 6 dozen roses at her feet when she woke up. This dinner party he planned was beautiful. Gia wore a pink sparkle dress with ostrich feathers at the bottom. What surprised me was what Eves had on. She wore a white dress with a deep cleavage cut. The red heels made her legs appear longer and brought out her complexion. I guess she started to use that money my nephew was paying her. Hell, she made good money taking care of the kids. Every penny Roddy paid her, she deserved. Julina and RJ offered to keep an eye on KK while we attended dinner. They wanted Eves to get out and enjoy the night. I agreed. The girl was more of a mother to Kingsley than her own mother. The entire flight, she walked up and down the aisle soothing Kingsley. With a screaming 6-month-old and her mother passed out, she didn't even break a sweat. That girl was able to make sure KK was taken care of and got a small nap with her. Ever since we got here, she had taken KK to the pool every morning and played with her. She even got Julina and RJ out of the hotel suite to swim and have fun.
Thank you for coming to my birthday dinner.
Gia stood up and tapped a dessert fork on her champagne flute.
A special thank you to my baby for doing all of this.
She winked at him. Her ass was so damn fake, I couldn't stomach it. All of her friends were here, so she pretended like everything was all good between the two of them. I knew my nephew, and I knew there wasn't shit saw between the two of them. You're welcome, he replied and took a sip of his champagne.
Everyone, let's take a shot.
She waved for the waiters to sit a single shot in front of everyone. Eve stared at me. If I had been in her position, I would have been shitting bricks. Not Eve's. She sat there cool as a cucumber and put the shot glass in the middle of the table. Roddy stared at her and then put his shot glass in the middle of the table. Yes! So what time we heading over to the club? Keisha screamed, as if we weren't in an upscale restaurant. This little bitch was as ghetto as they came and was proud of it. I'm too old for this shit, I whispered into Eves' ear. She giggled. Me too, apparently. I'm trying to keep myself from dozing off. We both laughed.
Eves, you gotta get drunk tonight. You're not watching my baby, so drink up.
No thanks, Gia. I don't drink. But you guys enjoy the club tonight and take plenty of shots for me. Eves grabbed her Steve Madden clutch and got up from her chair. I'm going to head out too. Be safe and don't drive, I told them, as if any of them were going to be driving tonight. I followed behind Eves as she headed toward the front to hail a cab back to our hotel. My feet are killing me in these heels. She took weight off one foot and then the other. I'm proud of you, Eves. What you did wasn't easy. Thank you. Just the smell made me want to toss it back. She admitted, which couldn't have been easy. You know, I'm happy that you know you deserve more and have more to lose by taking one small shot. So, none of you are going to tell me the plan? Boy, shouldn't you be going to the club with your fiancé? Man, I'm too old to be turning up with Gia and her friends. I kissed her and handed her $300 to get to the club. That's how much it costs to get to the club. With all her friends, probably so. They're gonna need a van or something. Don't you want to end her birthday with her? It's almost a couple hours till midnight. Eves looked at her watch. Nah, she didn't bring it in with me, so there's no reason to end it with her. I felt bad for my nephew. He wanted to have that woman that wanted to be with him every second of the day. Sadly, this was karma for his first marriage. Roddy was barely around. Now that he learned his lesson, he was trying to right his wrongs with Gia, and she wanted nothing to do with it. I just want to lay in bed while FaceTiming my boo. You serious about him, huh? So serious. I can really see myself with this man. I blushed. This man had my 50-year-old ass blushing like a schoolgirl. When do I get the chance to meet him? He's going to come visit once I'm back. I'll plan a dinner at my place and you both can meet him. You want me to meet him too? Eves was shocked. Yes, you've been here to listen to me doubt giving this man a chance. I want you all to come by my place and have dinner. You can even bring Gia too. Good. It's about time I meet a man that you're serious about. I knew that was his way of taking a dig about me and Curtis. Curtis had been reaching out to me to apologize, and I hadn't taken his calls. I was pissed with him for doing this to me. As much as I was caught up with my new boo, it still hurt that Curtis put me in this situation. We were supposed to be happy together. I don't know how many times we sat down and planned our Mexico destination wedding. He strung me along while he continued to promise his wife things. This was my karma for staying with him after I found out he was married. My ass should have kicked him to the curb and allowed him to stay there. We made it back to the hotel and I went to my room. After a shower, I changed into something sexy and called him. His phone went to voicemail, so I plugged my phone up and went to hang with Eves and Roddy.
Mama V, I got Kingsley down to sleep,
Jelena told me. Thanks, honey pie. How are you? I feel like you've been so distant with me.
I'm good. Just trying to stay busy with school. How are you?
Better than ever, sweets. Order room service and hang out with your brother. You both are on vacation. Get off those phones. I told them and went out by the pool. Roddy booked 2 suites. He and Gia had one, and then me, Eves, and the kids had the other. It was right across from the other. Eves mentioned she was going to sit by the pool, and Roddy followed behind her. I could tell there was an attraction between the both of them. The way he looked at her was different than before. The fact that he let Gia go to the club alone and came back with us spoke volumes. You both seem like you're in a serious conversation. This man is trying to give me a raise. And what's the problem? He pays me generously enough. I don't need a raise. Eves giggled. Child, if someone is offering you a raise, you need to take it. I sat down in one of the pool chairs and leaned back. You both have been very generous to me. I wouldn't take that because I'm paid enough money. I was able to go into a store and buy an outfit, so no, I will not be accepting a raise. Roddy smirked. You're stubborn as hell. I am. I didn't mention it earlier, but I commend you for handling the situation with Gia back at the restaurant. Got too much to lose over one shot. She removed her hair out of her face. Are you too good? No, I cut in. They ain't been good in a while. I continued. V, you serious? We all can see that you both aren't good, Roderick. This dinner was sweet and fake. Her little toast was to save face for her friends and social media. Notice how Keisha made sure to take every picture and not to get your face. I wanted my nephew to see what I saw when I looked at him and Gia. Neither one of them was happy, and yet they both still pushed on like it was healthy. Kingsley deserved happy parents, not miserable ones. I'm trying to make things right between us. Gia has different plans than I do. Every time I think I've done something to fix our problems, another one comes up. That's relationships for you. They take a lot of work and sacrifice. Seem like I'm the only one doing work or sacrifice, he admitted. Eves rubbed his arm and offered a weak smile. Your kids deserve a happy you. I wanted to talk to her about trying for baby number 2. If I had a cocktail, I probably would have choked on it. She didn't want to have Kingsley. You really think she's going to want to give you another baby? I want one more. He stressed. What you want and what she wants to give you are 2 different things, I reminded him. It was a whole show convincing her to keep Kingsley. Gia nearly had the abortion people on speed dial. If Roddy thought he was going to convince her to give him another baby, he was crazier than I thought. You sure you don't want to wait? Eves interjected. Kingsley just turned 6 months. A new baby right now will be crazy. For who? You too. Babies change things, and it doesn't matter how good you think your relationship is. A baby will show the cracks in the foundation. I told him. Gia is already wanting to do her own thing, and she wants nothing to do with motherhood. You think she's willing to sacrifice her body and sit in the house for another 9 months for a baby she doesn't want? So I'm supposed to sacrifice what I want because she doesn't want any more kids? Roddy, you have 3 beautiful children. 3 beautiful and healthy children, I might add. Is this worth you starting a fight over? She did give you one. Shouldn't you be grateful for that? Why is it so hard to find a woman that want to sit up, let me take care of her, and give me the babies that I want? Nicka! This isn't the 40s. Women want to have their own lives and money. They especially don't want to sit up having numerous babies. Been there, done that, and got the postcard. I waved my nephew off with his caveman mentality. That was his problem with Bree, too. He thought because they came up together, she wasn't supposed to have a career of their own. Bree happily gave him 2 children, and that wasn't enough for him. He barely had time for the 2 he had back then, and he was on her for more. I loved Roddy more than life itself. However, he had a flawed way of thinking. I wasn't Team Gia in no shape or form. However, the girl had a baby 6 months ago. He needed to let her breathe. I want her to have her own life, too. With Gia, it's her way or no way. Why can't she do both? Shaking her ass in the club pregnant would look bad. Eves giggled. Roddy licked his lips while he stared at her. Those two had an attraction that neither of them could deny. Why can't she start a business or model? Why does she have to be in every club every weekend? Eve sighed. If a man wants to take care of me and in return he wants me to have his babies, I'd be ready tomorrow. Still, that's because me and Gia are 2 different types of women. It doesn't mean that either of us are less than. Women are women, and some don't want to sit at home and pop out babies. Eves tried to explain. Then give me a few babies. I want 6. Roddy licked his lips again. This time I did choke. You 2 better stop before Kingsley has a half-sibling. We all broke out into laughter. The pool attendant finally came over, and we ordered food and drinks. Roddy ordered sparkling cider and champagne flutes. I got a mojito to go with my hummus and pita chips. Seriously, let her come up for air before trying to get her to have a second child, I told him. Roddy was stubborn and was going to do whatever he wanted. I'm sure my words went in one ear and right out the other. He wanted another baby, and he was going to make sure Gia knew that's what he wanted. I hear you, V. You spoke to your Nana lately? She said she needed to find another place. I told her I'd ask my realtor to send her some places. She needs to consider buying. She mentioned coming to stay with me for a while. Are you ready for that? You and Nana are like water and oil. He confirmed exactly how I felt. I'm not. She's my mother and wants to be around family, so I can't exactly say I don't want her to come. If she wants to come stay at the house, there's more than enough room, he offered. Oh, then it said she can stay with you at the house. I quickly made the arrangements. My boo was coming to stay with me, and I didn't want my mama around. She had always been hard on me for the type of men I picked. If she knew about Curtis, she would use him as an excuse for everything. The milk spoiled. You know why? 'Cause Vicky is sleeping with married men. I could hear her voice and the judgment rolling off her tongue. I was ready to settle down and be happy with someone. When I was younger, I would be so hung up on a man that ended things with me, I'd cry or be depressed for months because of it. At 50, I didn't have the time to sit and beat myself up about a man I knew was married. I could cry over the things Curtis had promised me. But what would that do? He would still be married, and I would still be the fool that thought he was going to leave his wife for me. We sat by the pool for another hour before we were back upstairs. Roddy came over to our suite because he didn't want to be alone. Knowing Gia, she wasn't coming in until the sun came up. I couldn't hang out like I used to. A bitch needed some sleep to be able to function the next day, so I left them in the living room and went to bed.
Why are the 2 of you always sneaking off together?
Gia's loud-ass mouth caused Kingsley to stir from her nap. Kingsley was at the age where she needed her nap more than food. If she didn't sleep, then she started hollering or trying to pull her earrings out for attention. I guess she was a lot like her mother in that sense. They went to take the kids on the wall near the marina, I explained.
He's always doing shit with her and never including me.
I wanted to tell her that she was dead to the world when they left out this morning. Eves tried to bring Kingsley with them, and I told her that I would watch her. Kingsley was teething, and I wanted the older kids to enjoy themselves without their baby sister ruining their vacation for them. Julina's birthday was tomorrow, and I knew Roddy had a big surprise for her. She's the kids' nanny, Gia. What's so wrong with her going places with them? It's Dubai. I'm sure she wants to explore, too.
You're always going to take Roddy's side. Even when he's wrong, you stick up for him.
When he's wrong, I have no problem putting him in his place.
I sure can't tell.
Since we were on vacation and Roddy had spent a lot of money for us to get here, I wasn't going to do her the way that I wanted to. It would not only ruin everyone else's trip, but it would ruin her life with the way my words would slice through her. Just call him and join them. You're so bothered, yet you haven't even called to ask him to come get you. She slept all day, and now she was pissed because Roddy hadn't waited around for her. Was he supposed to ignore the kids to wait for her while she slept from being out all night? It was the selfish shit like this that pissed me off. She didn't act like someone who was ready to be a mom or a stepmother.
You're missing the point.
Look, girl, I don't miss any point. You want to spend time with your man? Go and do that. But don't blame any damn body else if you don't. I picked up Kingsley and slammed the door to my room. Gia was spoiled and entitled. This entire trip had been about her. Not once did she mention Julina's birthday either. It was all about her, and that was all she spoke about. Yesterday, she should have ended that beautiful dinner with her man. Instead, she decided to go out with her friends, then sleep all day. It was her fault, and her fault alone. So if she wanted to spend time with Roddy, she needed to go and spend time with him. Your mama is crazy, KK. I kissed my baby on the cheek before laying her back down and patting her butt. After all the patting, I grew tired my damn self and took a nap.
15. Roddy. I flew Gia, the kids, Mama V, and Eves to Dubai to celebrate Eves and Julina's birthday. I hadn't seen Gia for a solid hour since we landed. The only time I saw her for a long period of time was when she was laid across our bed asleep from her night of drinking and hookah with Keisha. She was so busy with her friends that she hadn't did none of the family shit I had planned. I was corny like that when it came to my kids. I wanted them to experience everything, so I planned a couple days to explore the different parts of Dubai with a tour guide. Gia was concerned about doing what Keisha wanted, and she didn't respect the fact that I wanted this to be a family trip. I understood how she felt about being about the kids all the time. She wanted to do something without the kids, so I planned a dinner the other night. Instead of coming out with me, she claimed she and Keisha were heading to the spa with a few of their friends that lived here. Who the hell went to the spa at 9 at night? It was the small petty shit she did. How could she sit there and complain about us not getting back to us when she wasn't even trying to her damn self? I had to find out on social media that she was doing a few club appearances while we are here. This shit was supposed to be about us. Here she was trying to use making money as an excuse. It would be one thing if she needed the money, but she didn't need it. I paid for everything in the house and never asked her for anything. All her money was spent on shit she wanted to do. A few times I tried to convince her to put her money into investments. Every time I tried to tell her to do something, she always fought back on it. Her parents truly ruined her. Gia was used to being spoiled and doing whatever she wanted. Now that she was older, her mother saw the damage she did by giving her whatever she wanted and allowing her to always do what she wanted. Eves was bathing Kingsley in the kitchen sink while softly singing to her. Kingsley had calmed down a lot since Eves got her teething pains under control. Since she'd been hired, she spent more time taking care of our daughter than Gia's ass. Kingsley just turned 6 months and Gia was already back living her old lifestyle. I thought she would at least wait until KK turned a year old. It wasn't that I didn't want her to have a life. I did. I wanted her to bond with her child first. These years didn't come back around once they were gone. Yo, when you're done giving her a bath, you're off for the rest of the night. I told her and grabbed her water out the fridge. These were my kids, and I'd be damned if she was stuck caring for them the entire trip. It didn't matter that it was her job. The reason you took vacations with your kids was to spend time with them. She turned around with that pretty-ass smile exposing all her pearly white teeth. There was something about Eve's in that smile of hers. She didn't smile often. However, when she did, it was something you wanted to snap a picture of. From the way she carried herself and the conversations we had, she had been hurt badly. It was the reason she was so guarded. Roddy, the reason you brought me is so that you and Gia can relax and spend time together when you're not with the kids. She reminded me like I didn't already know. I wish he would. Instead, he keeps pacing in front of this Arabic soap opera, and it's getting good, V hollered from the living room. Matter of fact, why don't the both of you go and do something? Julina doesn't feel well, and RJ is worn out from being out today. Kingsley is going to fall off the bones if you wash her anymore. You might be on to something. It's the least I can do for holding a fussy Kingsley down that entire flight. Woo, she was a saint for me. I was ready to complain to the flight attendant about her. V broke out laughing. You know what? Eves laughed. She just needed me to be patient with her. It's hard being a baby at times. We can switch. She can take these adult-ass bills and I'll cut teeth for her, V continued. Let me get her down and we can head out. Where do you want to go? The mall. They got a bunch of shit there and I haven't picked up anything for Julina's birthday. Cool. Eves wrapped Kingsley up in a towel and headed toward her bedroom. Mama V gasped at the soap opera she had been watching. Girl, she been sleeping with her husband. She tried to get me caught up when I sat beside her. What was all of that about? She popped a few honey almonds into her mouth. You both been caring for the kids. I haven't seen you crack a smile once since we've been here. All you've been doing is chasing behind Gia, and baby, she's not trying to stop for you to catch her. Instead of wasting the money you spent on this trip, go out and have a good time. I hated to admit when V was right. Anytime I admitted the shit, she would drag that shit out for the next year. However, she was right, and I had spent a lot of money to not be enjoying myself. Don't get me wrong. When I was with the kids doing shit, I was having fun. After a while, they were ready to return to the hotel and get on their phones and relax. That was supposed to be the time me and Gia got to go out and did shit together. Except she was too busy spending time with everybody else. Why the fuck was Keisha even here? That bitch acted like it was hard to find a man of her own. Why should I suffer because her man wasn't good to her? You right. I see how you look at her, Roddy. Be careful and know what you're doing before you do it. Chill. What you even talking about? V gave me that look. Nigga, I raised you. You can't pull a fast one on me. You better keep your eye on this soap opera. I nudged her and then kissed her on the forehead. Love you, V. Love you more, baby. Thank you again for keeping your nana. I know how the two of you get. I'm not trying to get a call in the middle of the night from the police station. Your nana knows how to push buttons. She rolled her eyes. I just wish she'd learned to stop trying to control everyone's life. She's your mother. So, I never controlled your life. Yeah, 'cause you were the cool aunt. You swayed me the way you wanted me to be, without making it feel like you were controlling me. Maybe if you didn't bring me a baby as a teenager, I would have. She raised her eyebrow, the same way I raised mine. While we going back down memory lane, I stood up as Eves came back into the living room. She had changed into a teal maxi dress with gold sandals and accessories. It was clear she was becoming comfortable with spending her money. You look cute, V complimented her. Who knew you were hiding all of this under t-shirts and sweats? The kids keep me busy, plus I don't like dressing like this all the time. I'm good with a pair of sneakers and leggings. You ready? Yep, after you, Mr. Mathers, she joked, and I held the door open for her. Have fun and bring me something back, V hollered behind us as she left. While I was talking to V, I had texted the concierge and arranged to rent one of their cars. I had planned to do the same thing with Gia for her birthday, but we saw how well that turned out. I rented a Lamborghini to ride to the mall in. I couldn't wait to get behind the wheel and punch it down their highways. It was different in Atlanta. Soon as the cops saw a black man in a foreign car, they couldn't wait to pull them over. Here it was different. This car was like a regular whip compared to the type of cars they drove here. We going to be driving in this? Eves got excited when the valet tossed me the keys. Yeah, figured it's your first time here, let's ball out, right? I opened the door for her and she slid in. I got behind the wheel and sped off away from the hotel with the top already down. Eve's hair blew in the wind while I drove down the highway. Dubai was truly a beautiful-ass country. When my kids were grown, I could see myself retiring here and just living life. I can dig it. Eve smiled and took a few pictures on her phone. That was one of the things I liked about her. She was never on her phone. At times, her phone would be across the house while she was in another part. Her phone wasn't her priority. She could live without it. These are cute. I'm going to post them to my Instagram. I didn't think you had any social media with the way you act with your phone. How do I act? You're never on your phone. If anything, you're always asking somebody to call it. I haven't been on any of my social media accounts in years. Too many painful memories, she disclosed. What painful memories? Besides her being a recovering alcoholic. I wanted to know more about her. She was like an onion. Every time I peeled some layers back, I was met with more. Too painful for me to relive. Let's have a good night tonight. She smiled. These look good to you? She shoved her phone in my face while I was driving. Luckily, I was used to this shit. Julina loved to shove her phone in my face when I was occupied with other shit. I liked the second one. Your lips look juicy as shit. The last part slipped. Okay, I'll post that. She bit down on her bottom lip. Why was she doing this? Eves was about to make me pull over and take her down right on the side of the highway. We arrived at the mall and went to a highly recommended restaurant with views of the Dubai Water Show. After slipping the hostess a tip, she was able to get us a table with a perfect view. I pulled Eve's chair out and then took a seat across from her. Let me take a picture of you, she insisted. I wasn't into the selfies and shit. Why? Why else? Memories, silly. Now smile, unless you're the type that doesn't smile. I smiled and she snapped the picture just as the water was shooting out in the fountain. Damn, I look good. You do. She opened the menu and skimmed the menu. Since you kind of owe me, I think I want 2 meals. Whatever you want, it's your world. Not really. Why you say shit like that? It's not really my world, Roddy. We both stared at one another, neither of us breaking our gaze. I want you to believe that it's your world. I want to believe that too, except we know that it isn't. She sipped her water and held her finger up. I also want you not to make this a thing. Between meditating together every morning or our conversation we found ourselves having throughout the day, we had become acquainted with one another. She knew when I was picking with Gia and would pull me to the side and tell me about myself. I didn't know if she did the same with Gia. Probably not. What happened with that date you went on? Who told you about that, Mama V? I gotta stop telling her everything. She giggled. She's becoming my sounding board. She gives good advice. She does, she conceded. I stared at her, waiting for her to tell me about this date. After spending the day at the golf course with Levi and his father, I needed a drink for myself and a family therapist for them. Levi resented his father because he was married to what he thought was the love of his life. By the time I got home, V was in the kitchen cleaning, and Kingsley was asleep in the sunroom. Lately, the only person I wanted to talk to was Eves. I woke up excited to see her unrolling her mat in the sunroom in the morning. Our morning talks about our goals and dreams excited me. She timed out the kids' day perfectly, so she would always end our talks with, Mr. Mathers, have a good day because you deserve it. Then she would wink and strut out the sunroom to get Kingsley up. V told me that she went out on a date. I was surprised since she never mentioned that she was seeing somebody. Eves never went anywhere, even on her days off. She was always with the kids or writing in her journal in the backyard. I must admit I was jealous knowing she was on a date. You gonna tell me about this date? She swiped a piece of her hair behind her ear and laughed. It was with Houston. My driver? Yeah. He's the only other person I know besides you guys. He kind of asked me out the first time he dropped me at your house. Houston was good people. He was a hood nigga who had a family to provide for. When I met him, he was trying to sell me weed at the gas station. Selling weed at the gas station wasn't going to take care of his family the way he needed to. Every time I went to that gas station, we would shoot the breeze. Until one day, I offered him a job. Atlanta niggas were grimy, so I had to let him know that I'd kill his ass if he tried some shit with me or my family. Houston was one of the good niggas, though. He legit just wanted to take care of his family. I put him on my payroll with benefits and all. How did the date go? You're biting the inside of your cheek. You're so mad. She poked fun at me. Roderick, why would you be mad with me? I'm not your girl. Houston has a wife, though. She shrugged. Sounds like that's his problem, not mine. She sipped her water. I'm totally kidding. I found that out on our date when he left his phone in the car and wifey called his phone. They're always on and off. 1 month he's in love, and then the next he's asking me to hook him up with a divorce lawyer. Houston doesn't know what the fuck he wants most days. The only thing we both agree he wants is pussy. I kind of gathered that on our date. He kept asking if I wanted to get a hotel room for the night. She rolled her eyes. Did you? Not on the first date. I don't even know if I like him. The only reason he got my number was because he asked that day he picked you up. You must have liked something about him. He was sweet when he picked me up. Lately, I haven't met a lot of nice men that want to take me out. I looked around the table and out at the fountain show. Besides you're engaged, so this doesn't even count. All jokes aside, you deserve someone to treat you like a queen. You do a lot for everyone, and I want you to know that I appreciate it and you. You do pay me well. It's not even about the money with you. You treat my kids good, Eves. Julina went from disliking you to calling you for every damn thing. RJ don't even leave his room, but soon as he knows you're cooking, he comes and sits at the counter to bother you. I don't even have to say how much Kingsley loves you. She reaches for you whenever you walk by her. Aw, I do love those kids. They remind me of my daughter. I could tell she didn't mean to say the last part. You got kids? A daughter. How many conversations have we had and you never mentioned her? I feel bad having you here and you got a seed. She's dead. A nigga was stunned by her revelation. Eves never mentioned anything about her personal life. All I knew was that she was divorced, and I found that piece from V. I never wanted to pry because when she was ready, she would tell me. You mind me asking how she died? Car accident. Damn. I'm sorry. I apologized. I can't imagine how you feel. It's still fresh. I just choose to do things that would make her proud. She's proud of you. Is that why you started drinking? It was a very direct question. It was still one that I wanted to know the answer to. I started drinking before her. I just never thought I had a problem. Honestly, I still think I'm in denial about it. They don't have programs in Atlanta like the one you went to in New York. They do. I just didn't want to attend one. You should. If you need to take time out the day to go, I can hold down the fort. Please, she whimpered. Don't. Her eyes were glossy, and I could tell she was trying to hold back her tears. She had lost the internal battle she had with her tear ducts, and the tears fell down her face. What's the matter? I left my chair and kneeled beside her. I'm fine, I promise, she lied. You're not fine, though. Why lie to me? She looked away from me. I don't want you to start treating me different and making accommodations for my addiction. I promise if I need a meeting, I will find one. I touched her face, turning it toward me. Promise you'll tell me. I promise. Reaching up, I wiped her tears and smiled at her. Can I get that smart ass back? She giggled. Yes, I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. I like a vulnerable you. It means we're growing in our friendship. You consider me your friend? Absolutely. One of my favorite ones at the moment, I revealed. That makes me feel good. I want to do a lot of things to make you feel good, I whispered and walked back over to my chair. Would you and Mrs. Mathers love dessert or more cocktails? Oh, I'm not his what? We'll have virgin mojitos and that apple cake, I cut her off. Why didn't you let me correct him? Let's play pretend. What do you mean? You're my wife. I'm your husband. Walk the mall as a married couple. Neither of us can say no to the other. You're crazy. Did you forget you have a fiancé here in Dubai? Nah, but I know she for sure forgot that she has one here. Gia was off doing her own thing. and I was doing mine, she would stumble into the suite tonight drunk as hell. We'd never speak about her going off about me and Eve's taking the kids out without her. Dubai had been a big-ass party for her stupid ass. Just for the night, I wanted to pretend to be a happily married couple. From the moment we sat down, people smiled at us and complimented us. What you say? I held my hand out. She placed her hand into mine and smiled. Mr. Mathers, I guess I'm your wife tonight. What comes with being your wife for the night? Anything you want. I'll take a nice stroll while holding hands. It's been a while since I've done that. She could have everything in this mall, and all she wanted was to hold hands with me while walking through the mall. You didn't have to get a mocktail. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. I can handle myself around drinking. You have an entire bar in your home that I clean every week. You right. Does it bother you to have a mocktail? No. When I first started my journey, I probably would have wanted the real thing. Now, I like to have one occasionally to feel like I'm normal. You ready to leave? She shook her head yes. I paid the check, stood up, and extended my hand out. We looped our fingers and walked out the restaurant. We stopped in a few stores looking for a gift for Julina. She mentioned wanting this Prada bag, and I wanted to get it for her. Leave it to you to remember which bag she wanted. I laughed while the sales associate went to the back to get Julina's bag. I only know because I've been eyeing a similar bag to that one. Julina saw me eyeing one on the computer and took over by showing me what she wants. We went down a designer rabbit hole for 3 hours. That girl swears she knows everything about designer. I walked back over to where the purses were. Which one were you looking at? Nope, I'm not letting you buy me that purse. It's too expensive and I don't need it. What was our agreement? I walked close to her and stared down at her while touching her hips to hold her in place. You quiet now. Tell me what our agreement was. I can't say no. She mocked and scoffed. Show me the bag, Mrs. Mathers, I demanded. Eves stayed in place. Do I really have to? You gonna break our deal? Fine. She huffed and walked over to the bags. I enjoyed watching her stomp over to the purses. With every stomp, her booty jiggled like jelly did on a spoon. This one. She picked up a black Prada purse. We're going to take this one too, I told the sales associate as she came back with Julina's gift wrapped. Great choice, Mrs. Mathers. We have the matching hat and sneakers to go with it. Just the bag. We'll take the hat and sneakers. Baby, what size are you? 5 in women. Okay, got it. I'll grab that for you. Please let me know if you need anything else. Oh, there's a cute nylon jumper set too. We'll take that too. Baby, stop being shy and tell her your size, I teased her. Eves wasn't enjoying this at all. She kept flipping the bird at me every time the sales associate turned away from her direction. Come here, beautiful. I pulled her into my arms while the sales associate oohed and ahed. I'm going to kill you slowly, she whispered into my chest as I continued to embarrass her. Only if you kiss me before you do it. I kissed her forehead. What store should we hit next? The saying shop till you drop didn't have nothing on the damage that I did on Julina and Eves. She fought me every step of the way. We couldn't fit any of the bags in the car, so I had called the hotel to bring another car to bring the bags. They were at the mall in under 20 minutes. When you were spending as much as I was, every wish I wanted was granted. Can I take you out tonight? We both sang along with Luther Vandross while I sped on the highway. Let me make our house a home, baby. Eves belted out while her hands swayed from side to side. It had been so long since I smiled and meant it. This smile wasn't forced or fake. Tonight had been the best night I had in a while. Eves was goofy, real, and funny. Shit didn't seem forced or fake between the two of us. Even now, while singing off-key in the car, the shit was fun. We weren't on our phones trying to catch the best moment. It was just about being fun and carefree. I like how that sound. I looked over at her quickly before returning my attention back to the highway. What's that? Making my house a home. She blushed and turned the music back up. I kept sneaking looks at her until we pulled back in the hotel. We held hands all the way up to our suites. Yeah, I was feeling bold and prayed like hell that Gia walked into us. I wanted to hurt her like she had been hurting me lately. I always wanted a guy to walk me to my door after a nice date. I guess I'm extra lucky because it's my husband. Eves giggled and stopped in front of the door of her suite. Guess this is where the train stops, beautiful. I bent down and kissed her on the lips. I've wanted to do that the entire night. Our lips parted, and she smiled at me. Thank you for the night. Although I fought you every step of the way, you continued to make me smile the entire night. Thank you for pretending to be my wife. You'd make a pretty amazing wife. Thank you, Roddy. She reached up and kissed me on the cheek. See you in the morning. I watched as she turned the doorknob and closed it quietly behind her. I wanted to pull her from the suite and keep her all to myself. That shit was wishful thinking. As much as tonight was fun, I was engaged, and that wasn't fair to Eves. And where the hell are you coming from? I jumped when I saw Gia sitting at the table in the kitchen. She scared the shit out of me. I quickly glanced at my watch. It was a little after 1 a.m. We had closed the mall down with all the shopping we did. I expected Gia to still be out with Keisha. I went to get Julina's gift. The door chimed behind me. Gia was eyeing me down suspiciously. So who the fuck is this at the door? She shoved past me and opened the door. Mr. Mathers, we have all your shopping bags. Should we leave them here or across the hall? You can bring them in here. I pointed to the empty space in the living area. What the hell is all this? Gia continued with her 20 questions. You did all this shopping for just Julina? Me and Eves went out to dinner, and I treated her to a couple things. By now, Gia was digging through the bags. Prada, Gucci, how much of this is Eves' shit? More than half, I answered honestly. I wanted to treat her to some stuff. She's been good to us and the kids. And she gets paid for the shit. You don't need to be buying her designer shit. The fuck kind of shit is this? She shoved the bags onto the floor. Calm the fuck down, Gia. You ain't here before the sun and think you got the right to tell me what the fuck to do with my money? You fucking her? Be honest with me. You and the nanny fucking? I laughed. I ain't doing this shit with you. You worried about me, but look like someone punched you in the neck. What's that? For your information, the party was crazy and someone grabbed me by the neck. Gia must have thought I was a fool if she thought I was going to believe that story. Yeah, I replied and headed to the bathroom. Gia thought somebody was going to argue with her all night, and I wasn't. You like her or something, Roderick? She hollered. What? Baby, are you messing with her? She whimpered with those puppy dog sad eyes. I can't take you giving up on our relationship. Gia, stop with this childish shit. Can you do something romantic for us? I've been so busy since I got here, and I think we both need to enjoy one another. After Julina's day, tomorrow is about her. If I have time to do something for us, then I will. I went into the bathroom to shower. I could still taste Eve's lip gloss on my lips. Just thinking about tonight was going to keep me up all night. While Gia tossed and turned beside me, I was going to be wondering what Eve's St. Michael was wearing to bed tonight. For Julina's birthday, I went all out for my baby girl. Ju, who was always extra about her birthday, wanted to be low-key this year. I rented a yacht, and we went on jet skis and partied. Julina had so much fun. It had been so long since I had seen my daughter be carefree and have fun. The biggest surprise was when Tamala jumped on her bed and woke her up this morning. She couldn't celebrate her birthday without her best friend with her. I worked it out with Tamala's mother, and she agreed to put her on the flight. The airline assured us that she would be taken care of, and they would get her to us safely. I picked her up from the airport and brought her into Julina's room. Ju was so grateful for everything today, and I enjoyed seeing my family have fun today. For once, Gia actually spent the day with us, even though she invited Keisha with us. Not even Gia could ruin Julina's day. My eyes weren't on Gia in her Versace bikini. It was on Eve's as she danced around with Kingsley in her Prada jumper. Seeing her with Kingsley always brought me so much joy. The way Kingsley cracked up laughing whenever she tickled her tummy. The hotel had a private movie room that I rented for the girls. They wanted to pig out on popcorn and snacks while watching movies. Mama V said she'd keep an eye on them for me, so I had the hotel run us a bath, light candles, and did all that shit she was always saving on her Pinterest. I wanted her to see that I was just as much in this as she was. Seeing her care if I was fucking Eves or not tugged at my heartstrings a bit. Gia wasn't the type to get too jealous, so seeing her so jealous last night made me feel like she still cared. Eves told me that she was going to get Kingsley down and RJ was playing the PlayStation the hotel brought to the suite. Everybody was situated, so I figured it was time to chill. My mind kept going back to when I rubbed my hand up against Eve's ass. She smirked and then continued rubbing watermelon on her gums. It wasn't like I was the only one into this. She was all the way in too, with her flirtatious smirks and rubbing against me when she had to scoot by. I guess I was the one to blame for us crossing that line with us. Sadly, I didn't regret crossing that line with Eves. In fact, I wanted to continue to cross it with her. Baby, what is going on? Why aren't you paying me attention? You did all of this just to be in your own head? Gia's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Nah, I was thinking about something. The nerve of her to be calling me out. But this was the first calm night she had since we arrived. Usually a comment like that wouldn't have bothered me, but tonight it bothered me. What do you think of Eves? She been doing all right with the kids and stuff? She cool. Fine as hell, too. I wonder what she tasted like. I'd sit her fine ass right on my face and taste it straight from the source. Cool. All you do is brag on her and sing her praises. All you have to say is cool. She does a job, got her head on right. What else you want me to say? Well, you know she been through some stuff. Her cousin was telling me all her business. We kind of saved her life because she was on the verge of being homeless. Gia rattled on, telling me all of Eve's business. Even her husband left her. Poor girl would be lost if we fired her. Not my business. Gia was a mean girl. Why the fuck this woman's life so amusing to her? I watched as she played with the bubbles on her body while retelling everything Eve's cousin told her. Her cousin shouldn't have been telling Gia anything about her cousin's personal life. I was slowly seeing why Eves was so guarded. I now see why she works so hard. Her shelter literally depends on it. She needs to live with us because she has nothing else. Poor Tink. She scoffed. I was about to say something back, but the knock at the door got both of our attention. Hey, sorry for disturbing y'all. Kingsley is finally down. Party girl had a long day on the yacht. She giggled. V and the girls are back in the suite. They're teaching V how to do TikTok dances. I'm going to the pool to do a couple laps, she told us. This late? You didn't get enough of the water from today? Gia's nosy ass shrieked. I can't sleep, and I need to tire me out. I had a couple things in my mind to tire her ass out. I have the app on my phone for her baby monitor. She's in my bed. I find that she sleeps later if she's in the bed with me. Girl, go to the pool. Me and my man trying to be grown. I saw the look in Eves' eyes. I could tell she was hurt by what Gia had said. Enjoy your swim, Eves. I loved the way her name fell off my tongue. Eves closed the door, and I felt like shit. Her feelings were involved. How long had they been involved, though? They couldn't have just grown the night we shared at the mall. Or maybe they had. My feelings were all in since last night. Part of me knew the feelings had always been there. Every morning meditating together, making coffee and having our deep conversations. I tried to ignore the feelings because that meant betraying my fiancé. Enjoy your swim, Eves, Gia mocked while she texted on her phone. Her energy and attention had shifted to her phone. She just had to have that phone glued to a damn hand. Baby? She dragged her words. What now, Gia? Keisha's boyfriend flew in to surprise her and then broke up with her. Oh my God, he's here and thinks he can do her like that? At this point, she was talking more to her than me. I need to be by her side. I know she's flipping out in her hotel room. Keisha's ass couldn't afford to stay in this hotel, and Gia wasn't about to pay what it costs for her to be here. Gia was going to do what she wanted. Be safe, was all I said to her. What else was I supposed to say? Gia was going to go, even if I told her not to go. She came over toward me and touched my face. You're so good to me. I should probably stay the night at her hotel, since it's so late, she added while kissing me on the lips. When I come back. I'm going to fuck the shit out of you, she said in between kisses. I watched as she climbed out of the tub and wrapped her towel around her. I was always good to her when I did what she wanted. Instead of telling her friend that she was spending time with her man, she jumped out the tub with soap all over her to run to Keisha's hotel room. A nigga been dogging her out, so what's the urgency? The only difference was that we were in a different country. If Keisha wanted to continue to be with this man and have him treat her that way, then it was her problem. Of course, Gia had to be front and center for her friends. The sad part about the entire thing was that I wasn't even mad. I was happy she was going. I planned to go down to the pool and chill with Eves.
16. Eves. As much as I tried to tell myself that it wasn't real, and Roddy was being overly nice, I was still in my feelings when I saw Roddy in the tub with Gia. Gia was so upset over Roddy taking me shopping that she made sure to question me. Of course, I left out the details of us pretending to be married and the kiss we shared. As bad as I wanted to burst her bubble, I also had to remember that I needed this job. Gia wanted to get under my skin, and if I allowed her to, I would end up back to square one. And I didn't put this much work in to get fired over a man that wasn't mine. I swam a few laps, then rested on the side of the pool. Another couple had come down, and were all booed up. After Talia died and Khalif divorced me, I never thought I would love again. The thought of loving another man repulsed me. What man would want a woman like me? A woman who helped kill her daughter because of selfishness. So I wrote off the possibility of falling in love forever. In my head, as long as I took care of me, I didn't need a man. Women acted like you couldn't live a happy life without a man. I saw the type of life my mom lived with all the different men she had, and I wanted no parts of a life like that. I dialed Allie's number and waited for her to answer. With the time difference, I didn't even care what time it was.
Hey, is everything all right?
Why do you always assume that something isn't right?
I don't know. I kind of want you to call and say that you're at the airport and move back, she joked. Seriously, are you all right? I know it's late there.
Did you download the world clock again?
I need to know what time it is there.
She giggled.
So, what have you been doing since you've been there?
Everything. It's so beautiful here, we have to come and explore together.
Now that your money isn't funny, we should do a lot more traveling.
My money wasn't funny. It was hilarious. Couldn't even afford to grab a Metro card without checking my account.
Those are the days that shape us.
I kissed my boss. I blurted and swam to the other side. That couple was getting too damn close.
You did what?
It just happened. He kissed me, so he's in the wrong, right?
Did you like it?
I haven't stopped thinking about it since it happened. I know it was wrong, so you don't have to remind me about that or tell me those aren't reasons for me to drink.
You did tell me that he and his fiancée weren't happy. Eves, I know it's not right, but what if you were supposed to take this job?
What happened to the moral police?
I'm all about signs. People come into your life for a reason. You told me he has you meditating and is respectful of your sobriety. Do I agree that you should both be kissing behind his fiancé's back? No.
I'm so tired of doing what's right. For once, I want to do what feels right to me. For 4 years, I've been celibate and focused on recovering. This man took me to the mall and spared no expense on me, Allie.
Wow,
Allie replied.
Do what you want, but please be careful. Playing around with someone else's man is a sure way for karma to reach out to you.
I'll be careful. Talk tomorrow?
Yep, love and miss you,
she told me, and I ended the call. I kicked my feet with my eyes closed in my own head. Flirting with Roddy was wrong because he had a fiancée. It was wrong, and every part of me knew that it was. For once, I wanted something for me, a piece of something that wanted me. Roddy wanted me, and I didn't doubt it for a second. The way he held me close as we walked the mall, kept his hand on my lower back, and treated me like a queen. I could get used to the way he spoiled me in every store. What you down here thinking about? My eyes popped open, and Roddy was standing over me. What? Why are you down here? Shouldn't you be upstairs with Gia? I couldn't help the way I spit out her name, like it was venom. He kneeled me and joined me in the pool. Something went down with her friend. It's always something with her friend. Why did you let her go? You should have told her to stay here with you. Gia don't react too well to me throwing out demands. You didn't have a problem throwing out demands on our little husband-wife date. I smirked and continued to kick my feet. You're different, though. Weak? I didn't say that. I leaned on the edge of the pool and sighed. I like a dominant man, a man who takes charge and leads the way. I've been through a lot, and I've been doing this alone for a long time. I want a man to take the driver's seat and lead. Like I told you before, me and Gia are two different types of women. You don't think the type of woman I want is old school? It is. However, there are marriages that operate that way. Your relationship has to work the way you want it to. Have you guys spoke about your marriage? Not really. She hasn't done any planning. Some days she doesn't even wear her ring. I think both of you need to have a conversation on what marriage looks like for the both of you. What is her role as your wife? And what's your role as her husband? These are things that you have to discuss. Maybe I don't want to have that conversation with her. Well, then your marriage will be doomed before it begins. My words were cut off by Roddy's lips. He hemmed me up in the corner of the pool and stuck his tongue down my throat. My hands found their way around his neck, and I fully participated in our kiss this time. I've been wanting to do that to you all day. That shouldn't have been a thought in your mind, Mr. Mathers. He spun me around and kissed me again, this time moving from lips to my neck. Jesus, my body was hot with passion. I wanted to fuck him right in this pool. If there wasn't another couple, I probably would have suggested it. I want to feel you. We shouldn't go there, I whispered into his mouth while he continued to kiss me. Roddy, we can't be doing this. Anybody can see us. I continued to protest, although I wanted him to continue. I guess things were becoming too hot to handle for the other couple. They grabbed their tables and exited the pool room. The reason I came to this pool was because it was barely used. Everyone frequented the pool outside with the bar. This pool inside had been dead every night, and the staff barely came in here. You needed a key card to access this pool. I want to go there with you. Let me feel you. He pulled on my bikini bottoms. Roddy, you can't erase this. Once it happens, it's not something you can take back. Roddy pressed his dick against me. I could tell he was about to burst through the Burberry shorts he had worn. I'm not trying to take it back. The entire time I convinced this man that he didn't want to cheat on his fiancée with me, he had been pulling us over to the built-in lounge chairs that were in the shallow end of the pool. You're gonna regret this, I continued, and he paid me no mind. He planted his ass down on the chair and pulled me on top of him. I watched as he pulled his dick out and stared up at me. I hadn't seen a dick in so long I wanted to examine it and introduce myself. I don't have many regrets, Eves. And you damn sure wouldn't be one of them. Come sit on my dick, baby. He kissed me on the neck and held me up. My heart quickened with excitement. I eased down on his dick and moaned softly. Here we were in a private pool having sex like we were a couple. If we were together, I would only be embarrassed by someone walking in on me. The fact that we weren't together meant that I could lose my job and have my name smeared by Gia. Fuck, Roddy moaned out. Bounce on it for me, baby. My pussy became wetter when he called me baby. I bounced up and down while Roddy sucked on my neck. I knew he was leaving passion marks on my neck, and I didn't care. Feeling his hands around my waist and the sound of the water splashing while I bounced my ass on him felt euphoric. This was what I had dreamed of when using my vibrator for the past 4 years. Feeling dick inside of me while a man made me feel like the most beautiful girl in the world. Yes, baby. Fuck, you are so damn sexy, Eves. Look at me, baby. Roddy reached up and held my face, so I was staring him in the face. Damn. Shit! We sucked on each other's lips while fucking. Between the sound of the water and my ass clapping, it sounded like a choir was in here clapping for the Lord. Daddy! I moaned out and fondled my breasts. I felt myself about to come, and I was trying to hold out. Come with me, baby. Come on and come with me. He instructed, and I did as I was told. My body felt so weak that I collapsed right on him and held my head on his chest. What did we just do? Created magic. He kissed me on my head. We laid there for a bit before we got up and fixed ourselves. My anxiety wouldn't allow me to sit there for another second. Anybody could walk in and catch us laying in there after sex bliss. That can't happen again. You crazy as hell if you think that's not gonna happen again. He slapped my ass and licked his lips. Did you forget you're engaged? This shouldn't have happened, but here we are. I don't want to be someone that makes you feel good because she's not. Roddy moved over to the chair I was sitting in and pulled me close to him. I would never do that to you, Eves. You got my word that I would never do that to you. The only way my feelings could get hurt was if I expected things. As scared as I was to fuck in this pool, I couldn't deny the fact that I had fun. This was the first fun thing that I had done in a while. It was fun. Let's keep having fun. He screwed his face up at me. Fun? I'm not trying to have fun with you. I can really see me being with you. Knots started to form in my stomach. You're engaged. This is fun for you because Gia is off doing her own thing. I'm fine with this being called what it is. Which was true. I was fine with just having fun with Roddy. We could keep this on the low and both get something out of the deal. He wanted someone to pay him attention, and I wanted to make up on not getting dicked down for the past 4 years. It doesn't matter how much you can see yourself being with me. You're engaged, Roddy. I reached over and kissed him on the lips. I need to go shower and check on the girls. I grabbed my towel and wrapped it around my body. He remained seated and watched me leave. My heart thumped with every walk I took. I exited the elevator and nearly screamed when I saw Gia standing there. You're done in the pool? This nigga didn't even wait for Gia to leave before he came downstairs to fuck me. What if she walked in on us or something? The fear and excitement made this weird, horny concoction that made me want to jump back on Roddy's dick. Yeah, I did a couple laps to tire myself out. Going out? I pretended like Roddy hadn't told me she was going to her friend's house. He made it seem like she had already left, not still up in her suite. My friend Keisha's boyfriend broke up with her, so I need to go and be with her. I wanted to tell her that she needed to come and be with her daughter that she had been ignoring this entire trip. Gia had ignored Kingsley every time on this trip. There were key moments where she should have spent time with her daughter, and she didn't. Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I'm taking Kingsley to the aquarium tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? I already knew the answer before she could open her mouth. Tomorrow is my brunch. Oh, sorry. I forgot you mentioned that. If you didn't have the kids, I would have invited you. The elevator chimed, and Roddy stepped off. Where the hell are you coming from? Pool by the bar. I needed a drink and a couple laps. So everybody in this bitch is Michael Phelps? Were the two of you together? She eyed both of us suspiciously. I was in the indoor pool. Why didn't you come into the indoor pool? It has a jetted jacuzzi, too. I played like shit was innocent, and I wasn't just double-cheeked up in the pool with her man. Go into the suite and check on our daughter, Gia told me, and I assumed that was because she was about to go in on Roddy. I blew a sigh of relief when I closed the suite door behind me. I can tell when someone just gets fucked good. V came out of the kitchen with her food. V! What? What's the odds that you both went down at the same time? I know my nephew, and I know he's into you. I can tell because Gia is going out all the time, and he doesn't give a damn. The fuck you worried about me when you running to go after Keisha? Should I be asking if you sucking her pussy? I heard Roddy's loud voice and gasped. If I find out that you're fucking the housekeeper, we are done. Gia screamed back. Promise? He snickered, and I heard the door close, which meant he slammed the door on her ass. V cracked the door open and then shook her head. That girl is still going to be with her friend. She's crazy. I would have been on my man's ass trying to piece two and two together. She is more concerned with Keisha than her man. If I had a man like Roddy, I would always want to spend time with him. She's young. A seasoned woman would appreciate a man wanting to care for her. She's young and independent. There's nothing wrong with her wanting to have her own life and make her own money. Roddy just needs to be all right with that. He had the same problem with Bree. She was a school teacher, and he wanted her home and pregnant. Crazy thing was, the nigga was never home. I just want him to be happy. He deserves that. He and the kids. I headed toward my room. Night, V. Night, baby. Eves? Yeah? Be careful. When you're in it, you feel so high that you don't think you can ever come down. It's when you realize that that woman's man isn't yours, and you feel really low. Roddy loves hard, but he's confused too. So be careful, okay? This was coming from the woman who had been having a relationship with a married man for the past few years. Any advice she had was solid. I checked on Kingsley, and she was still fast asleep. I showered and climbed into bed while replaying what had just happened until I fell asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I felt a pair of strong arms pull me closer to them. "It's me," Roddy whispered, and I snuggled closer to him while he placed gentle kisses on my forehead. This must have been the high that V was telling me about. Dubai was a dream come true. If I could move here and never come back to the States, I would. Although I was working, I was still on vacation. Mama V and Roddy were good about allowing me to have time for myself. One of the days we were there, Julina was sick, so she stayed with her and allowed me and Kingsley to explore. We went to Old Dubai and then the marina. I fed her mushed-up mashed potatoes while we had brunch by the water. Kingsley had a ball. There were sprinklers near the restaurants, and I let her kick her tiny feet in them. Taking care of Kingsley gave me purpose again. I loved waking up and going into her room, where she would pull herself up in her crib and scream in excitement. I lived for spending time with her and caring for her. Honestly, I was happy that Gia wasn't around like that. Anytime she picked Kingsley up, she was always irritated, like Kingsley asked to be there. Kingsley felt it too. Anytime her mother held her, she would break out crying like the world was ending. When I first started working for them, I would tell Gia to spend more time with her and give her advice on ways to bond with the baby outside of breastfeeding. I guess she didn't like me telling her how to parent her child. I overheard her complaining to Roddy one night when they were downstairs watching a movie. After that, I decided to do what I was paid for. Trying to be on Gia's good side was like trying to wrestle a steak from a lion. One day she was nice, and then the other day she was a bitch. Lately, she had just been a bitch. I guess the night she caught me and Roddy coming up from the pool at the same time still hadn't simmered for her. Since we'd been back, I focused on the kids and tried to keep myself busy. "Where are my great-grandbabies?" I heard Roddy's grandmother's voice. He had left earlier to pick her up from the airport. I came around the corner with Kingsley on my hip. "Hi, Miss Mathers. Here's one of them," I greeted her. "Aren't you a pretty little thing?" She smiled at me. "What's your name?" "Eves," I replied. "Thank you, ma'am." I guess good genes ran through the Mathers women. Roddy's grandmother didn't look like his grandmother. The woman looked amazing for her age. "None of that man business. Call me Myra or Mimi." "Only if you agree to tell me where you're hiding the fountain of youth." Mimi cracked up laughing and reached for Kingsley. I was surprised when she went with her without fussing. "Eat good, work out, and don't let these nappy-headed men stress you out." She kissed Kingsley on the neck. "Look at how big she's gotten. This is why I need to be closer to my family." "Nana, I told you that you can come and move into the pool house in the back. I want you to be around us more and not in Florida." "Where's my stubborn daughter?" "I think she had errands to run this morning and a few appointments. V had told me she wasn't looking forward to her mother coming to stay. Luckily, she was able to get Roddy to let her stay here." "Nana, do you want me to show you around again?" Roddy offered. "Lord, no. I may look young, but these knees aren't. Where's my other two?" "School. I'm going to pick them up in a few," I replied and grabbed a bottle of water. "Water?" Instead of her taking it, Kingsley snatched it and tried to put it to her lips. KK was smart, and I always worked with her on things. "Somebody smells like they need a diaper change." Mimi handed Kingsley back. "It was nice meeting you, Mimi. I'm cooking tonight, so please relax and let me know if you need me to bring you anything to your room." "She is beautiful and helpful. I like her grandson." Mimi nudged her grandson. I took Kingsley upstairs to change her diaper. While she munched on her fingers and made these little weird noises, I wiped her butt and put a fresh diaper on her. I used to be able to leave her on the changing table while I quickly tossed the diaper into the genie. Kingsley now loved to roll, and I couldn't have her falling down this changing table. "I like the color yellow on you, babe." I felt Roddy's hands around my waist and his cool lips on my neck. "You do know your fiancé has the Nanny Cam app on her phone, right?" He sucked his teeth. She doesn't check that shit anyway. I told her to update the app months ago, and I bet she still hasn't done it. "I'm working. And looking good while doing it. Right, mamas?" He started to play with Kingsley. Kingsley loved her father. As soon as she saw him, her entire world lit up. I had to start making him sneak by when I was putting her down for a nap. The moment she heard his voice, she would start whining until he came to play and snuggle her with a bunch of kisses. I saw why Roddy wanted another baby after Kingsley. I never thought I would want another child after Talia, and now I yearned to become a mother again. Kingsley had woken up the maternal desire inside of me. "Honey, what do you want?" I picked KK up and placed her in the crib. "Nap time, KK." I tapped her butt a few times while she moved around and then left the room. Roddy pushed me against the wall and kissed me on the lips. You can't have me until Friday. Don't you and Gia have a date tonight? He groaned and leaned his head on my shoulder while kissing me gently. I want to take you out. Don't do that. What? Make it seem like you'd rather be with me when you're supposed to be with her. Rod, you don't have to do that with me. I'm a big girl, and I know what I've gotten myself into. You know me by now. I don't say shit I don't mean. I want to take you out tonight, not Gia. Since we had been back from Dubai, I could tell things weren't right between Gia and Roddy. I think they both felt like they had to go on these weekly date nights. Neither of them seemed too happy going or coming home. One night, Roddy came home alone and got right into my bed. I'm just saying, you've been going on these weekly date nights. Why keep going if you don't want to? He shrugged. Force of habit. I see the lovebirds are back at it again. V scared the both of us. This is why you two shouldn't be doing this, she whispered. He keeps bothering me. As much as V couldn't stand Gia, she hated keeping our secret even more. She keeps walking around here looking good. I can't help it. Roddy kissed my neck, and I swatted him away. See? Where is my mama? Downstairs in the guest suite. She said she wanted to unpack her bags and rest. Rest? The flight wasn't even an hour. I'm going to pick the kids up from school. I folded your laundry and put it on your side of the closet. I told him and headed downstairs. V came right on time. I didn't have to bring Kingsley with me, and I could leave a little early to read in the car before the school let the kids out. Roddy didn't understand the type of hold that he had on me. His hands, smell, and touch just made me want to risk it all. Hell, I was risking it all by messing with him while he was engaged. I was the second car on the rider line and did a silent cheer. You didn't know pain until you had to wait on a 3-mile line to pick up kids from school. Ju always complained because she hated waiting for me to get to the front. I made it a point to get there a half an hour early to avoid having them wait. A call coming through the car speaker jolted me from my book. My mother's cell phone number came across the screen. Hey, Court told me you out there living your best life. She said you went to Iraq and all that. Dubai, I corrected her. I'm working, thing you said I was too lazy to do. I saw your little Instagram post, too. She was referring to the selfies I took the night me and Roddy were out. You looked real cute, too. She wanted something. Thanks, Mom. This was the same woman who didn't care if I lived or died. Court says you making good money out there. You think you can help me make rent this month? The nerve of her asking me for something. A couple months ago, she didn't give a damn if I slept on the train or a box. Now, I was supposed to care if she made rent or not. The sad part was that I would help her because I never wanted anything bad to happen to my mother. Why did black girls have such terrible relationships with our mothers? Not all black girls dealt with this. They were who I called the blessed few. The ones who did knew exactly what I was talking about. The first person I experienced jealousy with was my mother. She was jealous of me, jealous of the person she birthed. Why was that? My mother was my first for many negative firsts. How much do you need? $5,000. How far are you backed in rent? Why do you need to know all of this? You have to ask all of these questions in order to lend me money? We both know you're not going to pay me back. I called her bluff. My mother didn't work, and she depended on whatever dude she was fucking for the moment. Knowing her, this money wasn't for rent and for something else. Court did tell me she moved into a building she knew she couldn't afford. Honestly, I needed to talk to Court and tell her to stop telling my damn business. My mother didn't care about me when I was in New York, so she didn't need to know about shit that I had going on in my life now. My boyfriend is locked up. I need to bail him out, pay this month's rent, and pay to get his car out of impoundment. Troy? Hell no. His ass is broke, and he act like he can't help me out. My new boo got money and isn't afraid to use it. Ma, have him use it to bail himself out. I ended the call. She had the nerve to lie to me, then tell me it was for this new nigga she was fucking. Her pussy had more miles on it than a used 1988 Buick. Hanging up on my mother felt good. It felt like I had lifted years of broken bricks that had been dropped onto my back. For once, she needed me. And for once, I told her no. God, why did I feel so liberated? Tears flooded my eyes because it felt good not to need anyone. For once in my life, I was independent and could take care of myself. My savings was nowhere near where I wanted it. However, it was better than it was a few months ago. I was so hell-bent on moving back home and saving enough money. After being here, I loved Atlanta. It was a slower pace and different. And I think after all I had been through, I needed different. Eventually, I would have to move out of Roddy and Gia's house and get my own. I couldn't continue to sleep with this woman's man and stay in her house. It took two to tango. And Roddy was at fault too. A couple of times a week, I would pick Tamala up with RJ and Jew. RJ climbed in the front while the girls got into the back. How was school? Good. I passed the test you helped me for. RJ told me and I smiled. I told you that you were going to pass. All it took was studying and putting that game down. Yeah, you be right sometimes. RJ joked around. Does that mean I can play the game today? You know Pops don't give me an answer until I speak with you. It's like having a mom again. He smiled at me. It warmed my heart because it was a positive thing to him. Take your trash out and I'll think about it. I stared at the mirror and Tamala and Jew were whispering to themselves. Girls, how was school?
Good. I failed my living environment test.
Tamala admitted. Tam, we both studied for that. How did you fail?
Well, that boy I told you about was sitting next to me. He smelled so good, and it distracted me.
Julina didn't look at me. She avoided eye contact with me. She had been acting weird ever since we were in Dubai. I didn't expect for her to get over what happened at the party, but I didn't expect for her grades to slip, or for her to be so withdrawn. The only time she seemed happy was on her birthday. Even then, I think she did that more for her father. I guess she didn't want him to feel bad. Girl, I told you about these boys. You need to be in these books, not boys.
I hear you, Eves.
What about you, Jew?
It was all right. I passed the exams.
My girl. She offered me a weak smile. Your great-grandmother is visiting. Ooh, I bet she got some money for me. RJ's ass had the nerve to say. Love on your grandmother. Money not included. I gave him that knowingly stare. Got you, V. Soon as I pulled into the garage, the kids bolted from the car into the house. Per usual, I picked up their tossed backpacks from the mudroom. Thanks, guys. I just love picking up your backpacks from the floor. I hollered out at them. But my yells were drowned with them greeting their grandmother. Come here, baby. Roddy's freaky ass appeared out of nowhere. This man was like a teenager. I couldn't keep his ass off me. Your kids are right out there. No. I shoved him, but he cornered me and kissed me on the lips. A moan escaped my lips, feeling his on mine. I loved having this man all over me. It made me feel like a woman again. They're not worried about us back here. My Nana is about to spoil the hell out of them. Roddy, baby, I want to take the kids out to dinner tonight. I heard his grandmother call him and shoved him across the mudroom. See? I whispered. Anything you want, Nana. He called back and came back over me. Will Gia be joining us? I made a beeline into the laundry room near the mudroom. If she has time, he called back and followed behind me. I kissed him on the lips and shoved him off before going out there with everyone else. Julina, baby, you glowing. Look at how beautiful you are. You're just like your mother. She complimented Julina.
Thanks, Nana. Me and Tam have a lot of homework. Can you let us know when we're leaving for dinner?
You have to get good grades if you're going to be a lawyer. She kissed Julina before allowing her to go upstairs. RJ made his typical hungry boy sandwich and ate at the counter. You still eating your father out of house and home? Mimi rustled RJ's hair. Always. The boy eats more than me. Roddy chuckled. Where do you want to eat, Nana? It doesn't matter. Just somewhere good so I can spend time with you all. Roddy got on his phone to make reservations, and I headed upstairs. I wanted to check on Julina and see if something happened with that stupid boy Ethan. Maybe he was still messing with her, and she was hiding it. Hey, Jew, do you want to talk? I stopped when I saw her holding a pregnancy test in her hand. She tried to hide it behind her, but I saw it already. I closed the door behind me quickly as I tried to catch my breath. My ears were ringing with how nervous I was. Jew, what the hell? I whispered. Her father seemed to be waiting for me at every corner of this house. Julina had already been crying. Her face was wet, and Tamala was quiet, which was rare for Tam.
I didn't mean it.
Didn't mean what? I sat down beside her, not caring that piss could be on this test. The pregnancy test was positive. You're pregnant? The breath felt like it had been knocked out of my chest. How?
Me and Ethan had sex that night, she admitted to me. I lied because he told everybody at the party.
You had me rough that little nigga up, and you actually had sex with him?
You insisted on doing that instead of leaving with me,
she accused. Yeah, because you told me he tried to force himself on you, Jelena. I wouldn't have done that if you told me the truth. I paced the floor. Roddy was going to flip his shit when he found out that his daughter was pregnant.
I told her to use a condom,
Tamala shrugged. You're 15, Jelena. You can't be a mother. I continued to pace her bedroom.
I don't want to get rid of my baby. Me and Ethan are in love.
Love? He told everyone he had sex with you.
He's not perfect,
she shrugged. Teenagers made the world drink. The reason why alcoholics existed was because of teenagers. I never had the urge to have a drink since I moved here, until now. I wanted to go have a drink right now. You know we have to tell your father.
Can we wait until after Nana leaves?
We're not doing this on your time, I told her. Why, Ju? Why? Jelena got off the bed and hugged me. She sobbed into my shirt.
I'm sorry, Eves. I didn't mean to disappoint you.
Babe, we're going to get through this together. I want you to know your father is going to flip out. He was a teenage dad, and I'm sure he wants better for you. I need to go check on your sister. We will talk about this with your father. She nodded, and I left the room to check on Kingsley. The moment I turned the corner, there was Roddy ready to pounce. Hon, I'm not in the mood. He immediately read my attitude and grabbed my hand to pull me into the linen closet. What's wrong? I'm fine. I just have a headache. I lied. It wasn't like I could tell this man that his daughter was pregnant. You sure? Don't lie to me. I'm fine. I promise, hon. I kissed his lips. I need to get Kingsley ready for dinner tonight. He kissed me once more and then allowed me to leave the linen closet. You sure you good? Roddy asked me once more. Yes, promise. Roddy made reservations at a black-owned steakhouse. The ambiance was beautiful and upscale. I couldn't concentrate on my meal because I was staring at Jelena. How did I miss that she was pregnant? It wasn't like I tracked her periods or listened out for her vomiting. She lied to me about this boy and made me yoke this boy up. Gia, how's the modeling going? I wanted to laugh. Is that what she was calling it?
It's good, Mimi. Thanks for asking.
Gia had been quiet the entire night. Unlike V, Mimi seemed to have liked Gia. Ma, you see how tall RJ has gotten? He's going to be our little basketball star. Yeah, he's taller than me. You look just like your father these days. You have his whole face. Mimi nuzzled her great-grandbaby's face. I'm missing everything with these kids. You guys are the only family I have, and I feel like I'm disconnected. Nana, you know you can move here whenever you're ready. Roddy told his grandmother. I'm finally ready to make the move here. Next time I turn around, RJ gonna be going to college. She sighed. Time really flies. I remember when Vicky gave birth to you. Nana, you mean Verde? Roddy chuckled. Don't tell me you're getting old on me now. Mama. V's face looked like she had seen a ghost. I watched as she busied herself with the silverware that had already been placed neatly on the napkins. Oh, shit. Mimi whistled. I'm sorry, Vicky. Sorry for what? Roddy looked between his aunt and his grandmother. Nothing, Roddy. She just made a mistake. It doesn't sound like a mistake. He challenged. Mimi sighed. You promised you would tell him when he was 18. Verde made you promise, and you broke that promise. At this point, I didn't give a damn about the steak I ordered. The tea at this table was far more interesting than the food. I didn't promise Verde a damn thing. You and Verde always swore you both knew what was best for me. What the fuck is going on? Roddy raised his voice. Why y'all talking in riddles? Vicky is your mother, Roddy. Verde is, well, was your aunt, not your mother. I was supposed to be pretending to feed Kingsley mashed potatoes, but the gasp that escaped both me and Gia's face had everyone staring at us. V was Roddy's biological mother? Who knew?
17. Gia. Roddy had been distant since Mimi let it slip that V was his real mother. I wanted to rub that shit in V's face so bad. She was always so rude and hard on me, but there she was hiding a secret from her own son. I knew she had to be more than his aunt. V was very protective of Roddy, and it wasn't because she had raised him either. She was Team Roddy, and it didn't matter if he was in the wrong. She'd take his side and correct him behind closed doors. I tried to be home and cheer him up, but he was hardly home. When he did come home, he reeked of liquor and weed. I get it. His entire life had been a lie. He spent his entire life mourning his mother, and she wasn't dead. And that had to be a hard pill to swallow. Usually, I would pay to have V leave my house. Lately, I didn't have to deal with her. She hadn't been around here since the moment those words left Mimi's mouth. As much as I loved her absence, she needed to come and fix things between her and her nephew, or son. Hiding away wasn't going to make this go away. Mimi looked like a weight had been taken off of her shoulders. Why did they lie about his mother all these years? V had taken care of him, so why couldn't he know that she was his mother? There were so many questions that I wanted the answer to. Court hooked my hair up, and I had my makeup artist come by the house. After all the drama that had been going on, I figured me and Roddy's anniversary could get our minds off of everything. Usually, Roddy would have something planned for us. I was shocked that he didn't have any surprise trip or gift for me. Hell, he hadn't mentioned anything when he left out to go to therapy this morning. Things had been tense around the house, but I wanted to remind him who he was about to marry. This nigga was my soulmate, and although we bickered like an old couple, I loved his ass. I did feel guilty for giving Oblique head last week in the studio. After I did it, I felt like I couldn't breathe. My feelings were wrapped up into Oblique, but I still love Roddy too. As I rubbed my favorite oil onto my legs and looked at myself in the mirror, I got goosebumps from the dick I knew I would be getting tonight. Roddy had something special between his legs. This man would have me screaming as I came on his dick. I squirmed thinking about him spitting in my mouth while he pulled my hair. At times, I would be crying and ready to choke on it in the same breath. His dick was addictive, and I didn't want to get clean. "Hey, baby, when are you getting home?" I asked when he answered his phone. "Why?" I took the phone from my ear and looked at it. Because it's our anniversary and I wanted to go out tonight." "Shit," I heard him mutter. "Give me an hour and I'll be there." "Where are you?" Now I was beyond pissed because Roddy never forgot. He knew our anniversary and always sent flowers or something to let me know he was thinking of me. I expected that he was planning something, so he didn't send flowers or anything. "Roderick, I know you fucking hear me." I raised my voice because I was getting pissed. "Out." "Nigga, where the fuck?" "Who the fuck you talking to, Gia?" He replied in a tone that shut shit down. "Nobody, baby. I just want to know where you are." "Gia, when I get there, I'll get there. Where's Eves?" "Why you want to know about her?" "'Cause she got the kids, and I want to know how my kids are doing. I know you don't know." "For your information, I drove RJ and Julina to school today. She was so sick that she couldn't get out of the bed. Mimi took care of her and made sure Kingsley was taken care of. You would have known that if you hadn't been gone all day." "Don't get on my fucking case right now, Gia. Is she not allowed to be sick?" "She's the fucking housekeeper and nanny," I replied. "Her personal shit needs to be handled when she's off the clock. When is the last time our bathroom has been clean? I found a pair of cheap panties in there, so it's clear she's mixing our laundry together with hers." "I'll hit her phone because you are always complaining instead of asking the girl how she is." "Is that my dad?" Julina asked without knocking on the door. "Yeah." "Daddy, can me and Eves have a movie night in the theater? I ordered us some soup off your Uber Eats account." "What the fuck? She's the fucking help, and you catering to her like she isn't the one being paid?" "First of all, this ain't the fucking slave ship," Julina replied. "I know we're in the South, but she's not a fucking slave." "Daddy, call me on my phone." She shoved the phone into my hand and left the room. "Yo, Ju, don't ever snap like that. Gia, we need to talk when I get home. You got my daughter cursing and shit." This little brat just cussed me out and I was the problem? Roddy was delusional when it came to his kids, especially that one. I always felt on the defense when it came to her, yet he was talking about me being a stepmother. Which one was it? Did he want me to be a stepmother or someone she could just curse out whenever she wanted? The fuck? I didn't even get to say anything else because he ended the call. I stared at the beautiful champagne-colored fringe dress and knew I wasn't going to allow it to go to waste. He wasn't coming in here to ruin my night. Roddy loved to throw his therapy into everything, but didn't use none of the tools from it. I wasn't about to have him hollering at me because his daughter was a spoiled bitch. Ma, what you want? You? I giggled when I heard Oblique's voice. What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner. I mocked the viral TikTok video.
You know where to meet me. Hit me when you outside.
I stared myself over in the mirror and smiled. Okay, boo. I grabbed my clutch and passed by RJ's room. He was in there with his best friend. RJ wasn't as bad as his sister. Give him his game, a basketball, and food, and he was chill. Kingsley wasn't in her nursery when I passed by. More than likely, she was downstairs with Eves and Julina. If I had to say one nice thing about Julina, she loved her little sister.
You look beautiful, Gia. Where you off to?
Mimi was sitting at the kitchen table with tea. Me and my friend have dinner plans. I lied. Well, technically it wasn't a lie. I did have dinner plans with a friend, just not the type of friend she thought.
Oh, okay. Is everything all right between you and Rod?
He's still hurt about everything that happened, so I'm trying to be there for him as best as I can.
He gets through things alone. He has always been a lone wolf in that sense. Enjoy your night, and be careful.
Thanks, Mimi. Enjoy your tea. Mimi and V were like night and day. Mimi was a sweetheart and never judged me since we've met. She didn't come around often, so our encounters were always limited. When she did come around, she was the sweetest person to me.
Made the reservations, Ma.
That was all I needed as I sped out of the driveway in my birthday gift from Roddy.
18. Mama V. Your fresh ass had to go out there and get yourself pregnant. Mama screamed at me. She held a slipper in one hand and her work bag in the other. I love him, and he loves me. We're going to raise this baby together, I told her, and she laughed in my face. As serious as I was, she had the nerve to laugh in my face. You're 17 years old, Vicky. What the hell you think you can offer this baby? She was right. I was in my senior year of high school, and my little McDonald's job wasn't going to afford diapers or formula. Roland worked as a mechanic and made decent money. He was 24, and I was 17. We had no business messing together. Here he was, a grown man, and I was a teenager with a part-time job. Despite all of that, I loved this man with all my heart, or at least I thought I did. If Roland told me to jump, I was going to ask him how high he wanted me to jump. Whatever he told me, I would do. I mean, that was love, right? Somebody told you to do something, and you did it because you were in love with them. When he told me to keep the baby, I kept it. It wasn't like I had plans to get rid of it in the first place. A piece of me and Roland was growing inside of me, so I wanted it, naturally. I'm keeping my baby. You can't make me get rid of this baby, Mama. This is your family, too. Vicky, you're too damn young to be trying to have a baby alone. You think that man is going to take care of you? I'm not getting rid of my baby, I told her. She couldn't make me get rid of my child. Roland and I wanted this baby, and she wasn't going to make me get rid of it. Listen to me. You're going to have this baby, and Verde is going to raise it. She said through gritted teeth. I'm not going to have a teenage mother in my place. Verde will know what to do, and she will help us. My mother made the plan, and because Mama always got what she wanted, we stuck with the plan. Until the guilt started to eat at her. She couldn't deal with the fact that she forced my sister to raise my baby. That I had to lie to my son's entire life. My great niece and nephews were my grandchildren. I allowed her to create this big mess. Then, because she started to feel guilty, and Verde made me promise to tell Roddy, I was supposed to throw a monkey wrench into an already grieving boy's heart. The doorbell pulled me from my thoughts. My face and head hurt from crying so damn much. Roddy wasn't accepting any of my phone calls. We had promised to never lie to each other, and I lied to him. Not only did I lie to him, but I lied to him about the biggest thing in his entire life. There was no way I could laugh my way out of this situation. This was going to take a lot of work and forgiveness for us to get past this part in our lives. Hey, Eves, I told you that I was fine, I said when I answered the door. Eves was standing there with food from our favorite vegan soul food spot. I come with food, so you can't slam the door in my face. I held the door open for her. Guess not. I sighed and closed the door behind her. I miss seeing you around the house. Your mom is very nice, but she's not you. Eve smiled at me. She's a bitch, I muttered. Do you think she did this on purpose? My mother had wanted me to tell Roddy after Verde died. Verde wanted the same thing, too. She never wanted to raise my baby for me. However, she never told my mother no. Whatever Myra wanted, she got. My mother came here for a reason, and the reason was because she wanted Roddy to know the truth. Why now? What was her reason for doing this? It was the million-dollar question I had been asking ever since everything happened. I don't know with my mother. She's always sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Me and Roddy were fine. Why didn't you tell him that you were his mother? V, you raised him like a mother. Why not just tell him the truth? How do I tell him that I'm his mother? That the woman who just died and had been raising him wasn't his mother? Eves, you try having a conversation like that. It's a tough conversation, but you should have told him. Did you hide it from him because it's harder for you or for him? I poured myself a drink and sat on the edge of the couch. It was harder for me. The pain he went through mourning my sister was hard to watch. In his eyes, that was his mother, not me. Verde was good to my boy. Roddy was in pain when we buried her. I took a sip of my drink. I thought waiting a couple years would be easier. Then years passed and he had RJ, and then it didn't seem necessary. Once he lost Bree, I knew I couldn't tell him what happened. It would hurt him too much. Like now. What about his father? Where's he? Roland? I laughed. He was gone before I even had Roddy. All those promises didn't mean a damn thing. I waved off the thought of Roland. Last I heard, he moved to the south with his family. I bet he's been going through it. He's been to himself lately. I can smell the liquor and weed on him when he slides into bed with me. Eves, you have to set him straight. That's not good for you to be around. How can I tell a grown man he can't go through the motions, V? That's like me being a hypocrite. Hypocrite or not, you care about him. I can see in the way that you watch him and how he looks at you. She took the to-go containers out of the bag and started plating our food. We're just friends. Who are you lying to? I know my nephew. Son. She corrected me. Either way, I know him, and I know he's unhappy with Gia. Just because he's unhappy doesn't mean he could betray her like he's doing. Girl, shut up. You're part of the betraying. I don't owe Gia any loyalty, especially not with the way she was always tossing my business around. Eves rolled her eyes. Baby, you didn't tell me that we had Khalif? Eves gasped. You know him? I asked, confused, because Khalif was staring at Eves like he had seen a ghost. Yeah, she's my ex-wife. Khalif replied, never taking eyes off Eves, and she stayed stuck in place.
This is the end of Confessions of a Hustless Housekeeper, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more steamy contemporary romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect.